Order! Order! You are an incorrigible delinquent at times. Behave yourself, man! The clerk will now proceed to read the orders of the day.
European Union notification of withdrawal bill, adjourned debate on reasoned amendment to question for second reading.
Now.
Order. The original question was that the bill be now read a second time, since when an amendment has been proposed as on the order paper. The question is that the amendment be made. Just before I call the right honourable gentleman for Doncaster North, who will open proceedings today, I should point out that there is an initial, but it will be a very short-lived, time limit on backbench speeches of 8 minutes. Ed Miliband.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to say at the outset of this debate that this is clearly a fateful moment in the country's history, and I think the excellent speeches on day one of this debate reflected the gravity of the moment. And I also want to say, Mr. Speaker, that we should all respect the way in which colleagues on all sides of the House are wrestling with their consciences as they decide to vote on this bill. Nobody should pretend it is easy. For me, the actions I'm going to take tonight are determined by the result on June the 23rd. In case the House needs reminding, Mr. Speaker, I didn't want this referendum. And indeed, I made a strong case to my colleagues and indeed decided that my party would not support David Cameron's decision in the last Parliament. The reason was that I felt the country had many, many other problems it faced, and that the referendum would become as much about the state of the country as about Britain's place in Europe. And indeed, I believe that is partly what happened. But, Mr. Speaker, I do believe that is water under the bridge. I took part in the referendum campaign. I said I would accept the result, and I do. And that is why I'll be voting for second reading tonight. I will in a moment. Part of the reason why I'll be voting the way I will tonight is that I think this referendum in part stemmed from a deep frustration about politics and the sense of disaffection from politics that there is in the country. And therefore, I think a heightened reason for saying that this process must begin is we do not want to give the sense that people having voted for Brexit because they felt they'd been ignored are being ignored once again.
I'm very grateful to my honourable friend for giving way, and like him, I accept the result in the country and the result in my constituency. But does he also agree with me that nobody, Remain or Leave, voted to become poorer? And the test now for the government is to produce that prosperous pro-Brexit Britain and a deal that's in the best interest of Britain.
I think Ben puts the point very well, and I wanted to come on to that, because our responsibilities don't end tonight or indeed with the passing of this bill, Mr. Speaker. I do believe it is deeply problematic that the government is embarking upon this process without an economic analysis, an objective analysis of its implications, without clarity on key issues like the customs union, without any sense of what the transitional arrangements might look like, and on the basis of what I believe is a fanciful proposition that all of this can be tied up within 18 months, including the future arrangements. Now, a number of speakers on day one powerfully made the point that given the paucity of the information we've been given before Article 50 is to be triggered, it is even more important that there is proper parliamentary scrutiny, including a meaningful vote in this House before the end of the process. The Prime Minister's apparent wish to say the choice will be given is to accept her deal or face a hard Brexit on WTO terms, in my view, would be quite wrong. That is a take-it-or-leave-it option which flies completely in the face of the central proposition that won this referendum, which was take back control and parliamentary sovereignty. So I hope members, and I particularly say this to members on the other side, however they voted in this referendum, will support amendments which seek to ensure there is proper parliamentary sovereignty throughout this process. And I actually believe, Mr. Speaker, that parliamentary scrutiny will help the government. It will improve any deal that is made. It will strengthen their hand with the European Union, and actually it will make it more likely that the Prime Minister ends up with a deal which has the support it needs in the country. I will, yeah.
I'm grateful to my right honourable friend for giving way. Would he not agree with me that without the safeguards that he seeks, there may be a crock of something at the end of the rainbow, but it just may not be gold?
Well, she puts it very well. Look, I think it is deeply uncertain, and I think, you know, the truth is that the government has not really levelled with the country about the trade-offs. At the moment, they're saying they can have everything, and I fear that pretty soon in the negotiations we'll discover that that's not the case. But, Mr. Speaker, I want to focus my remarks not on the economic questions, which were well worn yesterday, but on another equally important issue, which has received less attention in the debate, but I think is absolutely crucial, which is our place in the world and our foreign policy relationships after Brexit. Mr. Speaker, the foundation of our foreign policy for a generation has rested on the combination of a special relationship with the United States and, crucially, our relationship with the European Union. Enlargement of the EU following the Berlin Wall, which, after all, we advocated for as a nation. Leadership on climate change under the last government, and I freely say under this government as well. A commitment to the rule of law and human rights. A belief in the importance of multilateral institutions. All of these have been bound up with our relationship with the European Union. And I don't think we should be under any illusions. There is a real risk of our departure that our influence in the world is weaker, not stronger. And I just say this about my own experience, where I negotiated on climate change for the last Labour government. Our strength, our power, our standing on that issue came from our membership of the European Union, because we were 10% of global emissions, not just 1% of global emissions. And therefore, and I will give way in a second, but therefore, I believe that the House should recognise that this question of what strategic relationships come after Brexit is absolutely fundamental to the issue of real sovereignty, our ability to have an effect on the things that will affect us, the big issues that will affect us. I give way briefly to the honourable gentleman.
Grateful to the right honourable member for giving way. Is he not concerned, though, and he raised a very important issue about the future, not only of ourselves, but the European Union as well. Is he not concerned that the European External Action Service now has 139 overseas posts and is increasingly asserting the authority of the European Union over the member states? And this process will continue, and we will not be part of it. We will be reasserting sovereignty to these islands.
Won't get extra time. I'm not going to indulge in that argument because we're leaving the European Union. He and I agree on that. The question is what comes next, and all of us need to address ourselves to that question. Now, of course, Mr. Speaker, the terrible irony, in my view, is that our European cooperation is so clearly now needed more than ever with the election of President Trump. I believe in a special relationship with the United States, but I believe it must be based on values. Now, the Foreign Secretary said after the election of President Trump, and I quote, and I scratch my head at this slightly, Mr. Speaker, he is a guy, that's President Trump, by the way, who believes firmly in values that I believe in too, freedom and democracy. Now, Mr. Speaker, I don't agree. And I hope on reflection, after a few days of President Trump, the Foreign Secretary doesn't agree either. So my central point is this. I can go along with the Prime Minister that Brexit means Brexit, but I cannot go along with the idea that Brexit means Trump. And nor do I believe that that is, and nor do I believe that is inevitable, and nor do I believe that that is what the British people want either. But the danger is this, Mr. Speaker, that the Prime Minister feels it is an inevitable consequence of the decision to leave the EU that we are driven into the arms of President Trump. Yes. So what should be done? And this is a fundamental point. The Lancaster House speech was no doubt an improvement in tone on what had gone before. But not one of the Prime Minister's 12 principles concerned foreign policy, defence or climate cooperation. Now, to put this right in the course of the negotiations, I sincerely hope that the government can come up with an architecture for foreign and strategic policy cooperation with the European Union, not just ad hoc arrangements. And I want to be clear, because it relates to the honourable gentleman's question, this would be intergovernmental. But there are many issues, from Russia to refugees to climate to defence, where we will be stronger, not weaker, if we have institutions which continue to mean cooperation between ourselves and the European Union. But here's another point, Mr. Speaker. We don't just need the right institutions, but they must be founded on a strategic orientation which continues to value our role in Europe. We must be willing, even as we leave the EU, to join with our European allies, whose values we share, in speaking up for the rule of law and human rights. I do ask, and I ask this actually of all European countries, where has the coordinated response to the Trump Muslim ban been? And why has the government not been pushing for it? As I understand it, and this is, I won't give way because I want to get to the end, but as I understand it, the dual citizenship exemption the UK has won will only be extended to New Zealand, Canada and Australia. Now, of course it's good that we've got the exemption, but we should be standing in solidarity with our European allies and calling for this ban to end. There are other questions too for the government. In the wake of President Trump's election, foreign ministers sought to agree a joint statement on the continuing need for a two-state solution between Israel and the Palestinian people, but they were blocked by a few countries, including, shamefully, the United Kingdom. It is no wonder, Mr. Speaker, that Europe fears that we are throwing in our lot with President Trump and turning our back on them. And I say this, no good will come of this. These are the tests of who we are as a nation, our values and how we intend to apply them in the years ahead. It matters for whether our world is governed by the rules of international order, rules that we have helped design and promote, or the alternative, something far, far worse. And incidentally, Mr. Speaker, surely there must be no more talk, particularly in the current context when human rights seem so at risk, of us leaving the European Convention on Human Rights. I truly hope, Mr. Speaker, that the government will have been prompted by President Trump's first few days in office to think again about their approach. And I end on this point. History will judge us not just on the decisions we make on this bill tonight, but beyond. The government has a heavy responsibility. We expect them to exercise it on behalf of the whole nation, not just the 52%. Yes. And for that, we will hold them to account in the months and years ahead.
George Osborne.
Mr. Speaker, and the right honourable gentleman spoke, as he always has, with passion for an international Britain and European solution to many of the problems we face. Mr. Speaker, democracy is easy to defend when you agree with the majority, because you have the advantage of many other political systems, like dictatorships, that you get your way, but you have the added advantage of legitimacy and popular consent. Democracy is much more difficult when you disagree with the majority. And as people know, I argued passionately in this referendum that I felt that leaving the European Union would weaken Britain's trade and commercial links, that it would diminish Britain on the world stage, that it would make more difficult international approaches to things like climate change or atomic research, and that it would also weaken a multilateral institution, the European Union, which has been vital to our collective security for many decades. I made those arguments, and it saddens me that Britain and Brexit is bracketed in the same group as other isolationist and nativist movements around the world at the moment, and that we should strive to be, as the Prime Minister says, a more global Britain. But I lost the case. I made it with passion, I sacrificed my position in government for it, and in the end, we have to now accept, I will make some progress and then take some interventions. We have to accept that in a democracy, the majority has spoken. And whilst I am a passionate believer in an open, internationalist, free-trading Britain, I am also a passionate believer in Britain as a democracy. And it's unfashionable in schools these days to teach what I believe is a true tale of our nation's history, which stretches from the Magna Carta to the Glorious Revolution, the founding fathers of the American Constitution, the Great Reform Act, female emancipation, and the like. But we have given the modern world a version of democracy that has spread far beyond our shores. And therefore, to vote against the majority verdict of the largest democratic exercise in British history, I think would risk putting Parliament against people. I think it would provoke a deep constitutional crisis in our country. I think it would alienate people who already feel they are alienated, and I am not prepared to do that, Mr. Speaker. So I will be voting for the bill tonight. I wish to make some progress, and I want others to have a chance to speak, so I won't take interventions from the other side, or indeed my own side. The point I would make this, however, is this, Mr. Speaker. There was a mandate to leave the European Union, but that was the only question that was asked of the British people in that referendum. And I don't think we can assume that there were a set of answers from the British public to the questions we now face as a Parliament. Indeed, those questions are now entrusted to us as we approach these negotiations. I call them negotiations. Personally, I don't think they are going to resemble the negotiations that we currently read about in the media and in newspapers. The truth is that while Britain is seeking the maximum possible access to the single market for goods and for services, and while we hope that the fact we have a trade deficit and a very important financial centre will count in our favour, the government has chosen, and I respect this decision, not to make the economy the priority in this negotiation. They have prioritised immigration control, and that was a clear message from the referendum campaign, and they've also prioritised removing European Court of Justice jurisdiction from the United Kingdom and, in that sense, asserting parliamentary sovereignty, although I would point out that Parliament can choose to leave the EU, as indeed we are choosing to do in the coming days. So we're not prioritising the economy, although we hope for the best possible arrangement. The European Union is not prioritising the economy either in these negotiations. Having spent the last couple of weeks in Berlin and in Paris talking to some of the French and German political leaders, it is absolutely clear that while they understand that Britain is a very important market for their businesses, their priority is to maintain the integrity of the remaining 27 members of the European Union. They are not interested in a long and complex hybrid agreement with the United Kingdom. And so, therefore, both sides at the moment are heading for a clean break from the European Union for the United Kingdom. Now, the only thing I think that in the end the negotiation will come down to is how that break is achieved. The Prime Minister, in her speech a couple of weeks ago, made it clear that Britain is seeking a transition agreement. And that is obvious because it's simply not possible for this Parliament to introduce all the domestic legislation that is going to be required to replicate the arrangements that we currently have with the European Union, even with the Great Repeal Act. And we will need to have some kind of bridge to the free trade agreement that we seek with the European Union. At the same time, the European Union needs from us financial commitments that it believes we entered into to pay for European projects that were undertaken while we were a member. And in practice, what that means is that the negotiation will be a trade-off, as all divorces are, between access and money. And we will try and scale down our payments to the European Union while scaling down our commitment to European Union rules and access until we reach that free trade agreement which we hope to negotiate. To be honest, I will just finish my speech and others can speak. That's what the negotiation is going to be like. It's going to be, I suspect, rather bitter. I spent 4 years negotiating with Michel Barnier, and I would advise my right honourable friend, the Secretary of State, to, as he always is, be well briefed and pack a pack of Pro Plus, because there are going to be many long nights ahead. It's very important that in the bitterness of that discussion, we don't forget there are some fundamental reasons why Britain in the first place wanted to be part of a European common market, nor do we allow the Europeans to forget that there was a fundamental reason why they created a European community, which was to bring the nations of Europe together, and that we try and keep those thoughts and hopes alive as we exit the EU. The final thing I want to say, Mr. Speaker, is this, that we have, of course, made a decision to leave the European Union, and as the successful Leave campaign put it, to take back control. But that does mean a series of issues are going to come to this Parliament that completely divide Brexiteers from each other, Remainers from each other, they divide Conservatives from each other, and they divide members of other parties from each other. We are going to have very lively debates about free trade. You're beginning to see it at Prime Minister's questions about what kind of agricultural produce we want into this country, or the kind of public procurement contracts we want. We're going to have a very lively debate about immigration. How many people we want into this country? How do we welcome skilled people into this country? How do we support our universities and scientific research institutions? We're going to have an argument about agricultural subsidies, about whether we're happy for the poorest people in this country to pay taxes to support subsidies to some of the richest. And we're also going to have an argument about state aid and whether we should be able to bail out failing commercial enterprises. I will be in those fights in the couple of years ahead. Thank you.
Alex Salmon.
Well, Mr. Speaker, can I start by congratulating the former Chancellor on his speech, which was a good deal shorter and a great deal less lucrative than the ones he's used to giving these days. As has been pointed out to the Tory benches, he's anything but cheap these days. But can I say to the former Chancellor, they may have argued the case with passion during the campaign, but it was his tendency to take perfectly reasonable Treasury forecasts as to the long-term damage that would be done by withdrawal from the single market in terms of GDP and wealth of this country, and turn them into apocalyptic emergency budget, day of judgment scaremongering that was one of the reasons that the Remain side lost the campaign. Campaigns have to be built on more than fear. I want to talk about the politics, the economics, the procedure, and about Scotland. My honourable friend from the Hill and Year asked me yesterday if I could remember in the last 30 years in this place of a time when the House was gripped by collective madness. And that time obviously was Iraq, when this House was mesmerised by a strong Prime Minister into the blood and disaster of the Iraqi war. But it's certainly not mesmerising rhetoric that's responsible for mad MP disease in this case. The honourable member, right honourable member for Rushcliffe yesterday compared it to Alice in Wonderland. But Alice only took herself into the hole. This Prime Minister is taking virtually all of the Tory party, half the Labour Party and the entire country into the hole. It is politically crazy what is being done. In 1962, Dean Acheson said that Britain had lost an empire and was yet to find a role. Although listening to some of the speeches from the Tory backbenches yesterday, I wasn't so sure if they were reconciled to the empire bit. And the solution was found by successive governments and successive prime ministers by pursuing a role in Europe as a leading country and balancing that with a special relationship with the United States of America. Now, a German Chancellor once said the relationship was special because only one side knew about it. And that's certainly true. But nonetheless, it was a rational policy. Some Prime Ministers took it far too far into the desert of Iraq, but nonetheless, it was a rational, logical policy. But you can't pursue that policy of influence in Europe and all the good things that come from it, as the Right Honourable Member for Doncaster reminded us, cut that off and then pursue the special relationship with the United States of America. That leaves you caught in the headlights, like the Prime Minister was earlier this week, when asked to condemn the obvious thing that any human being would have condemned. She refuses to do it 3 times in case she offends her new bestie in the White House. And incidentally, the answer is if she'd said it, she would have offended her new best friend in the White House. You go headlong into the arms of a United States President who is at best unpredictable. It's going to get worse and more embarrassing because of the imbalance in the relationship. And then there's the economic damage. Yes, I will.
I thank the honourable gentleman for giving way. Earlier on, my honourable friend mentioned the issue about climatic change in relation to the American president. Well, he said he's going to tear those agreements up. Where will Britain stand then? What support will it get?
An excellent example of the embarrassments to come. The economic damage. There's nothing wrong with the Treasury medium-term forecasts about coming out of the single marketplace. Even if there's a bespoke deal, it's going to be a 6% loss in GDP. Yes, sir.
Thanks to my right honourable friend. Can he help confirm my understanding that it was actually the Tories who wanted to safeguard British interests in the single market? Am I correct in recalling that in their manifesto?
The Tory 2015 manifesto is not my bedtime reading. But as I remember it, it was page 72 and it said, "We say yes to the single market." And they were right to say yes. It was funny yesterday that all the Conservative speakers remembered the commitment to a referendum and not one of them remembered their commitment to the single marketplace. And of course it wasn't the case that a withdrawal from the European community means a withdrawal from the single marketplace. I had the pleasure during the campaign of debating with Daniel Hannan, MEP, who said absolutely nobody is talking about threatening our place in the single market. Of course it's possible to honour the result of the referendum and stay within the single marketplace. And even if you think that there will be an exit from the single marketplace, it is madness in diplomatic negotiating terms to abandon that position now. You should keep the place in the single marketplace and allow the other European countries to negotiate you out of it, not give it away before the first word is spoken in the negotiations. And next, Mr. Speaker, we come to the procedures of this House. This is the list of amendments stretching to 100 and more, 103 pages now. And we're told this is to be debated in 3 days. The Scotland Bill, which was not the greatest constitutional change in history 18 months ago, got 6 days of debate. And I'd say to the Labour members, like the honourable member for Doncaster North, who listed all the things that are wrong with the government's approach, if you believe that now, you should vote against the government. Or if you can't do that, then at least vote against a programme motion which will make it impossible to debate the sensible changes that the right honourable gentleman outlined. So procedurally, of course, this is deficient, and as been pointed out well yesterday, it is not just deficient in terms of the time, it's also deficient in terms of the question which will eventually be put before this House, the final vote on the deal that comes back from a Prime Minister who said no deal is better than a bad deal, and therefore the choice the House will get is a bad deal or no deal. And therefore it is crucial that when the House debates that and comes to a decision, there is a meaningful vote, a vote that can make a difference, as opposed to Hobson's choice made with a metaphorical gun at this House's head. One last time.
I'm very grateful to the right honourable member for giving way. But on that point, if we are in a situation where the only deal on the table is a bad deal, does he agree with me that the responsibility for that being an eventuality will lie with the Prime Minister? It's not as if she can deny responsibility for that being a problem.
Yes, I would. But then, of course, if we're all in the suit and finding out it was the Prime Minister's responsibility will avail this country very little. Far better to try and make sure by our votes that we get a realistic choice that can actually make a difference. So finally, Mr. Speaker, I come to the situation in Scotland. Scotland has a 1,000-year history as a European nation. There's a plaque to Sir William Wallace in Great Westminster Hall in his unjust trial, for which he presumably will get a pardon at some point soon. After his greatest victory in the Battle of Stirling Bridge, which was akin to Leicester winning the Premier League last season in terms of an upset and surprise, his first act was not to hold a ceilidh, but was to write to the Hanseatic League to secure Scotland's trading concessions across Europe at that time, in Lubeck and elsewhere. The importance of Scotland's European connections stretches back a millennium, and we are not going to allow this non-vision act of madness from this House take Scotland out of these connections. The Scottish Government have put forward the proposition Scotland's place in Europe, which offers the Prime Minister a way that Scotland should stay within the single marketplace, regardless of what she wants to do to this country. And the Prime Minister said today a frictionless border in Ireland was quite possible under these circumstances, without realising that, of course, if it's possible in Ireland, it's possible in Scotland as well. And I see the honourable member nodding, because in the early hours of this morning, I think I saw him say much the same thing in a debate, or perhaps it was one of his honourable friends in Hard Talk. A sad case if I'm watching Hard Talk at 1 o'clock in the morning, but nonetheless, it was an important admission. It was actually the honourable member for Esher and Walton. So it's important to understand that these examples are taking place in Europe at the present moment. The Prime Minister has it within her power and capacity to agree to accept the proposals, the compromise proposals of the Scottish Government, and allow Scotland as a nation to retain that trading place within the European context. But if that's not to happen, and if this House says we're going to go ahead with hard Tory Brexit, or full English Brexit, as we're calling it in Scotland now, we're going to sweep aside the concerns that are across this House in terms of economic and political damage. We're not going to accept the proposals from Scotland to follow the votes of people in the nation of Scotland and retain our European connection. We're not interested in Scottish jobs and investment, preserving that. If that is the criteria and attitude of government, if that is what this Prime Minister wants to do with Scotland, if she's determined to throw down that gauntlet, then she can be absolutely sure that Nicola Sturgeon, as First Minister, will pick it up.
Order. Maiden speech, Dr. Caroline Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sleaford and North Hykeham is not only the constituency that I am proud to represent, it is my home, and I feel a personal responsibility to nurture it. It is a thriving, predominantly agricultural area with pockets of industry and a strong military tradition. The town of North Hykeham is built directly on top of the old Roman road, the Fosse Way. To the south is Sleaford, where one is welcomed by the Handley Monument. This is a large, ornate stone structure with a statue of Henry Handley within it. He was the MP for South Lincolnshire from 1832 to 1841. And he was such a popular MP that the townspeople created this memorial in his honour. It is not clear now whether he was so popular for his innovative ideas regarding science and technology in farming, or whether it was because of his strong opposition to the taxation of malt. But nevertheless, it is clear that I have a lot to live up to. My predecessor was Stephen Phillips, who, like his own predecessor, Douglas Hogg, is a silk. They brought great intellect and legal acumen to this House. And Stephen is particularly to be commended for his work on the Public Accounts Committee. But possibly his greatest virtue is his sense of timing. He resigned at exactly the right time for me to be able to stand for this seat. And I would like to thank Stephen for his personal encouragement which he has given to me in this endeavour. I would also like to thank the many members of this House who have given me wonderful support, especially those for Newark, Sherwood and Boston and Skegness, to whom I am very grateful. In these challenging times, Mr. Speaker, I promise to uphold the fine traditions of the House and serve my constituents to the best of my ability, ensuring that their voices are heard as we move forward. As a new MP, it is right for me to explain briefly who I am. I am a mother of 3, a farmer's wife, and the product of a loving family. I'm a consultant paediatrician and therefore have particular interests in the health, education and general well-being of children. I'm also a committed Brexiteer. And I'm also interested in farming, infrastructure and defence. I'm not a silk, nor even a lawyer, but I have firm principles based on what I believe to be morally right and on the ideal of democracy under the rule of law. I've spent all my working life as a doctor in the NHS and care passionately about it. The NHS is not perfect. In fact, I doubt any organisation as large and so dependent on human judgment ever could be. However, whilst there are areas which could be improved, I feel many are too quick to decry the faults within the NHS without adequately recognising the brilliant work which is done day in and day out, helping more people than ever before. I look forward to contributing my knowledge and experience to help ensure that the NHS goes from strength to strength. Improving the well-being of children remains a topic close to my heart, and I'm delighted with the government's commitment to young people's mental health. We must ensure that young people with mental health issues have access to the right treatment. However, as with physical health, we must also focus on prevention. And in my view, this should include improvements in children's social care and helping to foster resilience. Resilience is very important. I feel we let down children with the all must have prizes culture. Young people should be allowed to understand their strengths and weaknesses by being allowed to compete and take controlled risks, to win, but also to lose, and to learn from that experience, which better prepares them for the challenges they face in life ahead. It is truly a privilege to give my maiden speech today in this historic debate. As someone new to the world of Westminster, The greatest surprise to me was that so many seemed surprised by the result of this referendum. I was brought up to believe that a good democracy is ruled by the majority with protection for minorities. As I talk to my constituents, however, I increasingly understand that they perceive we have rule by a vocal minority elite who are disregarding the views of the majority, and they're angry. And why is this important? Well, because so many seem to have been surprised by the Brexit vote because they failed to understand the genuine concerns of the majority. This disconnect with the electorate has been seen not just here, but also in the results of the US presidential election and in the rise of far-right parties throughout Europe. There can be no democracy without understanding of the views of the majority, and these views must be respected, heard and responded to by the members of this House. There has been much debate recently as to whether the referendum was mandatory or advisory, and the relative authorities of the government, the legislature and the judiciary. As I said earlier, I am not a lawyer, but I fail to understand how one can ask the electorate a question and then even consider disregarding the result. I believe that the referendum is not advice, but an instruction to us. We asked the people, and the people said out, so out we must go.
Order. Thank you. More than 80 honourable and right honourable members still wish to contribute to the debate over the ensuing 5 hours, in consequence of which it is necessary with immediate effect to impose a time limit on backbench speeches of 4 minutes. I would add, I'm trying to ensure that everybody has a chance on top of those who've already had their opportunity. And what I would say to the House is that it would be helpful if those who have already spoken were to refrain from intervening, because such self-restraint might increase opportunities for others. And I'm sure all colleagues are concerned about others. Yvette Cooper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. May I start by congratulating the new member for Sleaford and North Hykeham on an excellent maiden speech, and I'm sure she will do her constituents proud if that speech was anything to go by. Mr. Speaker, we have now a challenge, I think, for this whole House over what we do over the next 2 years and whether that strengthens our democracy or whether it weakens it. Over the last 40 years, Britain has worked with the EU to achieve some amazing things, but we've done so by sharing sovereignty, and we did so because when we went into the European Union or the common market in the 70s, we also had public consent, popular consent, expressed through a referendum. Last summer, we lost that consent, and that should be a lesson to all of those of us who wanted to keep it as well. And the Honourable Member for Tatton, the Right Honourable Member for Tatton, I agreed surprisingly with some of the things that he said, but disagreed with him, I think, that we should have done more. We could not make the referendum simply about the economy without, and we took for granted, too many of the things we needed to argue about the need for politics to come together. We held a... I will give way.
I'm very grateful to my right honourable friend for giving way. I'm a Remainer, but I accept the democratic will of the people. And surely now it's about securing the best deal for our constituents, the people we are here to represent.
My honourable friend, I think, is right, and I too will vote for Article 50, although I argued against leaving the EU last year. And I'm worried that the backdrop to this is that we are seeing across Western democracies democratic values being undermined. We've seen the attack on judges as the enemies of the people, even though they should be defending the rule of law, the attack on the Human Rights Act and protection for minorities against the tyranny of the majority, the steady undermining of democratically elected representatives, the assault on the free press, and the attack on truth itself. I think the challenge that we will face over the next few years in many European countries is how we defend those democratic values. And for me, in my constituency, that will be much harder to defend that faith in democracy if we ignore the results of the ballot box last summer. And in Pontefract, the home of the very first secret ballot, we still have the first ballot box. And we see it as a symbol of peaceful democracy, of asking people to be part of that democratic process. But that democratic process does not end with the Article 50 vote, and that is my concern about the government's approach. That what they are trying to do has been to concentrate power in the hands of the executive, when in fact we should be involving all of Parliament and involving the public in the debate about what kind of country we want to be, about where our future lies. There will be issues we will disagree on, where I feel strongly, for example, that we should stay inside the customs union because that will help our manufacturing for the future. On issues, for example, like the rights for EU citizens who live here already, who we should not be leaving hanging in the lurch while we start negotiations, when we could put them on a sure footing straight away. There will be issues about how we balance so many different things about how we get our security right that we will need to debate here in this House. But at the moment, the process that the government has set out does not give us the secure opportunities to have votes, to have proper debates, to be sure that we will not be left at the end of this process with what the Prime Minister has described as her way to change the British economic model if we don't get what we like, which sounds, for this side of the House, far more like a tax haven Britain that would undermine people's rights and undermine the kind of British values that we want to stand up for. And so therefore I would urge members on all sides of the House not just to look at the array of amendments that we've got, not just to decide how we respect the referendum result last summer, how we respect the different views of our constituents, and people will have strongly held views on all sides, but also how we, all of us from all sides of the House, vote for the kinds of amendments that will ensure that parliamentary sovereignty is strengthened and that Parliament has a say. I would urge members on the opposite side to vote for some of those amendments to make sure we have a real vote on the final outcome, that we have real choices that we can make. So much of this has been about how we defend democracy by voting for Article 50. It shouldn't be about that. It should be how we strengthen democracy over the next 2 years. If this was about parliamentary sovereignty, for all of us, let us have the strength and the confidence to use it.
Whittingdale.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to follow the Right Honourable Lady. I didn't agree with everything that she said, but the one thing I most certainly did agree with her about was her congratulations to my honourable friend, the member for Sleaford and North Hykeham. She made an excellent first speech in this House, and it is probably the case she will never speak in a more important debate in this House, no matter that she, I am sure, will have a long career here ahead of her. Mr. Speaker, my first political act was to take part in the referendum campaign in 1975. I put leaflets through doors calling on people to vote yes in that referendum. I did so because I believed in free trade, and also because I believed the assurances which were written on those leaflets, that the decision taken would not affect the sovereignty of the UK Parliament. I was working for Margaret Thatcher when she first delivered the Bruges speech, which highlighted the fact that that assurance was being steadily eroded and that the European community was heading in the wrong direction. And as a result of that, when I entered this House, I opposed the Maastricht Treaty, I opposed the Amsterdam Treaty, the Nice Treaty, and indeed the Lisbon Treaty, as it was becoming steadily clearer that whilst there may or may not have been economic benefits from our membership, this was a political project which was heading in one direction, and that was towards the ever closer union. It was a project on which the British people had not been consulted and which they did not support. I'd hoped that the Prime Minister, David Cameron, would have been able to negotiate an arrangement which allowed us to opt out from the elements we didn't want. He valiantly tried, but what he came back with, in my view, was not sufficient and left us with no alternative but to leave and to then seek to reach new arrangements, allowing us to cooperate in those areas where there was a benefit. The result of a referendum was clear. In my own constituency, it was nearly 2-1, and people did understand what they were voting for. It doesn't matter that a majority of younger people may have voted to remain, or a majority of those with degrees may have voted to remain, or indeed even that some parts of the UK may have voted to remain. This was a nationwide referendum of the British people, and the British people spoke. I agree with the Prime Minister that I think we have no alternative but to leave the single market, as it is essential that we do have control over our borders once more, and we are no longer subject to European Union law. I really am sorry, but it's very brief. I also believe that we have to leave the customs union if the condition of remaining in it is that we are not able to negotiate our own trade agreements. There are precedents for this. They are not ones that I necessarily would want to follow completely, but I would point out that the new arrangements between the European Union and Canada and between the European Union and Ukraine offer no application of European law in those countries, no free movement, but does give them access to the internal market and allows them to negotiate their own trade agreements. So the European Union is ultimately flexible, and it is perfectly possible. The negotiations will be complicated. I'm concerned in the areas I follow, for instance, that we must have recognition of the adequacy of our data protection so that data can continue to flow across borders. I would like us still to be recognised under the country of origin principle. But I do believe that for European businesses, it is vitally important for them that they still have access to our markets, and therefore they will be putting pressure on their governments to reach a sensible deal. The one thing I found most astonishing is when Britain voted as it did to leave the European Union, the reaction of other member states seems to have been more to seek to punish Britain than to ask the question why. The European Union is a flawed
Geoffrey Robinson.
Grateful, Mr. Speaker, and I will be brief and to the point, since many other members want to take part in this debate. We've had some remarkable contributions already, and two in particular from yesterday I want to refer to, by the former Deputy Prime Minister and by the Right Honourable Gentleman Member for Rushcliffe. The Right Honourable Gentleman has just left the chamber, and I'm afraid he's not here to hear my remarks, therefore, Mr. Speaker. Challenged us all who will be voting for this bill tonight, as I wish to make clear I will be, to examine our consciences, particularly those of us, and I again count myself very strongly amongst them, who voted for, argued for, campaigned for a Remain vote. I believe that we lost that, and I think we have to face the consequences of it in a way that both the former Deputy Prime Minister and the Right Honourable Gentleman Member for Rushcliffe feel we should not. We're challenged to examine our consciences. And indeed, I think my right honourable friend, the member for Doncaster North, said this is a conscience issue. And to some extent, I do regret that we are voting on this on a three-line whip. It is a deeply moral conscience issue that we all have to take. But I, Mr. Speaker, would have much more difficulty in justifying my conscience, come to terms with my conscience, if I were tonight to vote against the bill and in favour, effectively, of delaying, frustrating the beginning of the negotiations and therefore the outcome, the whole process of coming out of the European Union. We only got to reread what the referendum question was. It is so simple. Should the United Kingdom remain a member of the European Union or leave the European Union? There's no ifs, no buts. It's a very simple question. It was understood by everybody who took part in that debate, took part in that referendum. And it's no good now turning around and saying, well, really, it was only advisory, really, we should have a second referendum, a confirmatory vote, and all those things. I, for my part, and I campaigned widely, but only in the West Midlands, strongly on the Remain ticket, went out of my way to warn. And I believe there's an overdoing of the warning in the whole thing, particularly from the Chancellor, which didn't particularly help us. But I warned this was on the economic consequences. I warned that this was a one-off debate. It was a yes or no, and there wasn't a second referendum. There'd be no further bite at the cherry if we didn't like the outcome. And so I say to those who are telling us tonight it's a matter of conscience, if we were on the Remain side and if we felt strainedly on the Remain issue, as I did, that we should, out of conscience, vote against the bill tonight. On the contrary, I don't believe there's a conceivable material argument for doing so. Indeed, I believe to do so would be to betray the very basis on which we conducted. I spoke in, certainly, and I believe all members who were actively taking part in that referendum spoke to. It would betray that and not the opposite. So we come to the question of how this House can be involved in or influence the negotiation. And I have to say to the House, my experience of some negotiations, business and others, is that it's unreal. We've got to get real about this. The decisions can be taken once they get not taken, but the issues will become clearer, the choices will become clearer once we're in that negotiation. And I am here to agree with the Chancellor, the former Chancellor, who brings his great advice from Davos and other centres of learning on these matters when he says that perhaps economics won't be the big issue of the debate itself, of the negotiation itself. All I'd say to him is, however, the outcome on the economic front, on the trading front, is the essence of what this is really about as far as the working people in this country are concerned. My advice is simply this: soft Brexit and a transition period. Anything else will predict a future which will be really harsh, really uncomfortable for the working people of this country.
Order. As I said yesterday, perhaps I can be forgiven for repeating today, that it would be hugely appreciated if colleagues didn't keep coming up to the chair, either asking explicitly when they're going to be called, or doing so implicitly by inquiring whether it's all right if they go for lunch, repair to the loo, consume a cup of tea, or eat a biscuit. It is not necessary. All I would say is patience. Please be patient. I want to accommodate everybody. I'm on your side. But it doesn't help if people keep coming up to the chair all the time. It's incredibly tedious, especially when one's trying to listen to what colleagues actually have to say. Dame Caroline Spellman.
Speaker, well, having originally been elected on a slender majority of 582, I certainly understand we have to accept the outcome of democratic elections, however narrow the margin. But I have to admit I was surprised by the Leave result in the West Midlands, given that the region is in substantial trade surplus with the EU. Of course, I'm delighted that the automotive industry has achieved so much success that it exports 82% of all of its cars, and most of those to the other 27 countries of the EU. But it was immigration which dominated the conversations I had, even standing outside the gates of the car factory. No distinction was made between EU and non-EU migration, which we know account for about 50% each. And I worry that our electors are expecting taking back control to mean very few migrants arrive here, whereas our history as an empire means that there are family obligations to non-EU migrants and an absolute obligation through the Geneva and Hague Conventions to provide safe haven for the most vulnerable people, many from countries for whom we drew the lines on a map. I heard mixed motives for voting Leave. Some second-generation migrants told me they didn't want any more coming in. Article 50 will be triggered, and we will be in uncharted waters, trying to negotiate the things that are vital for our success. Access to our principal market is key, and the car industry is desperately short of engineers, and its success will be choked if we can't get the skilled labour it needs. And if we're honest, migrants are more willing to do some jobs, such as picking fruit and vegetables. A spring onion producer told me he can't rely on local labour to get the harvest in. So we must make sure horticulture is not destroyed by taking back control without being able to meet demand for labour. These aren't easy things to say in public, but we are about to make a momentous decision. And as the Prime Minister says, we've got to make a success of it. That, in turn, will only be achieved if we are honest about some of the problems we face. I am no starry-eyed Europhile. The political leadership in Europe failed to inspire its citizens about the benefits of working together, and other countries are seeing the rise of the extreme right parties who promise to solve their problems. Now, this goes wider than Europe, and the leadership of the rich nations around the world are struggling to find the answers to globalisation. For the low-waged. In America, Obama tried to extend health care to the poorest, and here we have the introduction of the living wage. But maybe it is to places like Scandinavia we need to look for better models of wage equality and fairness in society. These are the big questions left when we exit the European Union, and we will need to answer them in our own way. I expect the EU will change after we're gone because it must collectively try to find answers to the big questions of globalisation, mass migration and robotics. But in contrast to the US, we've decided to turn outward, not inward, partly because we have to and because our heritage is one of trade and exploration. I hope the electorate will be patient, but they will judge our efforts by their experience, not on our rhetoric. And I hope that all that is great about Britain is not sacrificed in pursuit of an unrealistic ambition to go back to some mythical time when we were in control of all we surveyed.
Tim Farron.
Mr. Speaker, she's not in a place now, but I just want to pay tribute to an excellent maiden speech by the Honourable Member for Sleaford and North Hykeham. Liberal Democrats have always been proud internationalists. It was the Liberals who backed Winston Churchill's European vision in the 1950s, even when his own party did not do so. Since our foundation, we have been champions of Britain's role in the European Union and fought for cooperation and openness with our neighbours and with our allies. We have always believed that the challenges Britain faces in the 21st century, climate change, terrorism, economic instability, are best tackled working together as a member of the European Union. Being proud Europeans is part of our identity as a party, is actually part of my personal identity too. Personally, I was utterly gutted by the result. Some on the centre-left are squeamish about patriotism. I am not. I am very proud of my identity as a Northerner, as an Englishman, as a Brit, as a European. All of those things are consistent. My identity did not change on the 24th of June, and neither did my values, my beliefs, and what I believe is right for this country and for future generations. I respect the outcome of the referendum. The vote was clear, close but clear, and I accept it. But voting for departure is not the same as voting for a destination.
Will you give way?
Yes, a narrow majority voted to leave the EU, but the Leave campaign had no plans, no instructions, no prospectus and no vision. No one in this government, no one in this House, no one in this country has any idea what the deal the Prime Minister will negotiate with Europe will be. It is completely unknown. How, then, can anyone pretend that this undiscussed, unwritten, unnegotiated deal in any way has the backing of the British people? The deal must be put to the British people for them to have their say. That is the only way. That is the only way to hold the government to account for the monumental decisions they will have to take over the next 2 years. I'll happily give way.
I thank the Honourable Member for giving way. Does he not think his party is actually partly responsible for the outcome of the referendum, because immigration became a proxy for issues like this pressure on the NHS and the inability to see a doctor, the inability to get into the right class sizes because of policies his party supported that squeezed public services and meant people look for someone else to blame?
I'm staggered by the honourable gentleman speaking the language of Nigel Farage. What a terrible disgrace. That is the deal. The deal must be put. The deal must be put to the British people for them to have their say. That is the only way. The only way to hold the government to account for the monumental decisions they will have to take over the next 2 years to ensure that the course they choose serves the interests of all the people, however they voted. So here is the likelihood. I won't take any more interventions. Other people need to get in. Here is the likelihood. Here is the likelihood. We will have 48% of the people not liking the outcome of the deal, and half of the 52% will feel that they were betrayed by the outcome of the deal. The only way to achieve democracy and closure is for there to be a vote at the end, because the fact is the Prime Minister is the one making the strongest case for giving people a vote on the deal. She had the choice to pursue a form of Brexit that united our country, that reflected the closeness of the vote and sought to heal the divisions between Leave and Remain. Instead, she chose to pursue the hardest, most divisive form of Brexit, which tears us out of the single market, that leaves us isolated against the might of world superpowers. Never mind that 6 months ago she herself argued the case for remaining in the EU. Never mind that numerous Leave campaigners championed the Norway and Swiss models and spent the referendum campaign assuring voters that we would not leave the single market. Never mind that 48% of people, 16 million British people, wanted to stay in the EU. Never mind that Britain's young people, who have more of a stake in our country than most of us here, voted 3-1 to remain. The Prime Minister has made her choice. Fine. She has chosen hard Brexit. But if she is so confident that what she is planning is what people voted for, she must give them a vote on the final deal. What started with democracy must not end up with a government stitch-up. When all is said and done, the decision on whether the deal the Prime Minister negotiates is good enough will be decided by someone. Someone will make that decision. Should it be the Prime Minister? Should it be those privileged to be here? Or should it be the British people who have to live with that decision? I say it should be put to the people in a referendum. That is why the Liberal Democrats are fighting for the British people to have the final vote on the deal that this government negotiates. Democracy. Democracy means accepting the will of the people at the beginning of the process and at the end of the process. Democracy means respecting the majority, and democracy means not giving up your beliefs when the going gets tough.
Streeter.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's always a pleasure to follow the honourable gentleman. He always speaks with passion. But can I just put it squarely on the table that I will never vote for another referendum while I'm in this House, given what we experienced last year. Now, I agree with those who have said this is a conscience vote. Forget the 3 lines. This is a conscience vote. We asked the people, what do you want to do? They said leave. As far as I'm concerned, that settled the matter. I will, of course, be voting for the bill this evening. I want to make 3 very quick points, Mr. Speaker. The first is that I believe the Prime Minister deserves personal credit for her leadership on Brexit since she emerged last July. Cast our minds back to the extraordinary events of last summer. We were shell-shocked, not knowing where the public vote would take us. Brexit means Brexit, she said, and we're going to make a success of it. That phrase, much mocked in some quarters, gave a sufficient sense of direction to steady the ship. It became apparent by January that we then needed a more detailed plan, and at just the right time, the Prime Minister gave her Lancaster House speech. It set out a clear, coherent and credible plan for the way forward. It was one of the most significant speeches I've heard in my 25 years in this House. It was a game changer for me and for many people. The plan is ambitious and not without risk. And in particular, we'll be leaving the single market, turning our backs on free movement, but seeking to negotiate a free trade agreement. That is a high-risk strategy, but I recognise that to remain in the single market would not properly reflect the desire of the majority who voted leave to control immigration. It is, however, vital that in putting in place a bespoke free trade agreement that is successfully completed as part of the overall deal. The one fear that companies in my constituency have is not so much tariffs, bad though they might be, but it's non-tariff barriers which can play havoc with sensible trading arrangements that must be avoided if at all possible. Now, one part of the Lancaster House speech has received insufficient attention, the reference to transitional arrangements. I know that there are some, and some in this chamber, who think all this can be done in the blinking of an eye, but it cannot. It is complex, it will take years, and we have to exercise patience. Once we start detailed negotiations, once we start to consider which parts of the acquis we want to ditch and which to keep, we are probably, Mr. Speaker, looking at a 10-year project. We might well leave the EU in 2019, but we should prepare ourselves for substantial transitional arrangements and hopefully thereafter a positive working relationship. My second point. We must now be brutally honest with the British people about the likely short-term impact of Brexit. Not in an alarmist way, but simply making the point that because of uncertainty, because we have now made clear that we will not be in a single market, there is likely to be an impact on government spending for the next few years. We know that tax receipts have fallen against forecasts since June, and that trend may well continue. It may well be that there will be long-term gains of Brexit. I certainly hope so, and we must strive for that end. But there will most likely be short-term pain, especially now that the phony war is coming to an end. International companies will weigh the certain knowledge that we will be in a single market against the hope of an equivalent free trade agreement, and some of them who crunch that calculation will decide to invest or expand elsewhere. Some financial institutions are already getting itchy feet. So there might be not as much money available for the NHS and social care and schools as we would like to see over the next 2 to 5 years, and we should prepare the British people for that fact. And my final point, very briefly, is that living in these very turbulent times when all kinds of issues are going on in our world, I would encourage the front bench, those who are negotiating, we've got a clear plan, but don't be slavish to it. Let's be flexible and wise.
Odds. Speaker, it's with great pleasure that I rise to speak in this debate on this historic day for Parliament and for this country. None of us who believed in withdrawal from the European Union believed that we would ever see an order paper in this House containing the words European Union Notification of Withdrawal Bill, second reading. And I think it's a very historic landmark occasion. It is about implementing a decision which this Parliament decided to hand over to the people. And it would be utterly wrong, therefore, to reject what the people of the United Kingdom have decided in a national vote. I utterly respect those who have spoken, who campaigned hard, enthusiastically and vigorously to remain, but who are saying we must respect the will of the people since Parliament handed that decision over to the people. I have little time for those who argue that we should now engage in procedural games, that we should engage in means of thwarting the will of the people. I think it's dishonest. I think it's undemocratic. I have to agree with what the leader of the Liberal Democrats just said about believing in democracy and listening to the will of the people. Well, then let's get on and implement what the people have said. And let us not engage in efforts to thwart what they have said. This was a national vote across the United Kingdom. Everybody's vote was equal. I want to address the issues that affect Northern Ireland particularly, because it's been said that Northern Ireland voted to remain by 56 to 44, and therefore Northern Ireland should not be part of the withdrawal from the EU, or there should be some special status. I can think of nothing that would be more calculated to undermine the union between Northern Ireland and the rest of the United Kingdom than for Northern Ireland to be able to thwart the will of the people of the United Kingdom as a whole. That would be deeply anti-unionist position to take. I think it's right and proper that we respect the special needs of Northern Ireland. We are arguing those vigorously with government. We're engaged in this House through ministers back home, and that's why I deplore the fact that at this crucial juncture we have had the bringing down of our locally devolved Assembly and Executive needlessly. And then the people who brought it down are the very people who are now making speeches saying Brexit undermines the Good Friday Agreement. Thankfully, the Secretary of State for Northern Ireland has completely demolished that argument and made it clear that there's nothing in the Good Friday Agreement or the St Andrew Agreement or any of the agreements that have been made that in any way is impaired or imperilled by the decision to leave the European Union. But for those who are now complaining the hardest about Northern Ireland, they're the ones who have denied themselves a voice by not coming to this House to take their seats and argue their case and engage with ministers, and they have now brought down the elected government in Northern Ireland, so they don't have any input in that way either. The reality is that, of course, these present challenges for Northern Ireland. But the fact is that when we remained in sterling and the Irish Republic joined the euro along with other European partner nations and states, we were told that this would be a massively detrimental act, that this would cause all sorts of major problems on the island of Ireland, that this would lead to all sorts of disruption, economic and political. None of it happened. People adapted. People were told we'd have to change our currency at the border. And there is a different currency in Northern Ireland from the Irish Republic. But trade continues, trade is flourishing, the economy has gone on and done extremely well. None of the dire predictions of those who predicted terrible consequences came to pass. And I am confident that in relation to this issue as well, that we will see a better future for the United Kingdom and for Northern Ireland. I welcome very much the Prime Minister's commitment to maintaining the common travel area. I reject the idea of a special status for Northern Ireland. I'm glad the Taoiseach of the Irish Republic also rejects it, because it is code for separating Northern Ireland from the rest of the United Kingdom and undermining our...
Speaker, this is indeed an historic moment in our nation's history. This is the moment we begin to take back control of our laws, our borders and our money. Once again, we become a sovereign nation-state in command of our own destiny, and I am absolutely delighted about that. For I was brought up in post-war Germany. I campaigned to leave in the 1975 referendum, and along with 43 others, Mr. Speaker, I voted against the Single European Act in 1986. So I have form, alongside the Honourable Member for Bolsover, the Right Honourable Member for Islington North, I am the last remaining member of that band. So although Margaret Thatcher pushed for that bill, I have no doubt that if she were with us today, her response to this bill would be rejoice. I pay tribute to all those who have campaigned over the years for this outcome on all sides. And I do salute also David Cameron for honouring the commitment he gave the British people that he would give them a referendum on the membership of the EU. Many said he would renege on that. He kept his word. And that referendum, Mr. Speaker, was not advisory. It was an instruction to withdraw from the European Union. This bill simply authorises the giving of a notice to leave, without which negotiations cannot begin. It is touching to hear the newfound respect for parliamentary democracy from the opponents of this bill. They're the same people who for 4 decades have been complicit in the relentless campaign to transfer power from this Parliament to Brussels.
Friend,
of course.
Does my honourable friend not agree? Having asked the people to give us their voice, we now need to respect that voice and get on with it.
Absolutely, and I think that there is an overwhelming view not only in this House but across the country for that proposition. A number of speeches during this debate, principally yesterday, have sought to rerun the referendum arguments. But it's no good complaining that people didn't know what they were voting for. The government spent £9 million of our money on a brochure riddled with inaccuracies and mounted an extraordinary and utterly counterproductive Project Fear campaign, warning of dire consequences if we voted to leave, none of which have come to pass. And my right honourable friend who sits in front of me, the former Chancellor, predicted immediate and profound economic shock across the country and a DIY recession, none of which happened. Instead, the economy has grown by 0.6% in the third quarter of 2016, compared with 0.3% in the first quarter before the referendum. Major companies like SoftBank, Google, Novo Nordisk and Nissan have all announced significant investment in the United Kingdom. Some have argued that the public was not told that a leave vote would require us to leave the single market. But recovering control of our borders and restoring to this Parliament responsibility for the laws of these islands, i.e. a return of sovereignty, was at the heart of the debate. Membership of the single market is completely incompatible with those objectives. As my honourable friend for Boston and Skegness said yesterday, the people knew what they were voting for, and it is patronising to suggest otherwise. Some suggest that the validity of a referendum in which over 33 million people voted is in doubt. Yet no such question troubled them in 1997, when Tony Blair secured a majority of 179 with just 13.5 million votes, and by contrast, 17.4 million voted to leave the European Union. We are leaving, and there will be no second referendum. Mr. Speaker, we undoubtedly face challenges ahead, but don't let's kid ourselves. There would have been major challenges if the United Kingdom had voted to remain. And there are 70 billion reasons why our EU partners will want to reach a mutually beneficial trade deal with us, because they have a £70 billion trade surplus with us. And I hope that those countries who in large part owe their liberation from the Soviet yoke to the Conservative government of Margaret Thatcher will respect our decision and help us forge a new constructive relationship, and I hope the same will apply to those whom we helped rebuild after the Second World War. And freed from the EU customs union, we will be able to embrace the world, negotiate trade deals with our Commonwealth friends, encouraging fair trade deals and the tiger economies of the world. However, it will be hard graft. The US may be our closest ally, but commercially there will be no pushover. Another note of caution, the EU's determination to create an EU defence identity shows no sign of relenting, and such a policy presents a direct threat to the ultimate guarantor of European security, NATO, and risks alienating NATO's principal paymaster, the United States of America. I shall be supporting this bill tonight.
Murray.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I have been a member of this House for almost 7 years, and rarely have I spoken on a bill of such great importance, not just to the country in Scotland, but to my own constituents. And it is a great pleasure to follow the right honourable gentleman from Aldershot. And whilst we fundamentally disagree about our views of the European Union, it's right that we're able in this House to express those views on behalf of our constituents and the country. And if that's what taking back control is about, let's talk about that democratic process, because we are only here today, and we were only here yesterday, because the public in this country were able to take this government to court to express their views that the government were railroading through a decision in this country without due process and without the taking back control they promised to this Parliament. And we should pay tribute to them that we're here able to make these arguments on behalf of our constituents. I campaigned vigorously for a Remain vote, like many members and honourable members in this chamber. Indeed, someone who campaigned alongside me night after night, Mr Speaker, was one of my party members, Gordon Dalziel, the son of Tam Dalziel. And if I could just pay tribute to Tam in the few seconds that I have, and say that our thoughts are with Gordon, Pam, Matthew and the rest of the Dalziel family. But the reason I campaigned so vociferously for the UK to remain a member of the European Union is because it's in our national interest to do so. When I was tramping around the streets of my constituency in 2010 and 2015, I wasn't knocking on doors promising my constituents that if I was elected to this House, I would do everything I possibly can to make their lives poorer. Indeed, the new Chancellor of the Exchequer has said quite clearly on the record that nobody votes to make themselves poorer. So it's incumbent on everyone in this House throughout this process not to just railroad this bill through as if it doesn't matter, but to fight for every single amendment on this bill to make sure that this House sends a strong message, both to the government and to our European partners, that we will make sure that this country gets the best deal for our constituents. I won't give way, if you don't mind, because of the timescales on other people wishing to speak. Mr Speaker, at the end of that process in terms of the EU referendum, 78% of my constituents voted to remain. Now, many arguments across this chamber in the last day or so have talked about not respecting the will of the people, not respecting the democratic will of the people. But as far as I'm concerned, and according to Erskine May, we are representatives of our constituents. None of these decisions in this House are taken easily. In fact, it's with a heavy heart that I will vote against triggering Article 50 this evening. But I'll do so in the knowledge that I can walk down the streets of Edinburgh South and look at my constituents in the eye and say to them that I've done everything I possibly can to protect their jobs, to protect their livelihoods and to protect the future for their family. But when this bill goes through, as the bill will, because we know the bill will go through after third reading and through its passage in the House of Lords, I'll work enthusiastically to make sure that we can get amendments to this bill and we can hold this government to account. Because Brexit might mean Brexit, Mr Speaker, but to my constituents and to many people across this country, Brexit doesn't mean Tory Brexit. And the rhetoric we've been getting from this government is wrong, and I don't know why they're fighting the people to stop this Parliament having a say, and I don't know why they're not reaching out across this chamber to try and get a common sound and a common voice to make sure that Britain can get the best possible deal from our European partners. I will vote no this evening against triggering Article 50, but be rest assured I'll spend the rest of the time in this chamber making sure I fight for my constituents' lives.
Mr Burt.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. For calling me to speak in a debate I never wanted to happen, and for a vote I never wanted to cast. This summer I will have been an MP for 30 years, supporting the pro-European cause with a passion, and I don't think I need to elaborate. I believe that the referendum at the base of this bill today had become an inevitability. I supported David Cameron's call. I may have been wrong. I envy the steadfastness of my right honourable friend, the member for Rushcliffe, and the consequence therefore of his vote on the bill. I'm in a different place. I voted for the referendum bill believing its result would count. I made a bargain with the good people of North East Bedfordshire on public platforms arguing to remain that we would honour the result of the referendum. If we voted to remain, that would be that, and if we voted to leave, I would support the decision if I was required as an MP to vote on the matter. We are, and I will. I'm not giving up fighting. I want to see the very best for my constituents out of the new arrangements. That's why I stood for the Brexit Select Committee, and why I'll work with others in Parliament and beyond to assist the government which has been landed with this to make the best of it. I don't believe that this bill provides much opportunity for the addition of detail to govern future negotiation. The government needs a pretty open hand, though one or two amendments might help the government in keeping and retaining parliamentary support. I will fight for a negotiated settlement, watching carefully for any sign that no deal is moving up the agenda. I want the government to be as open as possible to as many options as possible. The degree of detail to be covered is staggering, both for us and our partners, and new consequences are being uncovered every day. It is way more complicated than some of our colleagues ever wanted to believe, and all its consequences will not be beneficial. But there's one fight I want to see an end of, and on which I'm calling time. I don't believe there is any realistic prospect of the UK remaining in or rejoining the EU, certainly not in my lifetime in the House. I think it's time for me to place my support for the EU and for Europe on a different footing, one which recognises the reality of what we've done. So I'm going to work for the future prosperity of the EU, for our partnership relationship with it, for all the things we must continue to do together from that new position. I will defend it against those who still wish it further harm, from those misguided enough to believe that the further disintegration of the EU is of some benefit, whether from a viewpoint of malevolence in some quarters in the UK or ignorance in the United States. But I've decided I'm not going to fight for the UK at present to somehow find a quick way back to the EU. Let me be clear. I believe sincerely the decision of those who voted out was wrong, and as was the view of those who led them. I'm reconciled to Brexit, but I'm not yet persuaded of the wisdom of the decision. However, spending the next few years trying to reverse 48-52 to 52-48 the other way round doesn't seem to me to be in the UK's interest. I don't want an already divided country to be more so. Honest patriotism has merged seamlessly into jingoistic nationalism, and the national debate has become sad and dispiriting. As a confirmed Remainer and supporter of the EU, I do not want the next generation of Conservative MPs to have the blight of this argument dogging them, their associations, their members and their voters the same way as it's dogged us. It's soured friendships, deepened bitternesses and damaged relationships, and I swore at a mate in the tea room. And I'm sorry. Instead, I want to work towards a new partnership with the EU which will start to command ever-increasing support. We should aim higher than a minimum of support. We should look towards the vast majority of those in the EU supporting such a partnership. You can be pro-European and not define yourself solely in terms of membership of the EU. It's time to be proud to be British without hating the EU. I hope it helps if some of us who lost today take that opportunity to create something better out of what has happened. And with a heavy heart, although I'll vote for it, that's the relationship I'm looking for.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened to yesterday's debate and today's, and a lot of it's focused on process and procedure, and I want to focus on people. I made a very simple promise to the people of Bermondsey and Old Southwark in May 2015 that I will never support anything here that will damage them, their lives and their children, and I stand by that promise. I made that promise precisely because I followed a Liberal Democrat who backed Tory measures like the bedroom tax, like cuts to legal aid, and like tripling tuition fees, which damaged my community. So I made that promise and I stand by it, and I hear from people day in, day out about the damage since the referendum, like the universities, LSE, King's, South Bank Uni, UAL, in my constituency, who are worried about research funding from the European Union, worried about Erasmus, worried about a drop in international student numbers, which could mean higher fees for British students. That was not in the referendum last year. I hear from medical professionals worried about recruitment. We have an NHS that isn't getting £350 million extra a week, but is struggling, even with 54,000 non-UK EU nationals. They are worried about future recruitment. I hear from the financial sector, third highest financial sector employment of any constituency in the country. I hear from them, 7,000 jobs already gone. Nobody voted to lose their job. I hear from importers like Brindisa today and Mamushka last week, food importers who've seen costs rise since the referendum of 15%, costs that are being passed on to consumers and customers. People did not vote for a higher cost for a dinner out. And I hear from hotels. Now, whilst tourism has gone up since the referendum, there are many non-UK EU nationals working in our hotels, and there are simply not enough unemployed, unskilled Londoners to fill those jobs were we to leave. I also hear from exporters in my constituency who worry about future tariffs, future costs of things like having to print a different label for beer bottles going into the EU market. And I hear from people who are very worried about their future economic prospects, young professionals who supported the Conservative Party at the last election who now are politically homeless. The former Prime Minister, John Major, referred to the likes of the former Secretary of State for Work and Pensions as bastards. He could not have known that his party would become a whole government full of bastards who are absolutely causing economic damage for my constituencies and for and for the whole country. And at the risk of offending my own front bench as well as the government front bench, I say this. My members campaign vigorously to remain in the European Union, and they deserve a front bench position that is not to sign up to the government's position, the government's timetable and the government curtailing debate. It is a disgrace.
Order. There's no need for a point of order. Can I just say to the... I'm grateful to the honourable member for Bermondsey and Old Southwark that he shouldn't have used the word he used. He tried to wrap it up in a quote, but it was very unseemly and rather undignified and quite unnecessary, and he shouldn't have done it. And he should apologise.
Whilst I share the former Prime Minister's sentiment, I apologise if it's unparliamentary language.
It was unparliamentary language and he shouldn't do it again. Has he finished? He's finished his contribution. We're grateful to him. Nicky Morgan.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Speaker, for calling me to speak in this historic debate. I want, although he's not here on the benches, to pay tribute to the wonderful speech from the Right Honourable member and my neighbour for Rushcliffe, who, boy, does he show us how it's all done. Mr. Speaker, this is a short bill with huge ramifications for all of us for years to come. I campaigned, like others on this side, for Remain, but I accept the democratic vote, and I think we should allow the Article 50 notice to be triggered. I do agree with those who said that if we do not do that, a crisis in our democracy, which defeat for this bill would lead to, helps no one. Now, yesterday, the Secretary of State talked about the outcome he wanted as being to agree a stronger, fairer, more united and more outward-looking country. Well, I agree with him. Negotiations, the government's negotiations must lead to that outcome. And Parliament must, as other colleagues have said, be involved, not just at the start of this process, but throughout and particularly at the end. And the manner of that vote at the end is important. Ministers will note the amendments that have been tabled about that parliamentary vote, and I hope that they will be able to add to the Prime Minister's words on this, whether in the closing speech tonight or in the course of the committee stage next week. Mr. Speaker, I want to welcome the White Paper publication, particularly the Prime Minister's announcement that it will be published tomorrow. I think that is also very welcome. But I've been clear that this bill and the White Paper, which will set out the Prime Minister's 12 pillars, are separate and should be considered as such. For me, the tests to leading to a successful new relationship with the European Union are threefold. Firstly, leaving must not undermine our economy. It must not unduly affect the jobs and the household finances and the financial security of our constituents. I hope that we will get a chance to debate that as part of the debates on the White Paper. Secondly, leaving must not undermine our Constitution. I think that was tested in the courts, and I welcome the decision of the High Court, which was upheld by the Supreme Court. And finally, it must not undermine our values as a country. And I thought that the Honourable Member for Tottenham spoke very powerfully about values, as have others on both sides of the House in the course of yesterday and today. And that, Mr. Speaker, in terms of values, upholding them, is up to us as members of Parliament in this House, and it's up to government and to ministers. I have to be honest, never in my adult life have I felt so concerned about the stability and the state of the world in which we live. I have to say that I think with the Brexit vote, we have added an extra layer of uncertainty to our world. But I want to take the Secretary of State, what he said yesterday, at his word. This is the beginning, which means that this is not, to paraphrase a great former Prime Minister who believed in a united Europe, the beginning of the end. But this bill may, however, be the end of the beginning of this Brexit process.
Angus Brendan McNeill.
Mr. Speaker, and I'm very grateful to the Honourable Member for Gordon as well for trailing my speech earlier in his own remarks. It is indeed the case that I didn't intend to speak yesterday, but as I listened to yesterday's speeches, it occurred to me, and it occurred to me quite clearly, the House of Commons has taken leave of its senses. And this happens at times, but the difficulty and the danger is that the public trusts the House of Commons at moments like this. It trusted the House of Commons on Iraq when it had taken leave of its senses. It trusted the House of Commons on the poll tax when it had taken leave of its senses. On the poll tax, it was quickly corrected. Iraq currently still lies in ruins, and it is at a time when the opposition unites with the government that is particularly taking leave of its senses. If ever there was a time to be where it's now. I listened carefully to the honourable member for Tatton, who's not in his place, a man who gambled with his fear stories, his scare stories, on the EU and in Scotland. In Scotland he won, in the EU he lost. But this time, are we feeling lucky? Because a deal is not in the gift of the UK government. The deal is in the gift of also 38 Assembly and parliaments, regional parliaments across Europe, 27 sovereign nation parliaments and 1 EU parliament, with but 1 in 67 voices, and we have to get that into our heads. Because the Prime Minister has said that no deal is better than a bad deal. But no deal means, for farmers, meat will have 22% tariffs, dairy will have 36% tariffs, and fish, particularly affecting my constituency, will have 12% tariffs. And people assume the House of Commons knows what it's doing. It doesn't. It's crossing its fingers and hoping for the best. We are told in here time after time people know what they voted for. Perhaps they knew what they were voting for, to leave the EU, but they certainly didn't know the destination. And this House doesn't know the destination. The committee that I'm chair of doesn't know the destination. The Department for Trade doesn't know the destination. And the Prime Minister doesn't know the destination. So the pretence that because the people voted to leave the EU that they knew the destination is beyond facile. People in front of my committee, BASF, Manchester Airport Group, the CBI, the NFU, Dairy UK, the Society of Motor Manufacturers, the British Chamber of Commerce, Agriculture and Horticulture, Developer Board, Tech City UK, the Law Society do not know what the destination is for the UK. The UK is currently on a precipice. Mr. Speaker, of 100... I will give way to the honourable gentleman.
The honourable gentleman, he's speaking as if this is a great perception. Has he ever come across a negotiation between two parties where it's possible to predict in advance the outcome?
Well, gentleman is making the point precisely, and I am grateful to him for that. Because, honourable gentleman, he might be able to tell me how many states of the United Nations are not currently in a regional trade agreement. Anybody? You know, this gentleman, he was in my committee today. There are only 6 members of the United Nations that are not in a regional trade agreement. And thus, I will. Thank you. Mauritania, Palau, São Tomé and Príncipe, Somalia, South Sudan, East Timor, and soon to join this illustrious group, the United Kingdom. This is playing fast and loose. Cross your fingers and hope it works out for the best. The UK will find itself for the first time since 1960 not in a free trade agreement. It joined EFTA in 1960, a regional free trade agreement, and it has been like that. And even from the House of Commons Library, I'm told that every member of the OECD is in a regional trade agreement, and even North Korea signed up to one in 1988. The UK is boldly going what even North Korea fails to go. And if that is not giving members a pause for thought, what will? Because they head over the edge of the cliff as they take their constituents and the poorest people of society with them. Remember who paid for the bankers? The poorest in society. Who's going to pay for this fashion of Brexit? The poorest in society will be paying for this. This is feeling our way, it's crossing our fingers. It is not the best deal for the UK. And remember, the best deal for the UK is after smashing up the Rolls-Royce. The best deal we have it now, we have it with Europe. Now we're going to head down to the second-hand car dealer and ask him for the best motor he's got because we've smashed up our Rolls-Royce, we've thrown it to one side, and we refuse to travel in the best transport possible. We're now going for the best after we've smashed up the Rolls-Royce. This House, Mr. Speaker, has taken leave of its senses, as it did on Iraq, as it did on the poll tax, as it did on the bedroom tax, and numerous other things. But the people who are going to pay for it are not here, unfortunately. The members are hell-bent on going to any destination so long as it's leaving the EU. It is gross irresponsibility. And there's only one thing that can save Scotland, and that's independence, and independence very soon.
Nadine Dorries.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am very much looking forward to voting tonight, and I'm also looking forward to the debates that are going to take place into this chamber going forward over the next 2 years on universities and education, on immigration, on the economy, because I truly feel as a result of this referendum, we as an entity, as MPs, as Parliament, we are closer to the people now than we have ever been. I believe that they will be watching those debates, watching what we're talking about, and and we will be responding to a mandate that has been given to us by the people. So I, for one, am looking forward to tonight. But I can't stand here without responding to the leader of the Liberal Democrats, the member for Westmoreland and Lonsdale, because he called for a second referendum. Now, does anybody remember the honourable member calling for a referendum in 2010? In fact, his leaflets and posters for the party said, time for a real referendum. They also called for a referendum in 2011 on AV. They lost that. You've lost the most recent referendum. You've had the best of three. Time to stop calling for referendums. And I must say, the honourable member spoke with passion in the same way that he spoke with passion about tuition fees. And I must just say that as we are speaking now in this chamber, news is breaking that some members of the Liberal Democrats are going to abstain, some are going to vote for, and some are going to vote against. The honourable member has divided his party of only 9 MPs in a far more efficient manner than the party opposite has. I mean, well done. What an achievement. 9 MPs.
All over the fence.
But that brings me onto the party opposite. In 2005, and I have a better example than what my friend used, in 2005, 9.5 million people voted for the party opposite, for Mr Blair to lead a government. 17.2 million people voted against. More people voted for Brexit than voted for the party opposite in government in 2005. Now, the point of that is this. There are some members opposite tonight who served as ministers in that government, who voted for the referendum and tonight are going to vote against the result and the mandate given to them by the people. Now, I think it is slightly rich that having served as a minister in a party, in a government where you only achieved 9 million votes, did anybody call for a second referendum then? No. Did anybody revert to the rule of law then? No, of course not. Because people respect in this country a democratic vote. And, Mr Speaker, it's with... I apologise for probably my alteration in tone, but it's with some dismay that I woke this morning to the news that the former Prime Minister had tried to skew and influence the outcome of the referendum by attempting to have the editor of the Daily Mail removed from his post. I say this with a degree of shame that a leader of this party allegedly attempts to manipulate and distort the freedom of the press. Not the editor of The Guardian, not the editor of The Mirror or a paper that subscribed to his worldview, but a member of the Daily Mail. And the reason why I find this so distressing is because I think it brings into relief the way those who did wield their power to achieve the result they wanted, from Lagarde and the IMF's fantasy doom and gloom projections, from Mr Carney's inaccurate forecast and Obama's back-of-the-queue threats. I would caution those thinking of voting against tonight to be careful what they wish for and to be careful for wishing for second referendums. I think the people, advocates of free speech and free press and a powerful democracy, would view their wishes dimly.
Allen.
Speaker, George Orwell said that in a time of universal deceit, telling the truth is a revolutionary act. And I'd like to try and tell some truths in the brief time I have. Every Prime Minister in my political lifetime has fostered the elitism that bit back in the referendum. Those leaders held that the European project was far too precious to share with our people. They failed to build a British vision for a reformed EU, and they failed to build a credible immigration policy with the public. They fed the beast that roared last June, and we all have some responsibility in that. Then, the fear of the hard right in the Conservative Party has led two Prime Ministers to recklessly gamble with the future of our country. One called a referendum he thought he would never lose. The other has been pushed into triggering exit even before thinking through how it will actually happen. Weakness and incompetence then, weakness and incompetence now. And one lesson we should all learn is that never again should a complex economic and international issue be reduced to an X-Factor style plebiscite. Last week, embarrassingly, the British government was caught acting unconstitutionally by the Supreme Court when trying to use a Trumpian-style executive order to bypass Parliament on exit. Government's fear of Parliament, even one whose agenda it controls, led to wasted months fighting a legal action when every MP could have been put to work helping to craft the best exit deal for the UK. Time which the Prime Minister could have used to tour the capitals of Europe to work out a position, to build the goodwill that we will need to get us a good deal. Government is doing the bare minimum that it thinks it can get away with without being in contempt of court. It does this by bringing this derisory and undernourished bill before Parliament. No apology, no white paper, no plan for leaving the EU. And we are, today, meant to meekly aid and abet this incompetence and buckle to the dog whistle threat that if MPs dare to do their job and believe in parliamentary sovereignty, then the wrath of the social media mob and the Conservative press will be unleashed against us. I ask my colleagues to actually show some strength today, because this day will not repeat. This is the moment you will think of in 10 years' time about what you did on this occasion. We are not voting on in or out. That's history. You can't live there. That's been decided. We are voting on whether we believe that this government are ready to trigger leaving when clearly they are not. The Emperor has no white paper. Let's take heart from the judges who stood firm in doing their duty despite the enemies of the people media headlines. Let's take heart from Gina Miller and individual citizens who held government to account, acting where this supine Parliament feared to even seek legal clarification of its own rights before the court. Yes, we should vote for a bill authorising exit from the European Union, but do that when we have done our duty on due diligence, when we and our constituents know what the government has planned and which of the thousands of permutations of exit it is going for, and how it meaningfully wants to involve Parliament. This bill is not about ignoring the referendum result, but realising it, ensuring that our whole democracy works to secure the best deal possible, unifying our nation, not glorying in its division into winners and losers.
Bryant.
Mr. Speaker, when my honourable friend was just speaking about a white paper and the date of publication, the Minister said on the front bench that it was going to be published tomorrow. Is that news for the House?
I think it is not news for the House in the sense, if memory serves me correctly, that the Prime Minister indicated as much in the course of Prime Minister's questions. Well, that's... One thing I know about the honourable gentleman is that he is invariably listening to his own wisdom. We're grateful to him for that. Mr. Stephen Hammond.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is this Parliament, since its beginning, has been the place where Britons who are elected debate and make the decisions that affect our country's future. And so it's only right that tonight it will be this House that will vote to trigger Article 50. I was one of the 544 who voted for the referendum to give our people a choice and a say on the future. So it would be entirely inconsistent to reject the verdict of that referendum, even if it is at odds with my own view. Indeed, I voted and campaigned for the UK to remain in the EU. I'm disappointed by the result. 71% of my constituents voted to remain. I have had hundreds, literally hundreds of letters in the last week telling me that I should represent them tonight and vote against the government. But as much as my right honourable friend for Aldershot is, I'm a defender of democracy, and I voted knowing full well that if Leave won the debate, then that was what would happen. And so tonight, I will be in the lobby triggering Article 50. But what? I will give way, but only once.
Since September, a select committee has been established on exiting the EU. We've had 26 debates in Parliament relating to the EU and the departure, and there have been 7 statements in this House. Does my honourable friend agree that these statistics highlight the many hours of debate that have been available to all members of the House, contrary to what some might suggest? And it's time that we respect, the majority of the public, and tonight
support the British people. Thank you.
Well, I don't know if the honourable lady heard me, but I said I will certainly be respecting the result of the referendum. And indeed, we have had those debates. But what is crucial is now where we go from here. For what the people did not say to us in the referendum was on how and on what terms we will be leaving. And I believe the best way to decide those issues and actually to mitigate the impact of uncertainty is for the government to keep Parliament updated as much as possible throughout the negotiations and actually to allow this House to have a meaningful input into those negotiations. Like my right honourable friend for Loughborough, I absolutely welcome the publication of the White Paper tomorrow. And I hope that bill will build on the Prime Minister's speech and create some level of uncertainty. But also it is in the government's best interest, for I believe the fullest possible involvement of Parliament will actually help our negotiating position. Our negotiations will carry much greater weight with the EU 27 if it's clear that the negotiating stance has the backing of this House.
Yes, absolutely right.
And amongst all the talk of sovereignty and the hope of trade deals, we must not forget the effect of this process on individuals, constituents, many people who live in our constituencies. Many of the people who live in Wimbledon are EU citizens. And I hope that the government will find a very early resolution to guarantee the rights of those people who may not be British citizens, but I regard as my constituents. I've said several times in the House, in the opportunity of the debates the honourable lady was speaking about, uncertainty is a key concern for industry and for financial services. It's vital for London's success. It employs 2 million people. It's our biggest tax-generating sector. I don't need to go on. And therefore, we should strive for a deal a deal which puts financial services at the heart, with equivalence and mutual recognition. But equally, as my honourable friend for South West Devon said earlier, it is clear that these negotiations are going to be complex. We need to guarantee certainty, and that means a proper transitional process where everybody can adjust to the new rules without a sudden shock, and that can be achieved, and I hope the front bench will clarify that's at the heart of their ambitions. This bill gives the United Kingdom the ability to trigger Article 50, and almost everybody in this chamber tonight will do that. And I'm pleased that the Prime Minister has promised this Parliament to vote on the final deal. But what needs to be clarified is at what stage in the process the vote will take place, and that all information will be given to Parliament. It also needs to be clear that Parliament will be able to vote if the government seeks to withdraw from the EU without a deal. If the government believes no deal is achievable, then I hope the Secretary of State would absolutely ensure and commit that the government will come back to this Parliament with all the options placed before us. If the vote is after the agreement of the treaty, but prior to the ratification, as is the current legal position, then it will probably mean that the vote will be too late and meaningless. So in my view, the vote must occur before the government concludes the agreement. And if anyone has actually read Article 50, that is what will actually happen in the European Parliament. Are we now suggesting that the European Parliament should be more sovereign than this Parliament? I think not. The deal will need the consent of the if it needs the consent of the European Parliament, it should need the consent of this Parliament as well. So, Mr. Speaker, as Churchill said of the Battle of Britain, this bill represents the end of the beginning, but it also gives this House the chance to show our constituents we can come together, heal the divisions, find the best deal for this country.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, as members in this House, we make difficult decisions every day. Some of these decisions are of local significance and others take on national significance. But the only reason we have the ability to make these decisions in the House is because our local constituents gave us their consent and voted for us at the general election. And a point has been made to me that we are not delegates, but when all your neighbours, your local business people, your local pharmacists, local health professionals, your political allies, and indeed your political opponents make the point to you that you have to take a stand on an issue, I feel this is the right course of action. Mr. Speaker, I did not want to resign my frontbench role. I know it was not a great office of state, but it was an important role that allowed me to hold the government to account on their aspirations of social mobility. But today, we are debating whether we trigger Article 50 and give the Prime Minister the permission to exit the European Union. And I feel I would be abandoning my duty to my constituents who have overwhelmingly and unwaveringly made their point that they do not want to leave the European Union. 75% of my constituents voted to remain in the European Union. And my honourable friend from Holborn and St Pancras made the point very powerfully from the dispatch box yesterday that this decision has not been easy. It's been a haze of conflicting emotions as we decide what to do in the Labour Party. But for me, there were two main reasons why I made the decision I did and why I will be voting against the bill today. The first decision has been made because of the future of the EU nationals living in my constituency. There are 17,000 EU nationals living in Hampstead and Kilburn. And some people have accused me and told me that I only want to be elected at the next election, which is why I'm taking this stand. Let me tell you, those people can't vote for me at the next election. The reason why I'm taking the stand I'm taking is because in Hampstead and Kilburn, we do not wince when we hear people speaking in a different language on public transport. We do not blame the very real pressures on our health system, on our criminal justice system, and on our housing by scapegoating others just because they do not look like us and because they do not sound like us. In Hampstead and Kilburn, we do not indulge in baseless theories that our country is at breaking point. In Hampstead and Kilburn, we celebrate these EU nationals. They are a part of our fabric as much as everyone else, and they have a right to be here as much as the successive generations that came before them. If I vote for this bill today, I am abandoning my responsibility to these EU nationals who live in my constituency. And for lack of time, I will go on to the next reason why I'm voting against this, because of the lack of access to the single market. This affects three main groups in my constituency: the self-employed, who have argued that they need tariff-free trade with the EU; those who are involved with the scientific and technical industries, because in the last 10 years, the scientific funding has increased by 73% from EU sources, and at this point, their projects are in jeopardy. And finally, no, I will not give away, and finally, those who are involved in the financial and insurance service, who have no clarity over the future of their passporting rights. These are the reasons why, in good conscience, I cannot vote for the bill today. And finally, I will quote my friend, my honourable friend from Leeds Central, and say, this is not how we do things in the House. We need clarity. We need to see the economic impact of this decision. And in good conscience, and for the sake of my constituents, whether they can vote for me or not, I will not be voting for this bill today.
Dr. Andrew Murison.
It's a great pleasure to follow the honourable lady. She expresses herself with clarity and passion, and though I won't be in the lobbies with her this evening, I very much share many of the sentiments that she has expressed. Mr. Speaker, in 1519, Hernan Cortes arrived in the New World. The first thing he did was to burn the ships that had brought him there. Pointing up the beach, he told his astonished crew that since retreat to Europe was no longer an option, the only way forward was up the beach to the opportunities he saw in the New World. Britain now stands on the brink of its Cortes moment. When Article 50 is triggered, there will be no way back. Brexit Britain must, of course, broker the best possible deal it can with the European Union, but our future long-term will depend just as much on our ability to operate freely and globally. Meanwhile, in Europe, Mr. Tusk this week has told us that assertive and spectacular steps, his words, are needed to revive the aspiration to raise European integration to the next level. Whose aspirations? Not those of the British public, plainly. But Mr. Tusk has done moderates like me, people who admit risks as well as benefits from Brexit, a real service. His remarkable candour and his false prescription has explained more eloquently than I ever could why it was that the British public voted to leave on the 23rd of June. We have had some truly excellent contributions today and yesterday, and I pay tribute to honourable members who have expressed their positions forthrightly, even if I disagree with them. This is the House at its very best. This is the House listening to the public that we serve. Mr. Speaker, last week, the Permanent Secretary at the Ministry of Defence, in an interview for the engagingly titled Civil Service Weekly, said that the EU was operationally irrelevant to defence and security. He was wrong. The European Union is relevant to our defence and security. I am fully supportive of the Petersburg tasks, the use of assets for humanitarian and peacekeeping operations under the EU's CSDP. I admire Operation Atalanta, run from our own fleet headquarters at Northwood. I accept that the European Defence Agency, a body who, as a minister's budget I tried to contain, runs a number of projects that Britain benefits from. And my point is, we must seek to engage with Europe post-Brexit wherever it is expedient to do so. And I would urge ministers, particularly as ministers within Europe's principal military and naval power, to continue engaging, particularly on CSDP, wherever there is mutual benefit in us doing that. Yesterday, City UK reversed its previously held Euroscepticism and announced that, in its view, the European Union was a straitjacket and that Brexit presented an unprecedented opportunity. Absolutely. It spoke of achieving a global Brexit. And that reminds us that in all those years, the only trade deals concluded by the European Union were with South Korea, Mexico and South America. Britain pulled its ability to do deals with the European Union in the mistaken belief that Brussels would undertake the task on its behalf. Clearly, it was asleep on watch. Now is the time for Britain to rediscover its historic engagement with global markets, and I hope in the years ahead ministers will do that. We have had the bizarre spectacle of Germany making more money from exporting coffee than the developing countries that grow coffee.
Debates.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As my honourable friend, the Shadow Brexit Secretary, said at the beginning of this debate, this is a very difficult debate for many of us on this side of the chamber. I supported Remain strongly in the referendum campaign. I did so because I believed it was in the interests of the country and the constituency I represent. I thought the economic arguments that the Remain campaign advanced would in the end succeed, but that wasn't the case. And in the end, I didn't ask the people for their views if I wasn't going to listen to what they said. I accept that the vote for this bill is actually only opening the exit door, but it probably will mean ultimately that as a result we leave the EU. But in the end, I will listen to my constituents and their views because my constituency voted overwhelmingly to leave. And the reason my constituents gave to me on the doorstep, that many of them did feel left behind by economic progress over a number of decades. They felt they were not in control of their lives. They felt that we, as their representatives, as a political class, were not listening to them. And that one of the fundamental issues of concern was around unrestricted immigration from the EU. That is the honest information they gave to me, which I am relaying to the House. And people who are not racist, still have genuine concerns about the impact on their public services and their jobs and pay and conditions from that unrestricted immigration. And those concerns were expressed to me by people from different ethnic backgrounds, from the Pakistani and Kashmiri, Bangladeshi, Somaliland community, as well as from white British residents. And I feel now if we don't listen to those genuinely held concerns, the disillusionment with politicians and politics will simply grow, and we risk driving those people into the arms of the racists who actually do want to perform and put forward a different agenda completely. But at the same time, I recognise, Mr. Speaker, while I will vote for the bill, that it's still important in Sheffield for its industry to have free access to EU markets. My constituents do not want to pay tariffs on imports from the EU. They want to have assurances that the food they eat in the future will be safe as it is now. They want to see cooperation on environmental matters, on defence, on security, on science and research. And they want to keep the same employment rights and protections as they now enjoy. And they don't want to see a race to the bottom on reducing taxation on corporate matters so that we can compete with offshore tax havens elsewhere. So in the end, Mr. Speaker, it's important, if we are to keep those issues on the agenda, that Parliament is regularly updated on progress on the discussions, and at the end this Parliament has a vote on the final outcome, just as the European Parliament will do. Mr. Speaker, I still have concerns about voting for the bill, the concerns that I felt when I argued strongly for Remain in the referendum. But in the end, I have more concerns about the damage to democracy if I don't vote for the bill.
Mr. Richard Benyon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm not one to brag, but I do humbly suggest that I do know something about how to negotiate in Europe. My personal best was what the civil service call a three-shirter. It's 3 days and 2 nights, continuous negotiation. So I wish my honourable and right honourable friends well as they enter this process. And can I ask them to ignore all those who suggest that they might like to share with us and the world every single red line, every single negotiating nuance, because nothing would be likely to secure a worse deal for us in this House, in this country, following that. And I have to break it gently to some members of this House and to some of the people deluging our inboxes that most people out there are not absolutely fascinated with the politics of Brexit. They are rooted in the realities of Brexit. These are the small family farming business in the Berkshire Downs concerned about what it means for them. It's about the life sciences company in Newbury that wants to sell its world-beating products to health services in Europe. It's about companies that will be part of consortia or supply chains, some of which will be in and some of which will be outside the European Union. And how is it going to work for them? It's about people who want to study abroad. It's for people who are concerned about the future of our environment. The experience of the referendum campaign for me was a miserable one. A new low in the political discourse of the nation, and I put blame for that on both sides. As the dust settles, I, like many in this House, have a choice. And that choice is whether to play the role of some sort of parliamentary insurgent, finding devious mechanisms with which to do down the view the public took in an open and fair referendum. Or is it that we should represent the views of our constituents, the vast majority of our constituents, who want them to act in their best interests and to understand the government takes a heavy burden as it seeks to achieve an orderly exit? There is one notable voice that is absent from our debates here in this historic proceedings, and that is my honourable friend, the member for Grantham and Stamford. He wrote an article, difficult though it must have been for him in the middle of his treatment for cancer. It was full of intelligence, it was full of common sense, and had an understanding of what it is to be a liberal conservative at a time like this. He reminded us that we need to look forward. We need to look forward to a world in which we can have a decent, open and generous relationship with our European partners, because that's what we believe, not just because that is in our nature, but because free trade and a belief in markets is something that is important to us. It's also a reminder when you read it why we want our honourable friend back here in good health and near future. He reminded us that we need to cooperate on issues like climate change, on science, on countering terrorism and all the other things that matter to us. A generosity and decency outreach to our partners, and to a rejection of the kind of insular, backward-looking and small Britain that has affected this debate for too long. So I, as a Remainer, who feels that the country has taken a wrong turn, will passionately support this bill tonight. And I give the Treasury bench full notice that I will be taking part in every available opportunity to hold them to account that we reach the best deal for the people of this country, for our constituents, and to do that in a constructive way.
Dowd. Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Speaker. I shall be as brief as I can. A slightly depressing debate today because, as everybody knows, because of the collusion of the front benches, the result is a foregone conclusion. Eric Forth, who many in this House will remember, always said, when the front benches agree with each other, it's time for the House to be at its most active and examine precisely what that alliance means. My honourable friend, the member for Holborn and St Pancras, as was mentioned by my honourable friend for Sheffield South East or wherever it is, said yesterday, well, I might have got the wrong bit of Sheffield, that's all. Said yesterday that this is a very difficult issue for the Labour Party, and indeed it is. I think it's a very difficult issue for everybody in this House. It presents us with a paradox and a difficulty to know what is the right thing to do. Some people say the result of the referendum means that supporting this bill is the right thing to do. Others disagree. Others say that their duty to their constituents transcends even party loyalties. And I will make my position perfectly clear, because I am in a very fortunate position. My constituency, as I told the Prime Minister during the statement on the Monday after the referendum on the 27th, voted by something like 2 to 1 to remain in the European Union. And as I said then, I always regard my primary responsibility as being towards my constituents. My constituents have written to me in unprecedented numbers. I'm sure most members of this House will have received more information and more contact from constituents over this issue than just about any other, certainly in the 25 years that I've been a member of this House, urging me to support it because the constituency voted that way. I will support their objection to leaving the European Union, and I will vote against the second reading tonight. I will vote for the Scottish National Party amendment, and I will vote against the programme motion, and I will continue to do so. I will be, I say to my front bench, active next week. And when it comes before committee, I will seek to amend the bill, but I will vote against the third reading as well, because I will not be complicit in something that I know and feel to be wrong, and to be against the best interests of not just my constituents, and not just this city, of which my constituency is a small part, but this country and all its people. Anything else, whatever negotiations take place, whatever agreements are made, will be suboptimal. Reform of the European Union, staying in the European Union and leading the campaign of reform was in the best interest of the British people, and I will do nothing now which undermines their position. What I'd also say is people have mentioned the European Union, the status of European Union citizens in this country. The Prime Minister, and I'm sure she's in earnest about this, I'm sure she's being genuine when she says she wants to get early agreement for reciprocal arrangements in Europe for British nationals living within the EU. I say, and others say this as well, the answer is in her own hands. She can reassure EU nationals living in this country now and say that their future and that of their families is secure, and then go, quite rightly, to the chambers and the councils of Europe and say, we demand the same from you. And there would be only one reason why I would ever turn my back on the European Union and agree that we should leave. It would be if they turned round and denied British citizens the right that we can give to EU nationals.
My honourable friend, give way.
Very well.
I'm grateful, my honourable friend, for giving way, and honourable members opposite shouted, what if they say no? Surely that's the point. Is the Prime Minister seriously saying that if the other countries said no, that she would ask the current European Union citizens resident in this country to leave?
That's precisely the point. We can do that, and we can do it now. The reason why UKIP has so little traction in London, for example, is because most Londoners, within a generation or two, are immigrants themselves. Not necessarily from overseas even, but from other parts of the United Kingdom, from Scotland, from Wales, from Northern Ireland, from the north, from the southwest. So the idea of the other is nothing new to Londoners. I agree what others have said about the pace of social change. People need to feel that they're in control of it, there's a role for them, they understand the nature of the change that's being effected. My fear this evening, Mr. Speaker, is that a number of people, I will vote as I've indicated because I believe it to be right. It might, in the fullness of time, prove to be a mistake on my part, but I believe it to be right. What worries me and depresses me about today's proceedings is I fear a lot of members tonight will vote for something that they know is not right because it's expedient to do so. I shall not join those ranks. I shall do whatever I can to ensure that the deal which inevitably will follow is the best it can possibly be, but I will not be complicit in undermining the position of the British people.
Charlie Elphick. Mr. Speaker, for centuries, Dover has had an important role as the gateway and guardian of the kingdom. So in the referendum campaign, I was concerned about the impact potentially on border security, the impact on cross-border cooperation, the potential impact on trade, because Dover is, in a very real sense, on the front line. And I set out these concerns to my constituents, as well as my concerns about the medium-term risks to the economy that my right honourable friend, the former Chancellor, the member for Tatton, alluded to earlier. There was a referendum after a long debate, a thorough debate. However high quality many members may think that debate was, there was a proper debate. People knew what they were voting for, and they made a clear decision. So I, for one, will be voting to respect the result. Now, the leader of the Liberal Democrats seems to think this is all like Hotel California. You can check out, but you can never leave. But I don't think that that is the right approach to take. The SNP think that you should just have multiple referendums until you might get the right result. But on their track record, losing the AV referendum, losing the independent referendum, losing the European referendum, they're not doing too well, and they might start to think that perhaps they ought to accept and respect a referendum result. I shall respect this result, and we need to be very clear in this House on the red lines that we were given by the British people. My constituents are very clear. Number one, there must be an end to unchecked EU migration. Number two, no more billions for bloated Brussels bureaucrats. And that leaves very clearly, that we must leave the single market, and if we want to do trade deals in an unfettered way with the rest of the world, we need to leave the customs union. For Dover, that has a real impact. I make no bones of that, and that's why I am working hard to make this work. I have put together proposals as to how we can restore border controls at Dover effectively. I'm putting together a group, on how we can manage customs leaving the European Union in 2 years, and how we can be ready on day one. And it is the job of this House and the job of each and every one of this member not just to respect the result, but to make it work for the good of the British people. Because we cannot be here hoping for doom, hoping for things to go wrong, because we need to recognise that if things do go wrong, it impacts the people we serve and represent. They will lose their jobs, they will lose their homes, they will be less well off. And that's why I am making to make this work, and why I implore everyone in this House to make this work and make a success of it. Recognise that we're going to have to leave the single market, recognise that we're going to have to leave the customs union, recognise that we're going to have to be ready on day one. And we also need to recognise that there may not be a deal. We should work tirelessly in good faith for a deal, but it may be that no deal is immediately forthcoming, again for the reasons my right honourable friend, the member for Tatton, set out, that the mindset of our European colleagues is not currently conducive for a deal. And that is why we must be ready on day one, and we must be ready for the fact that they may not wish to do a deal at that time. Also, any deal maker and negotiator will tell you the best way to land a deal is to be prepared for no deal taking place. And that is why we need to be ready for border controls, ready for customs duties, ready for trade with the whole wide world, as well as ready to do a positive deal and have positive engagement with the European Union in the years to come. So I implore this House to think constructively, to be constructive, to respect the result, and to look at the future of this nation as the best days are yet to come.
Mike Gapes.
Mr. Speaker, I came into this House with my friend from Lewisham West and Penge 25 years ago, and I'm delighted to say that I'm with him today on this bench, and I agree with every word that he said, and it therefore gives me 4 minutes to talk about other things. President Donald yesterday made a very important statement. President Donald Tusk, that is. Donald Tusk pointed to the threats that face Europe, the threats from Russia, the threats of change of climate, and the threats from across the Atlantic from the other Donald. If I predict, if this situation had arisen before the referendum, we may have had a different result. More and more people in this country are realising that we need our European partnership. And this is not the time to be leaving the cooperation of European foreign and security policy. It is not the time to be leaving the European Defence Agency. It is not the time to be leaving cooperation with our European partners in it. Yes, all right. Yes.
I understand the comments that are being made by the honourable member, and he's arguing with passion. But it's not the time either to replay the arguments of the referendum. The British public has spoken, and now it's down to us to take forward their views and vote with the government this evening.
I'm not replaying the arguments, I'm dealing with the realities. And interestingly, perhaps the member stood on a manifesto at the last general election in 2015, where his party said yes to the single market. It also said that it would bring in a referendum. It had a mandate for doing that. But as the former Europe Minister, the member for Aylesbury, said, the referendum is advisory, as was the case for both the 1975 referendum on Europe and the Scottish independence vote last year. That's what he said in 2015 on the 16th of June. This Parliament has to decide how, when and if to implement this referendum. The problem with the position that is being taken by both front benches, by triggering early, we are going to be on an escalator in one direction with no ability to get off. There is a legal process going on in the Irish courts at this moment about the possibilities, the implications of whether Article 50 is reversible. We don't know that judgment yet. Why on earth are we triggering before we know the legal position on Article 50? Why is it the decision of our government to go for the hardest possible leaving of the EU? No customs union, no Euratom, problems for Gibraltar, problems for the Northern Ireland peace process and the Good Friday Agreement, and all of these things are being done in advance of knowing whether we could decide in a year's time or maybe 2 years' time before this process is complete. We need to not be on this escalator. We need to have a means to stop that process, and that is why we need clarity before we start triggering it. We did not need to trigger in March this year. We could have waited. It did not need to be done in advance of the French election and the German election. And the reality is the ratification process requires decisions in 27 national parliaments and the regional parliaments of Wallonia and elsewhere in Belgium, and a decision by the European Parliament. So if we are to get that process, we will have a narrow window of opportunity, perhaps just about a year, from the autumn of this year until the autumn of 2018, and then there will have to be a ratification process. We won't get a good agreement. We could be in a disastrous position of going off the cliff with no agreement at all, with the terrible economic consequences of WTO terms only. That is an unmitigated disaster for my constituents and for the country. I am doing what the member for Rushcliffe said yesterday. I am voting as members of Parliament should. I am following my own judgment. I am listening to my constituents and to the country. No, I have to conclude. But I will not be voting to trigger Article 50 at any stage.
Shelbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I indeed cast my personal vote for Remain in the referendum. I have had and have concerns about the security implications of leaving the EU. I have always been opposed to an EU army. I wonder whether that may come about without us there to veto it. And many of the concerns I had about the security issues across Europe, I don't believe have still even been addressed or answered. I also had concerns about inflationary effects, and some of that is kicking in, but I do note that it hasn't reached the 2% level yet that the Bank of England aims for. But I surprised many of my colleagues, especially those who I sat with on the European Scrutiny Committee, for having a vote to remain, because the one thing they did recognise was that I never had any truck with the federalisation of Europe, the political side of Europe. I felt that it was wrong. I felt that it did indeed impinge too far on the work of this Parliament, and indeed so many people in my constituency said to me, we joined a common market, we didn't join an EU. And even though my personal vote was for Remain, the one thing I always passionately felt and fully supported, and I don't class myself as a particular hard right-winger of the Conservative Party, as has been painted on benches opposite, and those who are against this policy as being those were the only reasons that the former Prime Minister was forced into a referendum. I passionately believe that there had to be a referendum, because people were never given their say on the European Union. They were given their say on a common market, and they said they wanted to be in the common market. They never say in the European Union. But what has been clear since the result of that referendum is that the EU haven't taken seriously any of the lessons as to why people in this country are moving against it. And I have to say that I would tomorrow vote to leave, because I felt that there was an opportunity that we could negotiate with the European Union, that we could work on some of those issues that were a problem for people in this country, and they ignored our former Prime Minister David Cameron. They didn't think the country would vote to leave. And I see the same consequences going through now in the comments of the Maltese Prime Minister, in the comments of Donald Tusk, and they have real warnings on the horizon from some of the elections taking place across Europe. And this is an organisation that needs to reform. And if it doesn't reform, I fear for where it will go. But I also want to say, Mr. Speaker, that above all, it was an exercise in democracy. And it would be folly in the extreme for the other place, with maybe politicians in the other place dominated by parties who have been diminished in the elected House, to try and go against the will of this House. And that will indeed, I think, be a suicide bid by the other place if they try and amend and send back and disrupt the will of this House. And that is a warning I give. I am on the record of wanting Lord's reform. You can't get Lord's reform when the public aren't behind you. Believe me, Mr. Speaker, they will be right behind us if they try and stop the will of this House over the next few weeks. And I send that as a friendly warning, Mr. Speaker, that they must take note of what this House says, because what this referendum has been about, above all else, is democracy. People saying they didn't want to be controlled by unelected bodies in Europe. People saying that they had their choice and they expect us to action that choice. It may not have been the result that I voted for, but I am a Democrat, and above all, Mr. Speaker, I respect the ballot box and I respect the outcome of the ballot box. And this House must respect the outcome of the ballot box. Thank you.
Mrs. Madeline Moon.
Mr. Speaker, we as a Parliament and as a democracy haven't done but well by the people who elected us. We took the country into a referendum which had nothing to do with the best interest of Britain, and everything to do with attempting to heal deep divisions within the Conservative Party. We on this side didn't oppose the referendum because we didn't wish to appear to not trust the voters. And I have to admit we did have some of our own divisions. But all of us failed to set the rules for a referendum. We didn't impose a supermajority. We didn't have a requirement for a roadmap of the future showing the implications of a leave or remain vote and the cost implications of the two alternatives. Then came the shockingly irresponsible referendum campaign full of lies, misinformation, dog whistle politics, fear and xenophobia. When the people of Bridgend voted in a majority to leave the EU, they did so for a variety of reasons. They wanted the money back, which the battle bus told them was going to Europe, while apparently nothing came back to the UK. And they wanted it spent on the NHS. They're not going to get it. They wanted control of immigration and spending. They wanted an end to austerity and I quote, to wipe the smug look of the Prime Minister and the Chancellor's face. Well, they achieved that one. On the doorstep, people didn't tell me they were happy to lose their workers' rights, to lose jobs, to have lower standards of living or goods, or to reduce opportunity for their children and their grandchildren. They didn't also talk about wanting to leave the single market, the customs union, or pursuing a bold and ambitious free trade agreement. Somehow we as politicians were to square that circle, stop immigration, get our money back and control back and become more affluent. I can't keep on voting for a process that gives the people of Bridgend no assurance of a secure future for them and their children. I won't be voting to trigger Article 50.
Would she give way?
I certainly will give way.
I'm very grateful for her to give way, and I've taken the unusual step of listening to the debate rather than contributing to it. But having listened for many hours over the last 2 days, I'll also be joining her in voting against second reading this evening.
I welcome that information because my honourable friend is someone whose integrity and whose contribution in debates I always listen to, and I am deeply pleased that he'll be joining me in the lobbies. We're voting here today with a white paper promised tomorrow, not before this discussion, this debate. We've got no risk assessment, no financial assessment, a total lack of clarity on the government's policy, bar a thin promise of a sunlit uplands, not in the Prime Minister's gift anyway, of a passporting tariff-free agreement that means costs won't rise for financial services, and my Ford engines or Tata Steel next door in Aberavon, both of whom sent over 2/3 of their output into Europe. I intend to keep voting no until I can see a position that's the best we can obtain for this country. I'm ashamed at the way we've abandoned EU citizens and their families who give their lives, their love and their settled future to the UK. I've got a wonderful German daughter-in-law and now an extended German family. I've many friends who are MPs across Europe, who are members of the NATO Parliamentary Assembly, who are deeply saddened by the words and the threats emanating from this government. I accept the outcome of the referendum. We're leaving the European Union, but that doesn't mean I'm willing to vote for the party opposite to lead this country into a treacherous, uncertain future. There's a Gramsci quote that, depending on the translation, says, "The old order is dying, the new one is struggling to be born, and in the interregnum, monsters are abroad." They most certainly are. We are voting before we know the outcome of 3 European elections, which will influence the deal that we finally face. And then there's Trump's America. Can we trust any part of our economic security to an America where Trump's inauguration speech, support for torture, ban on Muslims entering the US, anti-climate change rhetoric, and the clear statement of America first and the commitment to end trade agreements that are not in America's best interest? I am voting particularly because I don't trust that this is a government that can take me to the right place. I trust the British people. I don't trust this government.
Ms. Cleverly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am in an easy position. I have an easy decision to make. In fact, I have no decision to make. I campaigned and voted for Brexit, as did my constituency, as did the United Kingdom. So I am not torn in terms of what I'm going to do this evening, but I'm also not going to demand or even suggest how other members of this House should vote, because each one of us has a unique combination of local constituency pressures, and I cannot look into the heart of other members of this House to see where they sit. So I am not going to call upon anyone to vote in one way or another. I'm going to reflect on what I think the implications of the Brexit vote should be for all of us, irrespective of what our political position is, and indeed irrespective of how we choose to vote in the divisions this evening and the divisions at committee stage next week. Brexit provides us with an opportunity, but it also exerts upon us an external discipline. And discipline is something which guides our actions and decisions. And discipline also encourages us to do what is difficult but right. And the discipline that Brexit imposes upon us is to listen very carefully to people in Britain who clearly feel they have not been listened to up until this point. And it is very easy for us to project our own prejudices onto why people voted the way they did. And we all do it. And we have seen it both from those of us who voted for Brexit to project very base motivations onto those who are going to vote in alignment with their constituents, and we would be wrong to do so. But we also have to understand why there are communities in Britain who are concerned about their standard of living, about migration, about globalisation. We have to respond to those concerns. But also on the government side, we have to understand that at some point we will need to explain why we are perhaps prioritising certain markets and business sectors in our negotiations above others. We will need to explain the value that international migration brings to the British economy, and perhaps why immigration will not suddenly stop overnight the day after we leave the EU. And those are not going to be... I'm happy to give them.
Thank my honourable friend for the speech he's making and the important points he's making in the next steps. Does he not agree that the modern industrial strategy that's now been set out is going to be a vitally important element of paving the way forward for our economy in a post-Brexit world?
I thank my honourable friend, and I think it is going to be incredibly important that the government lays out a pathway between, or from now moving forwards, that explains to many people in Britain how a global economy can work not just for the greater good but for their individual good. And ultimately, when members of this House say that the British people need to have a say, they are absolutely right, the British people need to have a say, but they should remember that Brexit is the start of an ongoing existence. It is not a discrete process, and that the deal the Prime Minister and ministers negotiate will be the deal that is put to the British people at the 2020 general election. And if other members of this place from other parties feel that they have a better version of a relationship with Europe, perhaps a version that prioritises market access over border control, it is not necessarily a position that I would agree with, but it is nonetheless a legitimate position. And if they wish to prioritise membership of the customs union over our ability to strike independent free trade deals, that again would not be a position that I would agree with, but it is nonetheless a legitimate position. And what parliamentary sovereignty means is those alternative versions of Brexit, what an SNP Brexit or a Liberal Democrat Brexit or a Labour Brexit might look like, can be put before the British people in the lead up to the 2020 general election, and that hypothesis can be tested in the ultimate crucible, which is a British democratic system. And if I do apologise, Mr. Speaker, if their versions of Brexit are seen to be more palatable than the government's version of Brexit, we will know. And we will know because members will be returned here in proportion to how palatable or otherwise those various versions of Brexit should be. And that is how British democracy should work, and that is how British democracy has been prevented from working up until this point in time, which is why, Mr. Speaker, I will not just vote to trigger Article 50 this evening and in future divisions. I will do so passionately and happily, because it means that for the first time in 40 years, the way British parliamentary democracy is meant to work will actually be able to work. But I won't ask you or force you to vote with me.
Chiamura. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My constituency voted to remain. My country voted to leave. My conscience continues to believe that the country's interests are best served within the European Union. I believe that my job is to act in accordance with my conscience in the interests of my constituents within the parliamentary democracy I am proud to uphold. I believe that my constituents' trust and belief in parliamentary democracy is the greatest security our country has against the rise of fascistic leaders and the destruction of our national value system. So it would be wrong to reject the results of the referendum. Newcastle is part of a nation, and that which unites us is greater than that which divides us. So for that reason, I will vote for the second reading of this bill. But there is a but, and there always was going to be. This government is attempting a constitutional land grab. The referendum was about the will of the people, not the will of a Prime Minister who is not even elected. 52% voted to leave the European Union, but they did not vote to leave the single market. They did not vote to leave the customs union. The North East is the only region in the country to export more than it imports. More than half of that goes to the European Union. It is estimated that 160,000 jobs are directly linked to our membership of the single market, whilst our great universities received 155 million in European Union funds in the current funding cycle alone. When I talk to businesses, they are incandescent that Tories are rejecting the greatest free trade alliance on the planet. And I can also say that having negotiated joint ventures, regulatory undertakings and multi-million-pound contracts across 3 continents, I have never come across a negotiating position as inept as this government's. Give us what we want, or we'll duff up your economy. So I have zero confidence in their negotiating future trade deals, deals in which Parliament will have no say. They will sell our socio-economic birthright for a mess of right-wing pottage. When the Chancellor talks of changing our economic model, he means turning the UK into a low-wage, low-skill tax haven with little or no welfare support. Mr. Speaker, over a third of children in Newcastle live in poverty. 1 in 5 of my constituents claim benefits. North East workers are on average almost £4,000 per year worse off than 10 years ago. Am I going to vote for a Trumpian, dystopian, alt-right, free market future for them? Absolutely not. Already, constituents are asking me questions I never expected to hear. Might they be deported to the European Union? Just how racist does an insult have to be before they should complain? Will there be a nuclear war? In which side will we be on? The government needs to accept amendments to this bill which ensure our values, our socio-economic model and our membership of the single market are safeguarded. Otherwise, Mr. Speaker, democracy, my constituents and my conscience will fall.
I'm sorry, but with immediate effect, in a bid to try to accommodate all would-be contributors, I shall have to reduce the time limit on backbench speeches to 3 minutes. Scott Mann.
Speaker, it's a privilege to take part in this historic bill today. There are a number of honourable and right honourable members who have signed amendments to this bill, which is simply to start a process, and I would say to them there will be plenty of time over the next 2 years to debate aspects of the EU legislation through the Great Repeal Bill. However, to those who feel that now is the time to begin trying to discuss terms of the membership or clinging to aspects of the EU, I would simply say you are too late. Since joining the EU in 1972, we have been subjected to mission creep and stealth integration with no votes and no say. The great British people were clear with their instruction on the 23rd of June, and they said, leave. We have had enough. I know this vote will be a moral dilemma for many in this place, but for me and the will of the people of North Cornwall, this is a relatively easy matter. 60% of North Cornwall voted to leave the EU, and 55% of Cornwall voted to leave. They did so with their eyes open, Mr. Speaker, clear in the belief that they wanted to leave the European Union. Some have suggested that this vote was advisory. I am a Democrat, and I look across the chamber and I say to you, it was an instruction. One that I will be ensuring happens this evening. For those who are discussing a hard or soft Brexit, I would simply say there is no such thing. There is leaving or different levels of remaining in. We have seen the effects of globalisation.
and EU integration in Cornwall in the last 4 decades, coastal communities left behind, while cities increasing wealth and growth, there has been no trickle down to our rural communities. It's little wonder they felt disconnected, underrepresented and powerless as decisions have been taken inside the EU that affect their day-to-day lives. Whether it's restrictive Brussels farming policy, foreign trawlers in territorial waters or immigration levels, people in North Cornwall and in the UK have said they want a change in their destiny. The erosion of our sovereignty has stopped us from dealing with these issues, but that should be no more. I know people across this great nation will have voted on June the 23rd for many different reasons. But we've seen with our own eyes in Cornwall the destruction of the fishing industry through the common fisheries policy. Leaving the EU will be seen as a success in that area if the common fisheries policy and the common agricultural policy is replaced by a British version that works more effectively for the people that it's meant to. To conclude, Mr. Speaker, the people of Britain have spoken and the people of North Cornwall have spoken. I stood on the general election to oppose EU membership unless significant reforms were negotiated. This has not happened, and the constituency voted to leave the European Union. That's why I'll walk through the lobbies this evening, supporting triggering Article 50 and ensuring that the democratic process that we started with the referendum is completed in full.
Chris Bryant.
Gosh, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let those who are here. Anyway, the first question I was asked in the very first hustings meeting that I attended in 2001 in the Treorchy Comprehensive School was, will you always vote with your conscience? And when I went recently to Usgol Cummer, also in my constituency, and asked the the school council rather, how I should vote today, and laid out to them the problem that I have, every single one of them said, with your conscience. And that's what I intend to do. I am a Democrat. Most of my constituency voted in a different way from me. I am a Democrat, but I believe in a form of democracy that never silences minorities. And I think the 48% in this country have a right to a voice. Yeah. And for that matter, the 46% or the 45% or whatever the actual figure was in my constituency. So today, I'm afraid I'm voting and speaking on behalf of a minority of my constituents. All my life I've believed that the best form of patriotism is internationalism. My first political memories are of Franco's Guards in Spain. I was thrown out of Chile in 1986 for attending a funeral of a lad who'd been set on fire by Pinochet's police. And I distrust politicians who spuriously use the national security argument to launch campaigns against migrants, refugees and ethnic minorities. I fear the turn this world is taking towards narrow nationalism, protectionism and demagoguery. Distrust of those who are different from us can all too often, not always, but all too often, turn to hatred of foreigners, and that way lies the trail to war. I know that is not the tradition of the Rhondda. We were built on migrants from England, from Scotland, from Ireland, from Italy. And this country was built on the sweat, the courage, the ingenuity and the get-up-and-go of Huguenots, Normans, Protestants fleeing the Inquisition, Irish Catholics fleeing famine, Jews escaping persecution, Polish Ironmen, Spanish nurses, Indian doctors and Afro-Caribbeans who wanted to help make this country great. So I have stood at every election on a platform and a manifesto, a party manifesto, that said that we would stay in the European Union. That was my solemn vow to the voters of the Rhondda. Now, I lost that vote, I admit it. I lost it in my constituency, but I haven't lost my faith. It remains my deep conviction that leaving the European Union, especially on the terms that the government seems to expect, will do untold damage to my constituents, especially the poorest of them. Of course I give way.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way. He's making a very brave and compelling case. And I came into the chamber today not having finally decided which way to vote. Does he agree with me that if I believe the government's plan is not in the interests of my country and my constituents, then I should join him in the lobby and vote no to the bill tonight?
Well, I'm going to vote for the reasoned amendment tonight because in the end I believe that that's in the interests of my constituents, and I know that many of my constituents will disagree with me. And maybe they'll take it out on me just as they took it out on Burke in Bristol. But in the end, there's no point in any single one of us being a member of this House if we don't have things that we believe in and that we're prepared to fight for and, if necessary, lay down our job for. It's so dangerous, this moment, because the government has stated that this moment is irreversible. This is it, folks, now or never. In the most uncertain of times, we are being asked to vote for a completely unknown deal. Yes, I know we're going to leave the European Union. I know the House will vote for that. My vote can't change that, but I believe this bill, this way of Brexiting, will leave us poorer, weaker and at far, far greater danger in Europe and in the West and in this country. And so, Mr. Speaker, I say, not in my name, never, never, never.
Amanda Soloway.
Speaker. It's a great honour to speak in this historic debate. On June the 23rd, we saw 52% of the United Kingdom, that's 57% of people in Derby, vote for the UK to leave the European Union. In Derby, voter turnout was 70%, almost double our local elections, with 18,000 more people voting to leave than remain. Personally, I had deliberated for a long time over my decision, and I spent time listening to both sides of the argument and could see strong reasons to leave and remain. I started veering towards leave, but finally deciding that remain, in my opinion, would be the best for the country, and I campaigned hard for us to stay in the EU. Whilst out campaigning, people had been coming to me with clear messages saying they wanted to clamp down on immigration, an opportunity to stand on our own and make our own decisions. But on the other side, there was uncertainty regarding the country's future, being outside of the EU, and the long-term implications and potential consequences this could have. Now, though, of course, this is a decision that will shape this country for generations, and it's one that we must respect and ensure it becomes a reality. We need to make sure we look forward so that the future generations benefit from this opportunity. It is now the time to look for the opportunities Brexit can bring to our country, and this, of course, will be challenging. The new avenues of trade and investment that the government is already working hard to create with new friends and partners inside and outside of Europe. Since the referendum, I've been talking to a wide range of people and businesses in my constituency of Derby North, and they're now looking forward to the opportunity that Brexit brings, and there's a feeling of optimism to ensure small, medium and large businesses thrive after we leave, whilst of course acknowledging the complexity of the negotiations.
Would the honourable lady give way?
Of course I will.
On that point. Thank you very much for giving way. On the point the member of North Cornwall raised about eyes being wide open and looking to the sunny uphills, would my honourable friend agree with me, like many constituents who've written to me now, they're very, very keen that they know that they knew what they were doing and that they saw both sides of the argument, and we should be looking forward, such as we heard from the member of North Cornwall.
Yeah. Absolutely. As my honourable friend said, people did know what they were doing, and certainly in Derby North it is clear that people are looking for the opportunity and the way forward. And personally, I'm excited by the prospect that lies before us, as I believe we have a genuine opportunity to forge new trade deals, new relationships, and make this great country even greater, taking us forward proudly and successfully. The Great Repeal Bill will be the starting point for us to look at legislation going forward, and I'm confident that this government will and must safeguard and indeed enhance employee and human rights, holding dear the British values that we all share. We should, of course, be mindful that we are not leaving Europe, we are leaving the EU. As I mentioned, 57% of those who voted in Derby voted to leave, and I now feel we have a responsibility to negotiate the very best deal, not just for the people of Derby, but for the people of this country as a whole. Democracy is about listening to the people, and as my honourable friend from Sleaford and North Hykeham said in her excellent maiden speech, this was not a request, it was an instruction. Mr. Speaker, this should therefore be a time for us to come together and not be divided on this decision. Our duty is to the public who we represent, and that is why I will be supporting this bill.
Tom Elliott.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I welcome this debate here today, and it has been, and yesterday, it has generally been a good debate with people opening their heart and telling the honest facts as they see it. And this is a historic decision, a decision that we are taking in Parliament. But let us not forget that the decision has already been delivered by the people of the United Kingdom. They have had their say, we gave them the opportunity to have their say, and they have had it. It has not been, as was indicated here earlier today, that it was an act of madness of this House. I deplore that suggestion. This was a decision that was delivered by the people, and we must respect that. Yes, people can have their views, and I respect those views in here as well. But I live in a constituency in Fermanagh, South Tyrone, which is right out in the west of the United Kingdom. I am bordered by 4 counties in the Republic of Ireland. So we need to have flexibility. But let us move on and get that flexibility. Let us have that common travel area. Let us have an open border, as open as possible, so that we can have good friendships with the rest, or with the European Union, when we leave that European Union. Because we're not leaving Europe. We in Northern Ireland are as good a Europeans as anybody. Our ancestors went and fought for Europe. We went the same as our colleagues from Scotland, England, Wales and many other Commonwealth countries as well. We went and helped those Europeans, and we still want that common relationship. But look, we have taken the people have delivered a decision for us. I think it's more important now that we look to how we make the best of that decision. We need to get the best for all of our constituents, for the people of the United Kingdom, and the only way to do that is to work in harmony as far as reasonably possible. Happy to give way.
I thank the honourable member for giving way. Would he agree a key part of maintaining that harmony is ensuring that we have unfettered access and travel across these islands, and that a border between Northern Ireland and Southern Ireland would be unacceptable, and any border controls between Northern Ireland and the mainland UK would be unforgivable?
I totally agree with the honourable member, and we in Northern Ireland totally support that position. But we want it for all of the United Kingdom, because there is a great trade between the Republic of Ireland and Great Britain, great trade between Northern Ireland and the Republic of Ireland, and we want to see that flourish. But we must really move on, because it's the indecision that is actually making our economy in a very difficult position, and it will progress into a more difficult position if we don't continue to take decisions. And I think that the best thing we can do is move on with this decision, and let's hopefully have negotiators that will do their best for the United Kingdom. And look, I have heard the arguments here today, Mr. Speaker, that some people are saying we don't know what the agreement is, we don't know what we're getting out of the deal. Absolutely right, but that's what the people voted for. We need the best negotiators, and we need to have faith in those negotiators, and it's up to this Parliament to make sure we keep the pressure on those negotiators to get the best deal possible. And we in the Ulster Unionist Party will certainly be scrutinising all of the amendments as they come forward, and hopefully there are amendments that can make the bill better that we will be looking at in a very positive manner. Thank you very much.
Mark Pawsey.
Mr. Speaker, one of the benefits of making a later contribution is the opportunity to reflect on earlier speeches, and the standout one for me came late yesterday evening when the member for Boston and Skegness, a supporter of Remain in the referendum but representing a constituency voting to leave, set out very clearly why it's important to recognise the result of the referendum, and we should vote to deliver the wishes of our constituents and the country as a whole. And that, Mr. Speaker, is my position. Last week I met with some school children in my constituency on a visit, and I got some pretty serious questions, which is, why did I vote Remain? And I explained to them why I felt that Remaining was better for our businesses and gave us a sense of certainty. They asked me why so many people voted to leave, and I explained that I believe that people were attracted by the proposition of taking control, particularly over immigration. And then they came up with the tough one, which is what happens next. And today's debate is all about this, the process of triggering Article 50 and negotiations that will take place over the next 2 years. We have a very clear, simple bill before us this evening representing the result of the June referendum. I supported the government decision to give the people a say. It was in the Conservative Party manifesto. And in 2015, my constituents gave me a significantly larger majority. And Parliament voted 6-1 in favour. And it therefore follows that support for the referendum requires respect for its outcome. And as the member for North East Bedfordshire argued, I don't see how anyone can suggest otherwise. We didn't have a decision on this over 40 years. The body that we were a member of has changed, and I think it's entirely right that we had that decision. But as with the United States election, if we ask the public a question, we shouldn't be too surprised if the electorate come back with an unexpected answer. It's now our job to implement it. And the decision presents us with opportunities, and that was borne out to me with a discussion with a small business owner in my constituency. He was an ardent Remainer, joined me handing out leaflets to commuters at the station, but he described the referendum decision as a business owner pitching to retain an account of the custom for his business, and where that decision had gone against his company. The customer decided not to renew and wasn't going to change his mind. And so a businessman has to start to look elsewhere for other deals. And that's precisely the approach this government is taking today, with the formation of a new Department for International Trade, making deals with new partners and managing the process of leaving. I have some misgivings about the route we're about to go down, but we must accept the wishes of the people, bring forward a bill to support what the people decided in
Coker.
Mr Speaker, I campaigned and voted to remain, but will respect the result of the referendum and vote in favour of the bill. However, like many of my colleagues, this does not mean that I am voting to give the government a free ride to pursue a right-wing hard Brexit. It's our responsibility to show how divisions can be healed. We need to speak not only of process, but what sort of country we want the UK to be. How we build new relationships with Europe and countries across the world. We must watch and scrutinise. It's not about whether the UK is leaving the EU, but how. The referendum was for so many in my area an emphatic shout of enough from those who felt left behind by globalisation, people who have had enough of being economically, politically and socially excluded, powerless and excluded, with nobody listening to them on issues such as immigration. And the referendum was an opportunity for many of them to take decisive action in the hope of bringing change. And we must now listen to that demand, change and act. The change, in my view, must begin by ending the categorisation of some Leave voters as not knowing what they were doing. That only serves to deepen the chasm running through the UK today, and we need to take time to understand the pain and anger of such people. But I say to the government, what we also must do is to hear the legitimate concerns of the 48% of people who did vote Remain, not just brushing them off as Remainers or attempting to frustrate the will of the people. Rhetoric is powerful and can be incredibly divisive. We are one country, Mr Speaker, and the stark divisions of the referendum must be allowed to heal. And this should start with a common narrative from the government that the Brexit negotiations will strive to get the best deal for everyone, not just for those who voted Leave. That is why the amendment process is so crucial. The amendments set out a vision, and one that we, the Labour Party, as well as others, want to see. It looks to the future, not backwards, and that's why we have to work now to find a way through that process. After we have left the EU, globalisation will not cease to exist. Neither will the refugee crisis, problems with immigration, the threat of terrorism, the lack of funding for the health service or education, nor the pervasive inequality that exists in the UK. And Brexit must seek to address those in a liberal, open and inclusive way, in a way that insists on a plan that supports jobs and the economy, tackles inequality and is based on building a new consensus here in Britain on immigration. It must include the protection of workers' rights and guaranteed, as my honourable friend said, legal rights for EU nationals living in Britain. That plan must be progressive, united by our common principles of respect, tolerance and open-mindedness. And that way, hope can overcome despair and a brighter, fairer future for all seem possible, even if not as part of the EU.
John Howell.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I've listened to this debate for the last couple of days, and I can quite understand why constituents feel we're coming out of the European Union tonight. why they think that we are voting on that tonight. We are not. The bill is a simple and straightforward matter that simply puts us back where we believed the situation was prior to the Supreme Court judgment. That's all the bill does. I disagree with those who tell me that the referendum was only advisory. In our manifesto, we said explicitly that we would accept the result of the referendum, whatever it was. The referendum effectively ceased to be advisory at that point. How voting against giving the Prime Minister permission to start Article 50 negotiations would comply with that, nobody has ever said. Or indeed, how we could ever be trusted again in taking democratic decisions in the interests of the people. Those like me who voted to remain need to accept that we lost the argument, that we lost the vote. I am not throwing in the towel, and like the Right Honourable Member for North East Bedfordshire, I am responding to this by doing all that I can to work on the aspects that are keen to me to take that forward. And that includes, for example, the meeting that we had this morning with the Justice Select Committee, where we had yet another session with leading lawyers about what we need to carry forward from in the justice system. But here in Parliament, in both Houses of Parliament, since the beginning of this discussion, we have already had some 60 hours of discussion about the EU and our leaving in it. 60 hours of debate that have taken place already, and which the front bench, I know, has listened to. And I'd like to comment on two things very quickly. One is, I think the term hard Brexit is one of the laziest forms of journalism that I've ever heard, and it's a great shame that it's been used in this House. Maintaining the common travel area with Ireland, the rights of EU nationals in Britain, to protecting those, protecting workers' rights, the best place for science and innovation, how that can possibly be called a hard Brexit, I do not know. But there is one issue that I would like some confidence from ministers, and that is the case of Euratom, where Cullum, in my own constituency, the JET project, I heard what the Secretary of State said yesterday, but I would like some reassurance because they were negotiating in good faith, and then this suddenly occurred.
Michelle Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There's been a lot of Sturm und Drang over the past couple of days around this debate, and I tried to reflect how I feel as an individual about this, and I have to say I have a sense of disbelief, despair at the decision that is about to be made, and significant doubt in the abilities of those people who seek to give voice to my constituents that they will go any way forward in meeting their needs. Let's be clear, in Edinburgh West, 71% of my constituents voted to remain. And I'd like to make clear the reasoned amendment today in the name of the SNP is backed by many of my constituents, the vast majority of which voted against independence in our independence referendum, and many of them are not SNP supporters. And to a man and to a woman, they are writing to me to say, if this goes ahead, I am firmly in favour of taking the next steps to protect my business, to protect my child who wants to go through the Erasmus University scheme, to protect my ability to travel, work, live freely within Europe. It's quite fundamental in Scotland, the SNP and without the SNP, how strongly we feel about this matter. And I'd like to finish by noting it's not just about the economics. The economics, incidentally, is a vast collective madness to step away from this matter. But the philosophy of Europe, as a unifier, as a collective unifier to protect against the sort of madness and the sort of rhetoric we hear from Trump, racist, misogynistic, protectionist. That also is a fundamental for me. So yes, I feel disbelief, and with every breath in my body, I am going to make sure that Scotland can continue to access the single market. Thank you.
Victoria Atkins.
Mr. Speaker, and may I start my speech by congratulating my honourable friend and neighbour, although she's not her place, for Sleaford and North Hycombe on a fantastic maiden speech. It bodes very well for the future of Lincolnshire. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to be short and to the point. In the 2015 general election, my Conservative colleagues and I stood on a manifesto pledge that we would let the British people decide whether to stay in or leave the European Union, and that we will honour the result of the referendum, whatever the outcome. We won the general election, and we kept our promise on holding the referendum. We must therefore keep our promise on honouring the result of the referendum, and it is on that basis that I will be voting with the government tonight to trigger Article 50. Thank you.
Daniel Zeichner.
I'm fortunate. My personal, long and strongly held views align with the three-quarters of my constituents who voted Remain. I will therefore be voting against the triggering of Article 50 by whatever route someone is empowered to do it. Royal prerogative, referendum result, prime ministerial diktat, whatever. I'm against it, my constituents are against it, and I will not be moved from that. And let me say why I feel so strongly, and I ask your forgiveness, Mr. Speaker, if it's a touch personal. Both sides of my family suffered from the wars of the last century. It was my grandfather on my mother's side that formed my early views. Joe Mead, an agricultural worker from Shepreth, a village outside Cambridge, was a keen and competitive race walker. I grew up surrounded by his trophies. When he moved to Chinkford in North London, he used to walk home at weekends. Walk 50 miles each way. But that was before the First World War. Like many other brave young men, he stood knee-deep in water in the trenches for months at Passchendaele. He at least came home, but the gangrene meant he lost one leg, a race walker no more. And then a few decades later, another war. This time my father, born in Austria, was forced to flee Vienna when the Nazis marched in, because I've recently learned of the left-wing views held by his family. He came to Britain and was made welcome, for which he and our family are eternally grateful. I recount the story, Mr. Speaker, because the reason I'm passionate about the European Union is because of the part that it's played in keeping a fractious continent from falling out. Now, I know some people say it wasn't the EU, it was NATO, but the EU was born out of a desire to stop war in Europe, and there is no doubt in my mind that having a political framework to resolve conflicts and differences, to negotiate and to compromise, has made a huge contribution to keeping the peace. My generation is a privileged one. We have not, most of us, had to go to war. I will.
I'm most grateful to the Honourable Gentleman for giving way. I fully understand his personal circumstances, passion. But would you not agree that the European currency, the euro, has done more to divide Europe by impoverishing Spain, Portugal, Italy and Greece, and that so long as that continues, there's likely to be further division in Europe?
No, I have to say, Mr. Speaker, I do not agree. I think our continent is much more united than when it was at war, and how quickly we've forgotten just how this was achieved. And at this time, when the world is such an uncertain place, this is not the moment to turn away from our European home. This, of all times, not to take a huge gamble on getting a deal with the most reckless and unreliable American president any of us have known. There is much more I would like to say on these issues, much I'd like to say about Cambridge and the threat to our universities and to our research institutes, and I associate myself with many of the comments that have been made by honourable friends on my side, and particularly with the 9,000 non-UK EU nationals in and around Cambridge whose future is so uncertain and whose future could have been assured if the government had moved more swiftly, and the damage it will do to our country if those people start to leave. The effect it will have on our university and research sector is something which troubles me a lot. And of course, last week, out of the blue, as we've heard, the government announcing they want to pull out of the European Nuclear Agency, Euratom, which appeared to happen without discussion or consultation with the industry, and without apparent thought to the wider consequences. So there are so many other things, the threat to our environmental protections, to our rights at work, to our data and privacy rights, to our world-leading life sciences sector. But to return to my starting point, 3/4 of people in Cambridge voted to remain. I came into Parliament to represent their views, and they put their trust in me, and I will not betray that. There is a real risk that the government will lead a retreat to turning Britain into an isolated Ireland. The United States is building a wall. At such a time, we must be brave and go on making the case that retreat, isolation and walls do not a modern world make. The European Union is far from perfect, Mr. Speaker, but we should be working to make it better, not weakening it at a dangerous time.
Mr. Henry Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This notification of withdrawal from the European Union, second reading, is a long debate. And yet the bill is very succinct and rightly so. Therefore, I think it is incumbent upon me, Mr. Speaker, to be concise in my remarks. In the lead-up to the referendum on our membership of the European Union last June, the government published, at the cost of a little over £9 million from memory, a booklet that went to virtually every household in the UK, explaining the reasons why they believed it was best for us to remain members of the EU. In that booklet, it also said, however, that whatever decision the British people decide, we will implement. It is therefore, Mr. Speaker, I believe, our duty to ensure that we pass this legislation tonight without delaying or amendments designed to wreck this legislation, to ensure that the Prime Minister has the authority to start that official, formal withdrawal process, and so that this Parliament once again can exercise its sovereignty in rightly holding the government to account to ensure that we get the best possible deal as we leave the European Union and as we once again broaden our horizons as global Britain.
Alison McGovern.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to speak in this debate as a European. I was born a European, and those who supported the Brexit cause told us that if we left the European Union, we would be no less European. And I say this to them, I will hold them at their word. Now, I don't believe, Mr. Speaker, that this referendum was our finest democratic moment. I also disagree with the Brexiteers on that. I think, as many of my constituents have raised with me, there were serious concerns about the referendum. But this debate today is not about that anymore. It is the beginning of the most important question our country faces in a generation, and we must rapidly move on from the process that we have heard discussed and onto substance. And I want to say several things about that. Firstly, on immigration, to those who proudly talk of the metropolitan areas in our country where immigration is no problem and disparage those areas that feel strongly about immigration, I would say that that's not the right way. We need to understand that all parts of our country have benefited from immigration, that all British people are tolerant and respectful of others, and that those are the best of British values, and that the Prime Minister is wrong in designing an economic policy entirely around shutting down immigration. And let me say very briefly, Mr. Speaker, why. Economic division in our country is both the cause and will be the consequence of Brexit. Yes. It is the fact that we have an economy designed with London, like Singapore, charging ahead, and the northern regions of England held back like Eastern Europe, that people feel left out. And that economic division comes because power is hoarded here in this city, and people in the north feel like they have not had enough of a say for too long, and they voted to leave as a result of it. So the answer must be to restore that power imbalance. The answer must be never again to hoard power here, but to have a truly federal Britain. In my maiden speech, Mr. Speaker, I said that Wirral was an internationally minded and cultured place. It was then, and it is now. And to those in our country who've been shocked, horrified, disgraced, embarrassed, ashamed by the racism and xenophobia we have seen, I say this: those are not our values. That is not my country, and we move on from this point with those values at our heart.
Nigel Huddleston.
The manifesto I stood on in 2015 not only promised an in-out referendum on Europe, but also stated that we will honour the result of the referendum, whatever the outcome. And I committed during the referendum campaign that I would personally respect the referendum result, even if it was decided by just one individual vote. In the end, the difference was more than 1 million votes. And that 72% of the population turned out showed just how seriously the British public took the task of deciding their future. And in my constituency, the turnout was over 80%. Contrast this with 58% who turned out in the recent US presidential election, an election with huge consequences not only for the USA, but the world, and yet one in which nearly 100 million Americans couldn't be bothered to turn out and vote. As others have stated, the referendum was not a consultation, but an instruction. And today I will do my duty and vote to trigger Article 50. And then the work really begins. If we use the analogy of a flight, we have boarded the plane and we are leaving Europe. But while we know the general direction, we do not yet know the destination. Some passengers believe that we are heading for some kind of tropical paradise. Some passengers believe that we're heading to some icy wasteland. But luckily we do have a pilot who has a clear flight path. And I suspect that after flying around for a while, we will not land on an icy wasteland, we will not land on a tropical paradise, but actually land somewhere quite familiar to where we originally began. Because while I don't wish to belittle the great challenge we have ahead of us, the fact is that the British economy is strong, resilient and dynamic. I never for 1 minute believed that by leaving the EU, the sky would fall in. But different segments of our economy will inevitably be impacted in different ways by Brexit. Some will obviously benefit, some will obviously struggle, and all are impacted to some degree by uncertainty. So we must work hard and quickly to reduce that uncertainty, and we must provide every support and comfort to those sectors of the economy that we know are at most risk from Brexit. And we must listen to people with deep knowledge and expertise in sectors that are perhaps not well represented in this place, yet face some particularly complex challenges with Brexit, such as the aviation industry, digital and creative industries, and those sectors where there is no clear WTO alternative. I encourage the government to continue engaging with industry and engaging with experts, and I look forward to playing my part by providing constructive input and holding the government to account to ensure that government delivers a successful deal that helps Britain and secures my children's future.
Christian Matheson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I intend to vote in favour of activating Article 50 tonight, out of respect for the result of the referendum, despite the flaws and despite the deceit of the Leave campaign. But I will write no blank cheques to anyone, least of all this incompetent and simultaneously ideological government. I reject the assertion of the result of the referendum as the will of the people. It is not. It is the will of a slim majority, and the use of that sinister phrase, the will of the people, to airbrush out of existence the 48% who voted to remain is deeply troubling. Everyone on this side of the House recognises the growing individual and geographic inequality in our country, the growing pressure on public services, the growing competition for low-paid jobs and the fear of cultural change from rapid social and economic transformation. But I certainly don't understand how a hard Brexit and the government's vision of a low-tax, low-regulation Singapore Britain is the answer to any of these legitimate concerns. It will destroy jobs, destroy employers, destroy our public finances, and will make it more difficult to address the social and economic challenges we now recognise. We need a vision of Britain closely integrated with our European partners and the European market that we are most closely situated to. Our manufacturers, our service sectors, our creative industries, our universities are hugely dependent on those markets and on European skills. If we walk away from Europe out of petty malice, we'll be cutting off our nose to spite our face, and we'll destroy livelihoods, opportunities and hopes throughout the land. But that vision is actually the antithesis of what I believe those who are driving forward the government's agenda wish. Quite apart from threatening a low-tax, low-public services haven on the coast of Europe if we don't get a trade deal with the EU, that's precisely the kind of UK that they want to achieve, free from what they see as the constraints of employment rights and environmental protection. They want a UK with low corporate tax, low income tax for the rich, no protection for people at work and a minimum public services as possible. They've taken people's understandable concerns about immigration and people's justifiable anger at bad employers abusing cheap imported labour to drive down nationally agreed pay rates. And they've used these concerns to drive up through their own vision, which, ironically and tragically, would end up most hurting the people most concerned about the current arrangements. They're so desperate for a trade deal with the United States that we go cap in hand to the racist President Trump because we need his good favour to get a trade deal, and at the same time we're alienating all those other countries who until recently shared our values of decency, tolerance and respect. So tonight I will respect the result of the referendum, but after that all bets are off. I will not allow good people who voted for leave for understandable reasons to be hoodwinked by the hard right of the Conservative Party, and I will not allow a wonderful, beautiful, decent, tolerant country to be abandoned to a vision of ultra-hard Brexit, short of the standards we've all come to enjoy and perhaps take for granted.
Robert Neal. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Like other colleagues on this side of the House, I stood in the general election upon a manifesto promising an in-out referendum and to respect the result. I campaigned hard in the referendum for this country to stay in the European Union. It pains me greatly that my side lost, but honour and decency binds me by the pledge I made in that referendum, and I shall vote to support the government tonight. That said, it's also my duty to my constituents and to the country, as it is for all of us, to make sure we have the best possible outcome thereafter. In my sense, that means this. In my constituency, some 35% of people work in the financial and professional services sector. It is one of the highest percentages anywhere in the country. It is critical that that key economic interest of the United Kingdom is central to our negotiating objectives and should not be regarded as secondary, in my judgment, to anything. And if we have to be prepared to make pragmatic compromise to secure the welfare of that key economic sector, we should be prepared to do so. Secondly, we should not forget the interest of our territory of Gibraltar. It doesn't have anyone else to speak for it here today, but I will take the liberty of doing so. They must have their economy protected and their border able to flow uninterruptedly and free. Thirdly, we must actually make sure that parliamentary sovereignty is now real in this case. We are acting in accordance with the process set down by our highest courts, where the judges acted in accordance with their judicial oaths and constitutional duty, and shall be accepted and commended for having done that. That means Parliament must now be prepared to have a proper control of the process. I welcome the commitment to publish the White Paper. I accept the words and good faith of the Prime Minister and the Secretary of State. But can I just say there are two other things we must do. It is very important as we go forward that Parliament has the maximum information available to it. And in particular, it would be quite wrong if Parliament at any stage had less information than our European counterparties. And secondly, the pledge of a vote upon the final deal in both houses must be a meaningful one, and that must mean a vote before that deal is put to our European counterparties for ratification. Otherwise, it will be a Hobson's choice of little value. I do hope that ministers will reflect very carefully upon those key points as the bill makes its progress going forward.
Stuart M. MacDonald.
Very grateful to you, Mr. Speaker. Despite my constituency producing two enormous Brexiteers in the past, one Sir Teddy Taylor, who went on to represent Southend, and Tom Harris, who led the Brexit campaign in Scotland, I've got the highest Remain voting constituency in the city of Glasgow at over 70%. I get why lots of people did not feel they had a connection to the European Union. I understand it. It felt as though it didn't have a relationship to their daily lives, and it felt as though it was something that was done to them rather than something that was inclusive. Sadly, though, Mr. Speaker, this Brexit deal is going in the exact same direction. The Prime Minister has done everything she possibly could to prevent this House from having a say or a vote on it, and in fact we're only here today for this debate because the government was taken to court, which it had to go and appeal, and then it had to go to the Supreme Court. The Prime Minister has done everything to try and freeze out Parliament, freeze out the public and freeze out devolved administrations, and that is greatly regrettable. But this Brexit process has all the hallmarks of a hostile takeover, in which the vote on the 23rd of June last year is being used to have all sorts of other issues, like the single market, like the customs union, counted in alongside it. That is just not good enough.
The honourable member give way.
I certainly would.
The honourable member has expressed some concern, indeed some confusion, about the position that is being argued by the Brexiteers. Could he help alleviate my confusion on the Scottish position that seems to be put forward? That is that you want a free, independent Scotland, but it has to be ruled from Brussels. Can you please explain that conundrum?
I'm actually not going to explain it because it's such a lazy argument that he's heard it all before. So I will use my extra minute, Mr. Speaker, to make the arguments I wish to proceed. The Prime Minister does not have a consensus to proceed the way I suggest he takes that back, actually. The Prime Minister has no consensus to proceed, in the way that she is. And the failure to get that consensus is hers and hers alone. For a Prime Minister who talks about a country that works for everyone, this is a Brexit negotiating process and an Article 50 process that was incubated and kept in Downing Street. And that will do nothing in our attempts to fight against the poison of political cynicism that is eating away at liberal democracies around the world, including this liberal democracy that we serve. Mr. Speaker, sir, our position is well known as a party. The Britannic isolation that this government now seeks is something I cannot back, I will not back, and I'll be voting against the government tonight.
Michelle Donnellan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I voted to remain in the referendum, not for any nostalgic or ideological love of Europe, but more a pragmatic belief that it was not the right time for us to leave. However, the point that has sometimes been overlooked in this chamber in this debate is that this vote on Article 50 is different for one reason, that it is not our decision. We have a duty as Democrats and fundamentally as Members of Parliament to enact the result of the referendum. I've not changed my mind personally, but it is important to remember that the Conservative Party's manifesto, the one on these benches that got through in the election, pledged this referendum. I was proud in Parliament to vote for the referendum, and I promised voters that I would honour that result. It was made abundantly clear during the referendum that it would be final. There would be no ifs and no buts. But when I make a promise to my voters, I intend to keep it. No ifs, no buts. To me, this debate is less about triggering Article 50 and more about democracy. The mere suggestion that we could consider riding roughshod over democracy and destroying what is left of the British public's faith in politicians is quite frankly absurd. Yes, we can all think of loopholes and justifications to rationalise voting against the referendum result, but surely it's a sad state when it comes to this. And isn't it patronising to claim that people really didn't understand what they're voting for? Mr. Speaker, it's also important that we do not distort the meaning of this debate. This vote should not be turned into a pro or anti-immigration vote. It's simply a recognition that the public voted, in part, for a desire to take back control. There has been a lot of talk in this debate about immigration and the end to the free movement. Members have spoken of cultural and economic benefits of immigration, and I echo wholeheartedly this message. But I do seriously question whether it can only be achieved by European immigration. It disadvantages those from former Commonwealth and the wider world, who, in my opinion, have exactly the same right and opportunity as those living in Europe. It bound our hand and gave us no chance to make our immigration system linked to our skills. So it deeply saddens me that some members have utilised this debate to distort it. Mr. Speaker, let us remember and let us be clear not to misguide the public today. This vote is about starting the process. Yes, we could spend several weeks speculating about what we might be able to negotiate and what we can change and what we can't. But we have a duty here today. Our economy and businesses now need certainty. The last thing they need is another referendum or speculation. Now is the time to get on with the job. Be positive, work together and get the best deal for Britain. We have a duty to honour the result, a promise to keep, and we need to show the British public that we can listen, we can be in touch, we are the Parliament for the people and not a Parliament superior to the people.
Mr. Peter Grant.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I say, first of all, I respect the views of any member in this House who acts according with their conscience. I have nothing but contempt for any who acts purely out of self-interest or self-preservation.
I think the government can argue that they've got a mandate to take the United Kingdom, or what's left of the United Kingdom, out of the European Union. Nobody can claim a mandate to take anybody out of the single market, and that essentially is a major part of the reasoned amendment that we've submitted, because we're being asked to hand over complete control of the process to a Prime Minister and a Foreign Secretary that between them couldn't even hand over a dinner invitation without creating a major international political and diplomatic issue. The government, if anything, has a mandate to keep us in the single market. That's what was in the 2015 election manifesto. I know they don't like being reminded about it now, but that's the mandate they were given by the people. In fact, even as recently as the 24th of October 2016, the Prime Minister told this House, "I want to get the best possible deal with the maximum possible opportunities for British businesses to operate within the single market and to trade with it in both goods and services." The fact that, as recently as October, the Prime Minister wanted to stay in, at the very least should tell us membership or non-membership of the single market is far too important to be dealt with without a single debate, a single vote in this House. I know that some MPs have been subject to unfair pressure to exert their vote in a particular way. Nobody in here has got the right to tell anybody that they're being dishonest or anti-democratic by exercising their vote. I've had that as well. I've actually had an email very, very darkly hinting at a number of people in my constituency who want to leave, threatening me with potential deselection if I dare to vote against the government tonight. Given that the email came from Labour Leave and I've no intention as a Labour candidate, although it did cross my mind that pension-wise you get a much better deal for losing than you do for retiring, so maybe when I decide the time's come to leave, I might decide to stand as a Labour candidate to guarantee my colleagues' pension. The Secretary of State concluded his speech yesterday by asking us to trust the people. What we've heard from the Tory benches today is actually much more than that. What we're hearing from the Tories today and yesterday is the abolition of the sovereignty of Parliament. They've now finally accepted that the people are sovereign. I welcome that. It's about 700 years after some of us accepted it, but welcome. There are 4 different sovereignties represented here. The sovereignty of my people tells me 62% want to stay in. We put forward a compromise that respects the wishes of those who want to leave, respects the wishes of those in Scotland who want to remain, and respects the wishes of the 55% from 2014. If we're forced to choose between the 55% and the 62% who want to remain in the European Union, then I think the party opposite might get a very nasty surprise indeed.
I campaigned and voted to leave the European Union, which was in line with the boroughs I represent, Bolton and Wigan, where the overwhelming vote was to leave the European Union. It's an incredibly important referendum, and I am a little disappointed. Sometimes get the impression that people think we should never have had that referendum in the first place. Well, it was absolutely vital that we did, because when there's a transfer of power, it's for the people to approve, even if retrospectively that vast transfer of power from Westminster to Brussels. It would almost be like the SNP taking Scotland out of the United Kingdom without a referendum, or the Liberal Democrats changing our voting system without approval of the people. We had to have this referendum to approve where we were with all of those transfers to the European Union. But we needed dissatisfaction with the European Union seemed to grow proportionately with the powers handed over to the European Union. And we could all see, whether you wanted to remain in the European Union or leave the European Union, we could all see reform was absolutely vital. David Cameron, in his Bloomberg speech, set out a fantastic vision of reform for the European Union. But his visit to Brussels and every visit to a European capital whittled away that vision until there was almost nothing left. And that was the proposal put to the British people. Either we leave or we have this almost non-existent reform of the European Union. And it seems now that the campaign is to ensure that the Bloomberg vision is almost resurrected in terms of the soft Brexit that people keep talking about. But this is the vision that was already rejected by the European Union. Now, during the campaign, on both sides, there were problems. There was misleading information. But that £350 million figure about the NHS is somewhat overstated. In a general election, We look at the policies, the ideas that are developed over months and years. We look at the performance of the government. We listen to the arguments of the opposition. We have years to decide and make up our mind for the general election. Well, the British people had 40 years to make up their mind when looking at the European Union. It wasn't about the last few weeks of a referendum campaign. It was about the lived experience in the European Union. That's why the people rejected it, not because of a few debatable arguments from one side or another. So I am looking forward this evening to voting in favour of the bill and supporting our leaving of the European Union.
Yes. Julie Cooper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Since the vote nearly 7 months ago, there has been a shadow cast across the country. The decision for the UK to leave the European Union has weighed heavy on us all. The vote has divided communities, workplaces, families and political parties. The campaigns themselves were not our finest hour. I campaigned for us to remain in the European Union, not because I think the EU is perfect, but because I don't want to see the UK close its doors and shut itself off from the rest of the world. I want to see us work with our European neighbours to find common solutions to the multitude of problems every developed country is now facing, from a rapidly ageing population and the impact that will have on our healthcare, pension system, to the coordinated action we have to take to tackle climate change and terrorism. People of my constituents, however, voted 66% in favour of leaving the European Union, and I respect that decision. Some of those voted to leave the EU because of concerns over immigration and fears that this was negatively impacting on the availability of jobs and local services. Some voted out because they thought it would mean more money for the NHS. And for some, this referendum was an opportunity not just to register their discontent with the European Union, but also with the direction this country needs travelling as a whole. While globalisation has brought wealth and economic growth, it has also left many people behind. In Burnley, people have seen manufacturing jobs decline, wages stagnate, while bankers pay themselves £1 million bonuses, and the rich increasingly find ways to dodge paying tax. They have been told consistently by this government that the UK is the fastest growing economy in the G7, and yet they don't see that growth. They don't see more job opportunities or wage increases. All they find is that things are getting harder. Because I respect my constituents and the democratic process, I will vote to trigger Article 50. But I will not vote blindly for a Brexit deal that leaves my constituents poorer or worse off. First, the deal reached must protect jobs, and that means we need to access the single market. 5,000 people in Burnley work in manufacturing. Many of our biggest employers are European, and it's vital that these jobs are protected. Secondly, workers' rights must be protected. I'm proud that past Labour governments have championed workers' rights. Thirdly, Burnley receives £5 million a year from EU funding. This money is vital and has helped us to expand. The government must commit beyond 2020 to replacing this investment. Mr. Speaker, these circumstances were not of my making, but I believe that we must now seize the moment and all work together to do our very best to achieve a deal that serves the interests of all our people, and in so doing begin to heal the divisions in our country.
Hear, hear. Lord Warburton.
Speaker, and it's a pleasure to follow the honourable member for Burnley, and I very much chime with her words of healing division and working for the will of the people, which is a phrase we're not allowed to use anymore. But this is quite clearly an historic moment, the result of not only decades of campaigning in this House, but outside, but it's also the result, of course, of a decision by the people of the UK. And it's perfectly reasonable, of course, and perfectly rational that people should hold the view that we shouldn't go ahead and free ourselves from Brussels, but to try and frustrate the decision by trying to show that the referendum result was in some way illegitimate or incomplete, so that others can impose their view of what ought to have happened, isn't really quite the ticket. No one, I reckon, no one voted thinking, I'll vote leave because I'm pretty sure that we'll still remain a member of the single market, so it'll all be okay. No one said, I'll vote leave because I'm pretty sure Parliament won't vote to trigger Article 50. No one said, I'll vote leave because I'm pretty sure that when the final deal's put to Parliament, they'll reject it and we'll go back. People voted leave because they wanted to leave. The 2 district councils, which make up most of my constituency, voted to leave by 13,000 votes. And they voted to leave because they wanted to leave. and that means triggering Article 50. And in their judgment on the 24th of January, the Supreme Court made clear that, like the Divisional High Court, they made clear that once given, Article 50 notice cannot be withdrawn. Therefore, when this House makes the decision on that final deal, when the choice is put, it's only to approve the deal. Our choices thereafter will be to approve the deal, seek a renegotiation, or exit the EU with no deal. There will be no option of remaining in the EU. This is a simple choice, and we have a very short bill, therefore, although we have an awful lot of long amendments. As the Supreme Court agreed in their judgment, Parliament can perfectly well content itself with very brief legislation, and as many members of this House will know, length need not equate to quality. But the PM's speech at Lancaster House was the exception that proves that rule, splendidly setting out the 12 areas of work the government will now seek to address. The next 2 years, I must say, the next 2 years imposes an obligation now on every member of this House, not only to heal the divisions, as we heard from the previous speaker, but also to help shape the negotiations and ensure that our future relationship with the EU emerges in a way which reflects an open, tolerant spirit of exchange and accord without political control, and that we should believe in the future just as the country did on June the 23rd last year.
And a cherry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday, the Secretary of State finished his speech by saying, and I quote, "For many years there's been a creeping sense in this country that politicians say one thing and then do another." Now, I'm not sure which country he was talking about, because of course the UK is a union of more than one country, but what I can tell him is that insofar as the country of Scotland is concerned, the sense that sometimes politicians say one thing and do another is more than a creeping sense. It's a well-founded and widespread concern, and it relates in particular to the party opposite, their Prime Minister and their leader in Scotland. At the end of tonight, we're going to be voting on an SNP amendment, and I welcome the support from other people for that amendment. That amendment is in part designed to ensure that the party opposite delivers on promises made by politicians to the people of Scotland during the 2014 independence referendum. Promises that were made by Ruth Davidson, such as voting to remain in the United Kingdom was a guarantee of our EU citizenship, and promises made that Scotland's an equal partner in the Union. Listening to the debate yesterday, Mr. Speaker, you could be forgiven for thinking that Scotland is seen as an unwelcome distraction from the main event. The message seems to be get back in your box and know your place. Gone are the love bombs, and they're replaced with instructions to sit down and shut up and put up with it. But you see, Mr. Speaker, the EU referendum didn't take place in a void in Scotland, separated from what had gone before. What happened in 2014 was that the question of Scotland's future membership of the European Union was central to the independence referendum. The SNP and the wider Yes campaign warned that a no vote was a threat to Scotland's ancient trade links, which the Right Honourable Member for Gordon, my friend, spoke about earlier so eloquently. And we said it was a threat, that voting to remain in the UK was a threat to our membership of Europe because of Tory Euroscepticism.
Would the Honourable Lady give way? Yes, I'd like to ask the Honourable and Learned Lady if she agrees with me that there's been much misreporting of the recent Supreme Court decision. While they established that Scotland need not be consulted legally, there was no requirement that Scotland should not be consulted constitutionally.
Yes, indeed. The Supreme Court, my honourable friend's absolutely right. The Supreme Court said, and I quote, it's from paragraph 151, "The Sewell Convention has an important role in facilitating harmonious relationships between the UK Parliament and the devolved legislatures, but the policing of its scope and the manner of its operation doesn't lie within the constitutional remit of the judiciary. So basically, it's up to the politicians." Now, to get back to the point I was making, when we in the SNP warned that staying with the UK was a threat to our EU membership, the No campaign said we were scaremongering. Ruth Davidson said no means we stay in the EU. The Lib Dems, the Labour people who were in the Better Together campaign all said to us that voting to remain part of the UK guaranteed our EU membership. The question for the Conservatives, Labour and the Lib Dems now is this: What are they going to do to deliver on the promises they made during the independence referendum? What are they going to do to protect and guarantee that EU citizenship which they told us was guaranteed by voting to remain in the UK? The Scottish Government, unlike others, has produced this document, A Place in Europe. It has a detailed plan. It is a plan which we heard from the Prime Minister's own lips today is possible, because it is possible to have a soft and open border between a country that's in the single market and a country that isn't. So the question is, for all people in this House who Labour, Lib Dem and Tory, what are you going to do to deliver on the promises you made to the people of Scotland? Or are you just going to sit there and admit that those promises were lies?
Geoffrey Clifton Brown.
Mr. Speaker, this is a historic debate. I was here in this chamber during the Maastricht debates 25 years ago. It's been a long campaign. The British people voted by a margin of 1.35 million to leave the European Union. Yes. 2/3 of the constituencies in this country voted to leave the European Union. And whilst I respect all my constituents who voted to remain, and the Cotswolds voted very narrowly to remain, 51 to 49%, I totally reject the Liberal Democrats' assertion that I cannot represent my constituents who voted to remain. The British people, through this referendum, have regained the sovereignty of this Parliament. We will no longer be subject to the directives and regulations laid down by Brussels. We will regain control of our borders, and above all, we will be able to give reassurance to the Europeans who are living in this country that they are welcome here, provided our European partners give reciprocal rights to them. Mr. Speaker, shorn of the EU confidence for trade, we will be able to regain our old entrepreneurial spirit and go round the world and trade openly with all nations in the world. Some people assert that the peace in Europe has been maintained by the European Union. I say the peace in Europe has been maintained by NATO, and it is absolutely right for our Prime Minister to make sure that all NATO members live by their obligations of paying 2%. Mr. Speaker, we, as many people have said in this debate, we will not be leaving Europe. We will be leaving the European Union, but we are still neighbours with our Europeans, and they will be friends, and I think pragmatically we will do a deal for this country that is in the interests of all the people of this country. It is a Byzantinely complex negotiation that our colleagues on the front bench are about to start. I say to them, we have an absolute duty to get the best deal we possibly can for this country. But I am confident that when our partners look at what we have to offer to them and what they have to offer to us, it will be pragmatically in their interest to make sure that we do a deal that suits both lots of partners. I simply say we will reset our relationship with Europe. It will be an easier relationship. It will be a relationship that all parts of this kingdom will be able to relate to, whether it's England, Scotland, Wales or Northern Ireland. And I simply say to our Scottish nationalist friends, in echoing the soothsayer of Shakespeare's Julius Caesar, beware of referendums. You cannot be certain of what the result's going to be.
Mr. Speaker, periodically a nation has to stand tall and say what ideas it is driven by, what values lead its sense of direction and its destiny. I am proud of all we have achieved as members of the European Union in terms of our economy, our security, but also our peace between nations that twice in the last century have been at war. I campaigned hard for Remain, but I accept the result. I will not vote against second reading, but I will not criticise others for making a different choice. I am sad that tonight we will take the first step in this House in what I believe is the wrong direction for this country. A nation in which I was proud to be born, that has shaped me through its openness and generosity of spirit, my very firm sense of partnership with other nations and the need for an internationalist politics. The responsibility now of this government has never been greater. This must not be or feel like the end of the debate. It is right that tomorrow the government will be publishing a white paper. It is wrong that we didn't have it before. It is right that we have a vote. It is wrong that it took the Supreme Court to make it happen. Voting for Article 50 today is not a blank cheque.
that it must be for this House to be consulted and to meaningfully vote on the final deal. This bill has been tightly written to limit the ability of MPs to amend the bill, but it is clear that the views and opinions of members of this House will not be silenced. I want to make three broad points in contribution to this debate. First, that we should not rule out membership of the single market, but instead make the case for EU-wide reforms of freedom of movement that can give member states greater controls if they wish it. Secondly, that we must engage the public. That's why I believe the Prime Minister should bring forward a national convention which includes MEPs, elected mayors, nations and devolved administrations, local government, universities, higher education, civil society and business and others. The public were asked their view about membership of the European Union, and they should too be properly involved in the discussion and debate about our future. And thirdly, on the needs of our young people. They are our future and we have a stake in their success too. How we conduct this debate and make decisions, the language we use and the way we design in relationship building between young people across borders will be a gift that we give the next generation. That's why I'm tabling amendments that call on the government to set priorities for young people in its negotiations, retaining the rights and opportunities for young people to work, study and travel visa-free if they are under 25, so they do not become worse off than their European counterparts. Mr. Speaker, the referendum was not a proud moment in our nation's history, but there is more than one way to Brexit. There are risks and we must be open about that too. But we must also have an evidence-based debate. Our prosperity, our security, our respect and our place in the world depends on it.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's a pleasure to follow the Honourable Lady for Feltham and Heston. And like her, I campaigned for Remain. I did it passionately. I argued that if we left, we'd be missing the opportunity of being the largest country in the EU that's not in the euro, which I think is an amazing position, but that's gone, and I accept that. And like her, I will support this bill, because having voted for the Referendum Act, one of the first pieces of legislation that I voted for as a new MP, I would be reneging in the most extraordinary way if I now turned against that just because I'd campaigned on the other side. But this does not mean I do not have concerns, and there are two primary areas where I am worried about the future. The first is on trade. At all costs, we must avoid a game of protectionist chicken with the EU, because that could happen, particularly when we know what's going on in Washington, where we have an openly protectionist president. Be under no illusion, it's not Project Fear. If protectionism breaks out on both sides of the Atlantic, we could have a severe economic crisis, and we know where that finishes. The other point is on immigration. Mr. Speaker, it is absolutely right that we cannot control immigration from the EU unless we leave. But we cannot reduce the numbers, which is what the country actually wants, in my view, unless we have a native British workforce that is willing and able and available in sufficient numbers to step into the breach if the immigration shutters come down. And the Select Committee, which I recently joined, Work and Pensions, we've held evidence sessions on this and heard from employers who are completely dependent on migrant labour and who struggle to recruit locally, including the care sector, construction. These are vital parts of our economy, and we should not pretend to the British people that immigration will be slashed if we leave. And there is one part of it that I think is particularly important that we discuss, because, and maybe I don't necessarily agree with all of my colleagues on this, at the moment it is not true that there are no restrictions on EU migration. At the moment, legally, you cannot come to this country as an unskilled migrant, which, by the way, includes many skilled people, that's just an immigration term, if you are from the outside the EU. You can only legally come in from within the EU. And I think we should be very cautious about changing that, because the British people may like the idea of going global, but I do not think they would support globalising unskilled migration to this country, which is by far the largest part of it. And we need to debate that and be open with it. Having said all that, as I said, I voted for the Referendum Act. We have to implement the will of the people. As many of my colleagues have said, we are Democrats. Do it in a way that is open, is united, because the national interest at this moment is best served by maximum unity, a show of strength by Parliament. I give way to my honourable friend on that point.
I must thank my honourable friend and son-in-law for giving way. Because I do want to endorse what he's just said. We have shown that it is possible on this very, very divisive and complex issue. We have shown that it is possible not only to be members of the same party, the same family, and have different views, and yet now look forward to going united to secure the best possible deal for our country.
Well, the local paper did speculate on this matter, and when asked about my wife's views, I said, well, she is my father-in-law's daughter, and on the morning after the referendum, not just biologically in spirit, obviously, I purchased her a bottle of champagne, and I congratulated her. She was on the winning side in that respect. But yes, we do have to unite. We have to show a positive and open spirit in our negotiations with Europe. We have to have a deal that is in their interest too. And that's why it is about openness, it's about free trade, it's about a positive Brexit. And I think we can all get behind that, and we should all get behind it, and we do that by voting for this bill tonight.
Ms. Reader Bailey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When I campaigned as one of a fairly beleaguered minority in the Labour Party in the 1970s to join the EU, little did I think that in many years hence I would be standing up today to actually vote in favour of triggering the negotiations for our exit. But I am. It is against all my historic instincts and preference for an international way of delivering our business, and it is also against the economic logic which says that a large and uniformly regulated home market is a prerequisite for a fast-growing economy and the benefits that accrue from it. But I'm going to, basically, for three reasons. The first is the democratic argument that is being articulated by many. There is a lack of faith in Parliament and our democratic institutions. For Parliament and politicians to win an election on a promise of a referendum, to hold that referendum, and then to actually not implement the result of that referendum has profound implications in terms of faith in our democratic system. I also believe that given the complexities and difficulties of the negotiations that we're going to be confronted with, the public will expect this Parliament to do its very best to implement the will that they have expressed. What I don't want to see is conspiracies being able to blame the very real problems that will arise from the negotiations on the reluctance of Parliament rather than the difficult issues that they are being confronted with. I also support it because I think it's in the interest of business. A decision has been made. My discussions with businesses run along the lines of we prefer to remain in, but we recognise that we're coming out, but what we want is certainty about the future trading relationships that we are going to have. That will depend on investment decisions, it will depend on recruitment decisions, and until we start to negotiate then and try to shape the sort of future that our business is going to be confronted with, then that uncertainty will continue and it will severely affect our economy. Mr. Speaker, I make it clear that in voting to trigger Article 50, I am not committing myself to accept the final outcome. I will work with others to ensure that we shape the negotiations in a way which will be beneficial, and I reserve the right to vote against it subsequently if I don't feel that it is so.
Antoinette Sandbach.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my constituents in Edinburgh have a great deal of common sense. They are intelligent and they are thoughtful, and they go about their lives with incredible diligence. And when people have written to me saying they didn't understand what they were voting for, I don't believe that, because I know my constituents and I trust in them. And we trust in them enough to put them on juries, and I trust in them enough to make the decision when they're exercising their vote. I too argued for Remain. I believed the Prime Minister when he said he would go to Europe and he would seek to negotiate a better deal for Britain. And he went out there, and he went out there in good faith. And he played those negotiations with a straight bat, Mr. Speaker. But unfortunately, to paraphrase another speech in this House, not only did he find out when he came back here to stand at the crease that his bat had been broken, His shoes had been nicked and the stumps had been hidden. He was hampered by Europe's failure to recognise that it needed reform and that it needed to deal with the crucial issue of free movement. And that failure to recognise the concerns that he was raising on behalf of Britain, I think, bear a great deal of responsibility in the outcome of the vote. And it was of deep concern to me when I heard the member for Sheffield Hallam yesterday talking about him having on great authority that the Germans had offered some deal after the referendum of an emergency brake. If it was on the table and if that was something that was willing to be signed up to, it was far too late to do it afterwards and after there were drastic consequences for this country. I very much welcome the approach of the Prime Minister, the fact that she wants to reach out globally, that we are leaving the EU institutions, but we are not leaving we are members of Europe, even if we are not members of the EU institutions. And it is absolutely vital that we build on those links, that we continue to look outwards, that we work on cooperation in crime and terrorism, in national security, and that we negotiate for the best deal in terms of our economy. My constituents knew that there was a risk to the economy. It was explained very seriously to them. And as the honourable member for Hazelmere said yesterday, that those risks were understood and accepted by the British electorate when they voted out. And I think we have to respect that decision, and I will work in delivering the best outcome for my constituents.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Benjamin Franklin famously said, if you fail to plan, you plan to fail. And that is exactly what this Tory government has done over Brexit, leaving this supposedly equal family of nations with a very stark choice. In fact, Mr. Speaker, if you'll indulge me, I pay tribute to Irvine Welsh, Danny Boyle and Ewan McGregor because I saw Trainspotting 2 recently and it inspired me. Choose Brexit, choose making up numbers from thin air about the NHS and plastering them on the side of buses. Choose racist and xenophobic sentiments seeping out from some corners of the Leave campaign. Choose hate crime rising by over 40% and LGBT hate crime by 150% in England and Wales following the Brexit vote. Choose taking the people of our nations to the polls on one of the most important issues of a generation with nothing written down and no plan. Choose ignoring the interests of the people of Scotland and my constituents in Livingston, despite the fact they voted overwhelmingly to remain in the EU. Choose leaving the single market, risking 80,000 Scottish jobs within a decade and costing the people of Scotland an average of £2,000 a year in wages. Choose lowering Scotland's GDP by more than £10 billion and Scotland's exports by more than £5 billion. Choose vital EU worker status being under threat with widespread uncertainty to families, businesses and the economy. Choose risking our international standing in the academic, research and innovation communities as we lose access to funding, expertise and people from the EU. Choose walking away from the European Medicines Association and Euratom without any detail or thought of the impact. Choose the great Brexit power grab, taking back control of straight bananas. Choose returning to the Thatcher era of poverty and austerity. Choose the UK turning its back on Europe. These, Mr. Speaker, are not the choices that the Scottish people made. Scotland chose differently. Scotland chose to look outward, to face the world, to embrace the EU and all of the protections and advantages that it brings. Scotland chooses life in the European Union, not a hard Tory Brexit. This Tory government must respect that. Mr. Speaker, a member opposite quoted Churchill earlier, saying it could well be the end of the beginning of this Brexit process. I'd say to the members opposite, if they do not respect the democratic will of the Scottish people to remain in the EU, it will be the beginning of the end of this disunited kingdom.
Ellen Whately.
Mr. Speaker, this evening I will vote to begin our formal process of leaving the European Union because, though I voted Remain, the referendum result was clear. In my constituency and in the country as a whole, the majority voted to leave. Had the result gone the other way, all of us who voted Remain would have expected that result to be honoured. And whether voting to remain or voting to leave, British people voted last year in the expectation that the government would enact that result, so we must see it through. But the referendum has shone a light on the divisions in British society, the divide between those for whom life is working out, full of opportunity, and those for whom life seems to be going nowhere. If we think people are angry and divided now, just think what anger there would be if MPs rejected the referendum result, effectively telling so many voters that they got it wrong.
Quite right.
The job of government now is to make a success of Brexit, and in so doing truly tackle the problems that the referendum has laid bare. As a first step, we must give the Prime Minister the scope to negotiate the best possible Brexit deal. And to those who ask for more and more detail at this time, drawing on my experience negotiating business deals, albeit clearly at a much smaller scale, giving more detail away doesn't generally enable you to secure a better deal. And you need to be clear you will walk away if you don't get a good deal, as the Prime Minister has been. And to those who want a second referendum to choose between a final deal and staying in, I ask them, could there be any stronger incentive for the European Union to offer us unattractive exit terms? Proposing that may be in their political interest, but it's clearly not in the UK's interest. Mr. Speaker, now we must get on with it and use this time of change as an opportunity to frame the sort of country we want to emerge, an open Britain, engage with Europe and the world, offering opportunities to all with confidence in identity and the prospects, and that confidence which will enable people to be tolerant and welcoming. This is the task ahead when we have honoured the referendum result and enacted this bill.
Well done. Thank you. Emma Llewellyn-Buck.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. This is a debate, like many others, that I was hoping would never take place. I campaigned to remain in the firm belief that it was the best way to protect jobs and stability for my constituents. However, my constituency voted with a clear margin to leave. I respect the democratic process, I respect the views of all of my colleagues and my constituents, and I will be voting for this bill tonight. But now that we are having this debate, it is my duty to speak up and fight for the people that I was elected to serve. For decades, the benefits of the EU were not sold to people. The European Parliament was shrouded in mystery, leaving a vacuum for UKIP to sell an alternative narrative of what the EU did and does for us. At times during the referendum campaign, it felt like I was trying to share with people in a few months things that all of us should have been sharing with them for years. Absolutely. I was trying to campaign in the referendum against a backdrop of an increasingly dark and globalised world, where things are constantly shifting at an alarming and dramatic pace, where intolerable cruelty is being inflicted on people simply because of their race or religion, where people are being displaced and humanitarian crises are happening right across the globe. Disasters, poverty and disadvantage are becoming the norm for so many, and the old answers to our country's and the world's problems are just not coming from our politicians anymore. The vacuum that is left in British politics as we MPs and parties struggle how to respond to this pace and veracity of change has been filled with racist, misogynistic and divisive rhetoric, which is creating an inward, nationalist, isolationist environment. It was no surprise when you throw into the mix experiences like my own dad's that many people voted out. My dad, Davy Lewell, is a retired welder. He's a kind, considerate, hard-working man. He used to work in the shipyards with economic migrants from Europe who came to work alongside him. He hated seeing them being exploited. He wanted them to have rights. He wanted them to have the same terms and conditions and pay that he had. But instead, they continued to be exploited, to such a degree that the yard owners could pay them so little it was no longer a good business model to have people like my dad employed there. In short, he lost his job. When people see governments not fighting for them and allowing people to be exploited, they lose faith and they become angry. No government should ever underestimate what unemployment can do to people, to their family, to their communities, because these scars last. Mr. Speaker, this referendum was a chance for people like my dad to vent their hurt. In areas like mine, this referendum was lost a very long time ago.
Maggie Throop.
Speaker, for me, this bill is about just one thing. It's about process.
And like many other honourable members, I began on the Brexit road to Damascus by advocating that Britain remain in the EU. And that's not because I'm a die-hard Europhile, but it's because I'm a pragmatist. I personally believe that, on balance, retaining EU membership was the safer option for Britain both economically and socially. However, the collective majority of the British people, including an overwhelming majority of my own constituents, disagreed with that view, and I accept that now we must leave. The debates on the nuts and bolts of our exit deal are for another day, because this bill is not about the substance. It's not about which laws to keep or abolish, or about our future trading relationships. It's not about how we share our security interests. Today it's about the mechanism that will enable us to begin having these discussions and debates, not only between ourselves here in this House, but more importantly, the other 27 member states. So it comes down to the core question that my right honourable friend, the Secretary of State, posed yesterday in his opening speech. Do we trust the people or not? And whilst I've been quick to learn that we're often required to take some difficult and unpopular decisions as members of Parliament, which can be contrary to the views expressed by some of my constituents, on this particular issue, Mr Speaker, I choose to trust the people, and so will vote accordingly this evening.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Make no mistake, we are leaving the European Union. The referendum 7 months ago settled that issue. Today's vote is not about whether you have a Leave or Remain constituency. This bill is about green-lighting the Prime Minister and her approach to Brexit and her approach to parliamentary scrutiny, to a fast-tracked process devoid of any detail for triggering Article 50 in March when key European allies will have elections distracting them, to the grudging promise of a white paper tomorrow for a vote today to replace the blank paper that we currently have. Those of us who campaign for Remain know that Brexit is to happen, but how we greenlight it is a different matter. And all of us have to ask ourselves whether we are confident that as things stand, this government is going to get the best or even a good deal for our country. I cannot answer that question yes. And this bill is our only opportunity to send the Prime Minister back to the drawing board, both on the process and the purpose of her negotiation. And in the short time available to me, there are 3 points that Walthamstow residents, when we met on Sunday, both Leave and Remain voters, wanted to make clear. Because they understand there are many different ways that Brexit could happen. But they get the importance of the single market being part of the negotiations. That when 50% of goods cross borders at least twice before they hit the shop floor, what we're talking about is more red tape for British businesses. That a government that abandons the customs union and the common commercial policy for a form of associate membership that doesn't even exist puts thousands of jobs at risk for the beginning. The Secretary of State himself said that businesses would ensure that trade with Britain continues uninterrupted and under similar circumstances. That is clearly not the case, and the British public deserve better. Walthamstow also wants rights for EU citizens confirmed, not to be used as bargaining chips or to upset our new company that we keep in the shape of President Trump. And finally, Walthamstow wants their employment rights protected, and having just been in a statutory instrument where the government was already talking about extending the erosion of employment rights, it's clear that this is not a done deal. My neighbour yesterday, the member for Chingford and Woodford Green, who's sadly not here, said that he was voting to trigger Article 50 simply because of all of the mistakes of the past. Well, I cannot greenlight Article 50 tonight because of all the opportunities of the future that it puts at stake. I am a proud patriot. I'm proud of my country. I want the best for my country. We can and we should be doing better. We cannot trigger this process now. We must rethink and go back to the drawing board for the sake of everybody we represent, whether they will leave or remain.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And it's quite clear that tonight's vote is an historic event. And I personally count it an incredible honour to be here at this time in this Parliament and be able to cast my vote in this vote to vote for this bill this evening. People have often asked me, how long have I been a Eurosceptic? And I often reply and say, well, for as long as I knew what one was. because growing up in Cornwall, I witnessed the impact that EU bureaucracy and regulation had on our communities, how it strangled our fishing communities, how it overburdened our agricultural sector with red tape and bureaucracy that meant they were not able to operate in the way that they felt best. And I personally waited for the negotiation with the former Prime Minister before deciding how I was going to cast my vote in this referendum. And it became quite clear to me that despite all of the rhetoric, the EU were not willing or prepared to change, that they were set on continuing on the course that they have been on for some time. And that was finally, for me, the final straw that made me decide that casting my vote to leave was the right thing to do. It was then a great relief for me when the constituency that I represent of St Austell and Newquay also agreed with me and voted 62% to leave as well. So I find it an easy position to be in tonight. That's not only my personal view, but it's the view of the vast majority of my constituents that we should leave the European Union. And what I found is since the referendum result, I'm even more convinced that it was the right decision, that it was the right thing to do. Because what I've detected is a new confidence in a country, a new positive approach, a new outward-looking approach. Business people that I speak to, despite all of the predicted doom and gloom, have said that they are positive about the future, and what they want is the government to take a clear lead, to set a clear direction, and I welcome our Prime Minister's approach in doing that, in setting out where we are taking our country as we negotiate to leave. And it's been quite clear that all of the predictions of Project Fear about what would happen when we decided to leave have been proved to be completely unfounded. And what we found now is companies investing in the UK, and the media say, well, despite Brexit, they're investing here. And I would like to say, well, just maybe it should be because of Brexit they are investing here, because they are confident about the future of our country. Now, let me say that I believe that tonight's historic vote gives us the opportunity to start writing a new chapter for our country that has a long and great history of standing up positively and looking at the world and engaging with the world. And I view tonight's vote as the next step in writing a new chapter for our great nation.
Cray. The European Union is a bureaucratic, cumbersome and imperfect system. But it's the longest and most successful peace process the world has ever seen, transforming historic enemies into trading partners, allies and friends. It gave hope to those labouring under the yoke of communism, and it's protected the UK's workers, consumers and environment, supported the Northern Ireland peace process and driven Britain's economy, innovation and prosperity. I did not vote to hold the referendum, and I campaigned to remain. But people in Wakefield voted to leave. The Labour whip says to trigger. But my Labour values, solidarity, internationalism, social justice, say something else. Because I see the Prime Minister talking about free trade, but walking out on the largest free trade area in the world to chase an imaginary trade deal with Donald Trump.
Indeed.
A trade deal with the USA is a distraction. The most important trade deal is the one we negotiate with the European Union. That deal determines whether Brotherton Asseco in Wakefield face tariffs on the sulphites they export to winemakers across the EU, or if Wakefield farmers face tariffs on the lamb they export to Belgium. The Prime Minister has a weak negotiating hand, but she has thrown her cards on the table before the other players have even sat down, rejecting staying in the single market where 44% of the UK's exports currently go tariff-free. This hard Brexit was not what Leave campaigners promised people in the referendum. The UK's access to the largest free trade area in the world will be worse after 2019, and that puts thousands of British jobs at risk. An open society without discrimination is the founding pillar of our British and European identity. And since the referendum, hate crime and far-right activity in Yorkshire is up. My father, Tom, died in October. The last vote he cast was to remain in the EU, and he came to Britain from Ireland in 1962 to earn his living, meet his wife, get his degree, raise his family, work and pay his taxes here. After Brexit, someone like him without a degree, say from Eastern Europe, will face barriers to come here. I hope we are better than that. To the people of Wakefield, I say I've always sought to act in your best interests, and my duty is to use my judgment to make your lives better. You did not elect me to make you poorer, destroy your jobs and weaken your public services. My judgment as someone who has lived in Belgium and Italy and worked with entrepreneurs for 7 years, as an elected Labour public servant for the last 19 years, my judgment is this vote will make people in Wakefield poorer, will destroy jobs and businesses, remove social, consumer and environmental rights, and reduce the tax base that funds our NHS, schools and services. History has its eyes on us today, so here is my answer. I can no more vote for this than I can vote against my conscience. I can no more vote for this because it's against my values. I can no more vote for this than I can vote against my own DNA.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our constituency voted to remain by a large margin. I voted to remain. So, coming to the conclusion that I believe I should support this bill this evening has been a very difficult one to make. In 2015, I stood on a manifesto that promised a referendum. Soon after, I voted in favour of a bill to put that referendum before the British people. In December, I voted for a motion calling for the government to invoke Article 50 by the end of March. I did so because the democratic process has been undertaken, and it would be wrong of me to ignore that result. I was disappointed by the result of the referendum, but we cannot continue this indecision and uncertainty indefinitely. To vote against triggering Article 50 would prolong that uncertainty. We will leave the European Union. That much is for sure. And delaying that process, which is in effect all that that vote would achieve, can only have negative implications for our economy. Any attempt to overturn that decision that has been made would damage the reputation this country has for our democracy, which we all in this place prize so highly. And in my view, it is now time for this House and the nation to come together, not only mitigating the risks of Brexit, but exploiting the opportunities. The best interests of our constituents must be promoted and protected, whether through trade or an industrial strategy. Warwick and Leamington is home to a thriving local economy, a superb education system, and constituents with outward-looking and an inclusive approach. Yeah. I do not believe that this has or will change due to impending exit from the EU. Now is the time to set out a positive vision for the UK and turn that vision into a reality.
Nora Ali.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honour to speak in such a historic debate. As a passionate pro-European, a proud Londoner, and someone who comes from a background in which Britain was a welcoming home to me and my family, and a constituency where almost 70% of the electorate voted to remain, it goes without saying that this is a bill that I wish I didn't have to vote on. The decision to trigger Article 50 to leave the European Union today is a process that, once it begins, can't be stopped. There is no turning back. Mr. Speaker, I don't agree with the Prime Minister's plan to take us out of the single currency and the customs union, because the effects will be dangerous and devastating to our economy. And that is well understood and well documented when it concerns the City of London and Canary Wharf, which my constituency borders on, where some 70,000 to 100,000 jobs are at risk. And it's not just the jobs of financiers at the top end of those institutions, it's the receptionists, it's the caterers, it's all the people that serve the City and Canary Wharf and all those jobs. And, of course, this sector contributes over 2 million jobs around our country and some 12% of taxation in terms of revenue for public expenditure. So it's really important that we do not throw the baby out of the bathwater, which I feel this plan to leave the single market will lead to. And of course, our rights, hard-won rights workers' rights, women's rights, and the rights and protections for our human rights, which are seen and admired all over the world. Those are the things we are putting at risk, as well as investment in our public services, because these decisions will cost dearly. It'll be deeply problematic and deeply damaging to our economy. And some 44% of our exports is with the EU. And even the head of the WTO indicated that if we leave and end up on WTO terms, Britain will lose, UK consumers will lose some 9 billion. So, Mr. Speaker, it's because of the damage that this change and the move away from the single market will do to my constituents, but also up and down the country, to our economy, but also to our rights, that I cannot support triggering Article 50. I do not believe it's in our national interest. I do not believe it's in our interest as a country that's supposed to be outward-looking and internationalist, and I do not believe it's in the interests of the next generation and future generations. Thank you.
E.C. Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. About 20 years ago, my own political career was launched on the back of a failed referendum campaign when I and many others failed to prevent the Welsh Assembly from being set up. But I'm reminded very much of those days as I look at what's happening on at the moment, because it was a very, very divisive campaign in Wales. There were all sorts of promises made, which I feel have never actually been kept. It was a huge constitutional change for us. There were divisions within Wales. There were threats. There were altercations. I remember when John Prescott, as he was Deputy Prime Minister at the time, came to Newport Town Centre, one of his spin doctors ordered a young campaigner off the streets and said, "I have the Deputy Prime Minister's authority for doing this," and the resulting fracas made the third bong at News at 10. I'm not going to reveal the identity of the person involved. But as we looked upon the wreckage of, yes, all right then, it was me, of that campaign, Mr. Deputy Speaker, there was a great discussion that took place, and I remember it happening in Cardiff there. We said only 1 in 4 people had voted for this Welsh Assembly. It went through on a much narrower margin than the referendum that we've just had. What are we going to do? And some of us, Mr. Speaker, and I think I was probably one of the diehards here, said, let's carry on fighting it. Let's fight it in Parliament. Let's get back out there in the media. Let's do the whole campaign. I didn't think about the courts at the time, but then we didn't have any hedge funders behind us, otherwise I probably would have done. And there were wiser voices, Mr. Speaker, wiser voices like those of the current Lord Bourne, the climate change minister, like those of the Brexit minister himself, who sits on the front bench and does such a good job for us, like those of Alan Carnes, the cabinet member, as he is at the moment. All of them have done very well. And these wiser people, Mr. Speaker, were saying we have to accept it. We don't have to admit that we were wrong, but we have to admit that on this occasion, the people have said one thing and we have to go along with it. And they were so right, Mr. Speaker, and I was wrong at the time to say we should have carried on fighting it. Because as a result, we got involved with the National Assembly Advisory Group, we drew up the standing orders, we put up candidates. We are now the second party in Wales, and we're close to becoming the first party of Wales as a result of what took place. And look how well they've all done, Mr. Speaker, as a result, and one day, who knows, as well. And that is the reality of what we have before us now. People are talking about divisions. There were divisions, all right, during the referendum campaign. Those divisions need to end. We all agree with that. But they're not going to end when so many people who, for the best reasons and who feel they're doing the right thing, we're in a minority, continue to try and fight this campaign. Stop fighting the campaign and become part of what's going to take place now, because the people of this country have spoken. Of course I'll give way. The Honourable Lady.
Honestly telling me that he would have stopped fighting to come out of the European Union if it had gone the other way and with such a poor majority, because I can tell him now, I don't believe he would. That's right.
Well, the Honourable Lady is a peacemaker. And I'm sure, and she's given me a few tellings off in her time, and I think, Mr. Speaker, if I tried to do anything like that, I would have the Honourable Lady having a quiet or even a not-so-quiet word with me and putting me in my place, because we would have had to have accepted what the people of this country said. And that's what I'm saying now. Let's end the division. Yes, of course we should end the division. I say to the members opposite, look at what's happened in this political party. We were all over the place a few months ago, some fighting for Remain, some wanting leave, some wanting this and that, and all of us have got behind our cabinet members and our leader. And that's the lesson to this country. We have got a first-rate Prime Minister. and our Prime Minister tonight is going to reflect the will of the British people. It is about bringing power back, yes, from Brussels to the people of this country, but it's about going through those lobbies and recognising that that's what the people of this country wants. And I say to anyone who's thinking of not coming through with us tonight, think about the will of the British people and be part of what is going to take place, that exciting new chapter in the history of this great country. Come with us tonight. Come with the British people.
The Wishards!
More. I'll start by putting my cards on the table. I loathe and detest this Tory Brexit. And I despair what this Tory Brexit would do to my beautiful country. This is, as we know, to be the hardest hard Brexit with cuts yet unimaginable and consequences yet inconceived. And for what? If we were doing this for some lofty ideal, some grand purpose, like maybe addressing global poverty, maybe addressing some of the huge issues of injustices around the world, it would maybe just make it about palatable. But no, we're doing this because the UK doesn't like immigration. That is the cold, beating heart of this bad British Brexit, and it underpins absolutely everything concerning our departure from the EU. It takes precedence over everything else, and all other considerations are merely consequential. The thing is, we live in an interconnected, globalised world where the movements of people have never been so profound. Fleeing from prosecution, maybe that's the case, maybe it's exchange of skills and ideas, and somehow we're asked to believe the myth that Brexitised UK will beat back this historic tide like some sort of Faragist Canute. I actually laughed out loud when I heard all this guff about a global UK. A global UK is the last thing possible they want to create. This is drawbridge UK that they're trying to create. And look at the response from the rest of the world. When they're not laughing at us, they're simply taking pity on us. As the Foreign Secretary goes out his way to insult the very people we have to negotiate with, they're thinking of nothing other than the hardest of conditions to deter anybody else from considering leaving. A negotiating position, you ask? Well, it seems the negotiation position seems to be threatening to our EU partners that we will indulge in even further economic self-harm if they dare look after their own interests. Apparently, we're even considering turning the UK into some sort of offshore, deregulated tax haven if the EU actually thinks about looking after its own interests. That will show them then, won't it? It's not just the fact of leaving the EU it concerns me, ghastly enough though that is. It's the new ideology, the new world view that's hastily being designed to accommodate this new splendid isolation. I see a Brexitised Britain as a world of weird 50s nostalgia, being antipathetic to foreigners, and a reality that will feel very much like the pages of a Daily Mail editorial. People of Britain, work as if you live in the early days of a UKIP UK, because that is what's coming. Scotland, of course, didn't want any part of this, but yet we're to be driven off the cliff edge with the rest of the United Kingdom. What we have now, though, is options. We presented a plan to stop Scotland indulging in the worst of this madness. If that's not listened to, we have every right to reconsider our membership of this United Kingdom.
Jeremy Lefroy.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And when the results came through on the 24th of June, I must admit my emotion was one of great sadness, and it continued for some time. Sadness, I think, as the honourable gentleman from Cambridge said, not just because of economic consequences, potential or not, because I do believe in the medium to long term this country will see a stable and prosperous economic future, but sadness because of the division that it put between ourselves and our European partners and allies, and some of those divisions that were shown up in our own country. And it's absolutely vital that we come together and rebuild some of that social capital that was lost. But we have to do so by building on the decision we are taking tonight. And when you've taken a decision, whether it's a right decision or a wrong decision or something you don't know, then what you can do is ensure that the next decisions you take are the best possible decisions for your country and for your people. And that demands that we involve all the peoples of the United Kingdom in these, whether from Northern Ireland, from England, from Scotland or from Wales. It also, in my view, demands that we immediately reassure European Union citizens in this country of their rights here, as we would expect others other countries within the EU to assure our own citizens. That is a matter of moral decency. And I think it's also very important that we fight very hard to retain those institutions which are not part, effectively, of the European Union, which we are leaving, but which are vital, technically, and in so many other ways, for our general well-being and for the health of our economy, whether that is Euratom, whether that's the European Medicines Agency. But another thing that is vital is that we all work incredibly hard. We, certainly in my party, have put the country in this position. It is our duty to get out there and ensure that we have the best possible arrangements. That doesn't just mean writing newspaper columns saying how wonderful it is. That means getting out there and doing the hard work, treating people with respect, building up those relationships that perhaps have been more than a little bruised over the last few months. And it's also vital that this place has a decision to make that we have the sovereignty to make that decision over our future relationship with Europe. Not the government, not the European Parliament on its own, but we here. And finally, Mr. Speaker, I would hope that we will conduct these debates with honesty, with clarity, and not with bombast.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honour to speak on this debate today. Last Friday, celebrating my first 100 days as an MP, I spoke to a room of 50 dedicated activists and members at my constituency Labour Party meeting, and I'm proud that we were able to talk frankly and honestly about this vote. Many had spent months knocking on doors and delivering leaflets alongside my predecessor, Joe Cox, advocating that people should vote Remain, whilst others in the room voted another way.
Will she give way? I'm sure that I thank the Honourable Lady for the speech that she's making, and I just wanted to express on behalf of the whole House that I'm sure Jo Cox and her family are in our thoughts as we take this vote on the referendum tonight.
Absolutely, and I do appreciate that. Thank you so much. As I was saying, I too voted to Remain, and as I spoke and listened to my friends and colleagues, it was difficult and occasionally emotional, as I explained why I felt it was my duty to respect democracy and vote in favour of triggering Article 50. Batley and Spen voted 63% to leave. The people have spoken, and I must listen. So however painful this is now, we are leaving the European Union. It is my duty to listen to everyone, move on from leavers, remainers, and get the best deal for everyone. Once Batley and Spen was a powerhouse of manufacturing. Men and women left school and went to work in the mills, but things move on, and now we're celebrated for beds and biscuits. But the mills are shopping centres, offices, flats, or in some cases have fallen into disrepair. Jobs for life have been replaced by the gig economy, and far too many of my constituents are on low pay and in insecure work. People haven't seen a significant improvement in their standard of living for decades. Left behind by globalisation, I have no doubt financial insecurity and a sense of abandonment contributed to the Leave vote. That said, what my constituents did not vote for is giving this government a blank cheque. They did not vote for losing jobs, having their rights at work watered down, losing maternity, paternity pay, human rights or LGBT rights. Mr. Speaker, there are also lessons to be learned from my former industry, the creative industries. They must also have their voice heard in the upcoming negotiations. In evidence given to the Culture, Media and Sport Committee in October 2016, the Directors UK told us the UK is the third largest supplier of films, the second largest producer of television in the world, and in the fast-paced area of video games, we are constantly at the cutting edge. The creative economy accounts for 1 in 11 jobs. However, it's fair to say that a vote for exiting the EU was not one the industry at large wished for. A survey completed by Creative Industries Federation ahead of the referendum found that 96%
I'll give way. Thank you.
Councillor McGovern.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honourable lady for giving way. She agreed with me that the point she's making is that the creative industries isn't just about here, but it's about the places that we represent in the north, which are leaders in this area.
Hear, hear. I thank my honourable member for that point. It's absolutely true that one of our biggest expanding industries locally is the creative industries, and we must support that at every opportunity. Because if we lose free movement of labour, we could easily lose a pipeline of highly skilled creatives. And if that happens, we must develop a domestic training and education system that fills the skills gap in the creative industries. However, of course, the time to debate these details will come later. First, we must vote to move this process on. Not with angry denial or blind optimism, but on a mission to be vigilant about the rights of those with the least and those living here who support those in most need. Hear, hear.
Mr. Richard Graham.
Mr. Speaker, it's a pleasure to follow the member for Batley and Spen, and on this particular bill we have come to a similar decision. In the referendum, I believed that the considerable short-term risks of leaving the European Union outweighed the unquantifiable future benefits. But I underestimated the deep mistrust of the European Union. The people have decided to leave. I must respect that decision and will support this bill. The hard work now begins. For example, how do we access the benefits of free trade and inspection-free transfer of goods from outside EU structures like the single market and the customs union? Some believe that nothing is possible, but the alternative to working for success is to hope that things go badly, even to will it, to be ceaselessly critical, and ultimately to achieve only an echo of Private Fraser's lament, "We're all doomed." And although none of us have got perfect foresight, I am absolutely confident that we will have much greater success in lining up future free trade agreements than some members have suggested. Now, Mr. Speaker, the negotiations will begin soon. In my view, we need an agreement that is generous to Europeans living here, enthusiastic in our continuation of academic and research cooperation, resolute in our solidarity with Europe on defence and security, practical in ways of controlling immigration, but welcoming to skills, tourists and entrepreneurs, free of the European Court of Justice, but never compromising on standards or the rule of law, and adventurous in pursuing our own trade deals, but never underestimating the importance of free trade and easy customs clearance in all we do with Europe. That's what I hope Government White Paper will lay out. I hope it brings our one nation of diverse parts together. For whatever our concerns about the journey, we should start positive, not cynical.
She is next. Melanie On. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I want to start by paying a tribute to Gina Miller, a courageous woman who fought for our constitution, our laws and, I would argue, our values. She found herself and her family the subject of a hideous campaign from the media and the public for the crime of simply being a Democrat. She prevented an ill-equipped government from overreaching itself. It's enforcing through its own vision of Brexit without the views of parliamentarians being heard. She's acted fearlessly, without reward, and parliamentarians, as well as Democrats across the country, all owe her a huge debt of gratitude. Honourable members will know that I introduced a bill to safeguard in primary legislation all the workers' rights derived from the European Union legislation after the withdrawal of the UK from the EU. Unfortunately, it was blocked. And we had over 4 hours of discussion on favourite radio programmes through a handed-out bill. Well, I do hope that the government tunes in this time. I realise that there are days allocated next week to discuss amendments in groups. However, there's no guarantee, as I understand it, that my amendments will be heard. So I'd like to highlight them now to demonstrate their importance through the negotiations, because people in this country deserve to know that their rights at work will not be thrown away. I give way.
Doesn't the point she's just made show how outrageous it is, and the fact that honourable members are now restricted to just 3 minutes per speech, that the government is imposing just 3 days for detailed scrutiny of the most important bill this country has faced in our lifetimes?
Thank the honourable member for his intervention. It's certainly very difficult, and there are lots of complex issues that I'm sure many members across both sides would appreciate greater time in being able to discuss. I'd like to just first say that there's a new clause 9 that requires the government to actually produce a plan on its steps to ensure EU workers' rights will be maintained in the United Kingdom law before withdrawal from the EU. And I wonder, will we see that in tomorrow's white paper? A new clause 10, which makes provision that EU workers' rights continue in force in the UK on exit day, subject only to changes made by primary legislation. And a new Schedule 1, the schedule that places in primary legislation each workers' rights EU directive, because these amendments are front and centre for many working people who are in an increasingly unstable labour market. They are protections against discrimination, the right to take rest breaks, a paid holiday, the right to take leave for working parents. They've become the accepted minimums for reasonable employers and have been woven into the fabric of the employment relationship. On the steps of Downing Street in July, the Prime Minister made reference to those who have a job but do not always have job security. They are the millions of agency workers in the care sector, the retail industry, the security industry, or in our factories, and they rely on these protections to enjoy the same wages, holiday entitlements as permanent workers, and in return they get equal access to facilities, vacancies and amenities. Some have been reassured by the government that Brexit will not undermine workers' rights, but the earlier comments made by my honourable friend, the member for Walthamstow, just demonstrates that this is not the case. Yeah. If it is the case, I look forward to seeing my amendments appearing in the bill going forward, if only to add a little more detail. And despite being on the other side of the debate, I accept that the British public voted for Brexit, but I would urge the government to hear that they did not vote for more insecure contracts, less safe workplaces, or anything less than they currently have by way of protection in their jobs.
Kevin Hollingrick.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. May I take this opportunity to send my condolences, and I'm sure of many colleagues, to one of my constituents who's passed away today, a great Yorkshireman, Sir Ken Morrison, of Morrison's Supermarkets. Our thoughts are with his family. It's a great pleasure to follow the honourable member from Great Grimsby, and I absolutely support her calls for protection of workers' rights, as many of my colleagues do also. I've listened carefully to many fine speeches over the last 2 days, and none finer than that of my right honourable friend of Rushcliffe, who articulated so well the benefits of the peace and prosperity we have achieved through our membership of the European Union. But I must say I disagree with his conclusion. I feel it's incumbent upon me to vote to invoke Article 50. On the basis, I think the public quite reasonably believe that as politicians we have not been listening. Not listened to their fears regarding sovereignty, democratic accountability, and most of all regarding immigration. It would be disastrous, I believe, if we would not therefore support the public wishes to leave the European Union. Many times in business, you've had to take a certain route, when probably against your better judgment. But I think the most important thing to do in these circumstances is always not worry too much of whether you made the best decision, but make the best of the decisions you've made. I've listened to some of the members opposite who talk about wanting a meaningful vote. By that, I think they mean a veto. A veto, as my honourable friend referred to, a veto whether we should actually leave the European Union at all. If that's what they mean by a meaningful vote, then I could not think of a more effective device at getting us the worst possible deal out of these negotiations. I'm very happy you will.
Does my friend agree with me that the British public were told there was no second-guessing this, no second bites of the cherry? It was not a bargaining position. It was a vote and a decision made and taken to be enacted by this government.
Absolutely. I couldn't agree with her more. And I believe this is a device, and quite shameful using a device such as that to try and keep us in the European Union by the back door. Because clearly, a vote of no in this Parliament will lead us to a position where we remain, and clearly that's in the interest of the negotiators in the European Union. I think we need to show confidence at this point in time. There is still time for the European Union itself to listen to the fears of other countries, not just the United Kingdom. We made our decision, but other countries also have many concerns. In France, in the Netherlands, in Germany, Italy, there is great discontent with many of the rules, regulations and restrictions of the European Union. And it's so important that we do get the best possible deal for the United Kingdom, but also we get the right deal for the European Union. And they need to listen. The shifting sands of Europe, they need to see that and listen to what people's fears are while there still is a European Union. Because I believe a disintegration, a fragmentation of the European Union would be the biggest economic and national security risk that we could possibly face. So it's time now for Brussels to listen also. Listen to the people and reform before it's too late.
John Nicholson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. You know, I'm often asked by English members here why it is that I support pulling Scotland out of the UK but keeping it in the European Union. And it's a good question, because Scotland is no stranger to the idea of sacrificing a degree of independence for interdependence. Yep. Indeed, it's the argument which underpins unionism. When Scotland surrendered its national parliament in 1707, it was to join a prototype European Union, the United Kingdom. Two countries which had been at war for centuries, pooled sovereignty, allowed free movement of people and created a common trading area, locking their economies together with the aim of ending conflict. The price was complete Scottish independence. Across the North Sea, a very similar country, Denmark. Both countries have populations of around 6 million, largely urban, but with significant rural populations. Both have large coastlines. But when Denmark chose to sacrifice some sovereignty upon joining the EU, it retained much that we have lost or will still soon lose in the UK. Denmark finds itself today in the single market, a member of the Customs Union, and it is able to enjoy all the benefits this brings. Denmark also remains in control of its own defence policy, its own foreign policy and its own fiscal policy. So there, in a nutshell, is the difference. Within the UK, Scotland controls none of these. Now, yes, I will.
He's very kind to give way. He's making a very good speech. On the point of controlling economic policy, I am intrigued. Given that the SNP is advocating independence if they don't get their way on this issue, can he confirm whether the SNP believes his country should then join the euro in that process?
No, I believe that Scotland should hold a referendum whether we get our own way on this or not. I believe in independence, whatever the outcome of the vote tonight.
Stop asking questions.
An honourable member with incredible degree of prescience announces that we lost the referendum. I'm not sure if that takes our debate very much further, but I'm happy to acknowledge, sir, that we did indeed lose the referendum. We'll win the next one, however. Now, during Scotland's referendum on independence, it looked like some of this might change. The Prime Minister assured Scotland that we were a family of nations. Membership of the EU was sold to the Scottish electorate as one of the defining benefits of remaining within the United Kingdom, which must be a cruel irony on the day that we debate this, Madam Deputy Speaker. Now, I'm intrigued by what the Prime Minister means when she says we are equal partners. What kind of equality is it when England, 10 times our size, attempts to compel us against our will? It is not equality as I understand it.
My honourable friend is putting the Prime Minister right on a couple of matters. Would he also care to put the Prime Minister right on her oft-repeated mistake where she seems to suggest that the SNP want to take Scotland out of the EU? Would you like to take the opportunity to put her right on that now? And then maybe some of the scribblers on the backbench could pass it on to her.
Members of the House will be flabbergasted to know that I agree with my honourable and learned friend here, because we see a key part of our future being in the European Union. Now, the Prime Minister, who is mentioned there with such great affection, chose as her first trip to Scotland a trip to Edinburgh, a visit full of visual symbolism. She called on the First Minister, and while they didn't hold hands, Mrs May said all the right things. She said that she was willing to listen to options on Scotland's future relationship with the European Union. Well, what's the point of listening if everything that is said falls on deaf ears? It's not consultation. Now, my colleagues, I won't, thank you. My colleagues, my constituents and people throughout our country want to be part of an outward-looking, cosmopolitan Scotland. We want to be part of a union which is a community of nations, a union which respects diversity and autonomy. Now, members of the Conservative benches over there profess to love the union which binds Scotland and England. But the union which is dying is not the EU with a long queue of candidate countries. It is the UK. Margaret Thatcher may have begun the dismemberment, but historians will, I suspect, judge that today honourable members opposite delivered, as our continental partners would say, the coup de grace.
Madam Deputy Speaker, and it's a pleasure to follow on from the Honourable Member for East Dunbartonshire. He's a passionate advocate of Scottish issues. It's also a pleasure to see that you have managed to recover from the curried nut incident last night as well. I'm afraid this is a speech. I'm afraid this is a speech that I never wanted to give, and a bill I never wanted to see. However, I feel compelled to speak in this historic debate, and looking and listening to the debate over the last 2 days, and in particular harking back to the speech made by my honourable and learned friend for Rushcliffe yesterday, and his quote of Edmund Burke in particular, I must make my decision in the interest of our country. Anything else will lead to unimaginable consequences in my mind. My honourable friend for Wellingborough was also quite right. We have to put country first, constituency second and party last, and this is why I've come up with the decision I have on this particular bill. Honourable members know that during the EU referendum campaign last year I campaigned passionately on behalf of the Remain campaign, and the majority of Bath residents voted like me to remain inside the EU, in fact 70%. This does not mean that I have changed my views, and rest assured I will certainly continue to advocate them. I've received thousands of emails like other honourable members in this House and letters on both sides of the debate, and on whether or not to trigger Article 50 and allow the government to begin the formal negotiations. The referendum campaign was fought, however, the vote was held, turnout was high, and the public gave their verdict. The country voted to leave the European Union, and it's the democratic duty of this sovereign parliament and government to ensure we just do that. If the result had have been in reverse, I would have hoped that the Leave campaign would respect the democratic decision of the British public in exactly the same way. It is incumbent upon all of us to come together now as one nation seeking to get the best possible deal with the European Union. A new partnership between an independent, self-governing global Britain and our friends and allies in the EU. I've called consistently for a white paper, and I'm pleased that will be published tomorrow. And I really do want to ensure that my constituents and businesses in particular, which I do think have been somewhat ignored in this process so far in the debates here, are going to be able to feed in their views in a more systematic way. If we're going to be leaving the European Union, however, we must not delay any further. To do so would certainly frustrate our European friends and allies, and probably weaken our negotiating hand. I would like clarity quickly from the government in relation to the final vote. I worry particularly that as the Supreme Court ruled to ensure that this bill was put forward, I wonder how the court would rule if the government used prerogative powers to get or approve no deal. I will just conclude quickly by saying I will be voting to trigger Article 50 tonight, and I implore other members to do the same.
Gavin Newlands.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Given the short time available to me, I'll restrict my brief remarks to two issues that will be impacted by Brexit. EU nationals and the single market in aviation, an issue important to my constituency. The 3 million EU nationals and their families living in the UK are understandably extremely concerned. Instead of straight answers from the UK government, EU nationals living in the UK have only heard empty rhetoric and weasel words from the Tories. Johanna Kettinen is one of my caseworkers in my constituency office. Born in Finland, she has lived in Scotland for over 7 years, studied at Glasgow University and has made Scotland her home. She's extremely upset that she's being used as a bargaining chip by this callous government and a Tory Brexit game that Guy Few in Scotland wanted to play in the first place. Like many other members, I've had a large number of constituents getting in touch to allay their fears that Brexit may rip their families apart. This is clear indication that the ongoing uncertainty regarding EU immigration and the right to remain is already harming the UK, and it will continue for as long as the Tories refuse to confirm the right of EU nationals to stay in the UK. Article 50 and exit in the EU will not only impact on EU nationals, but businesses across these islands. One sector that hasn't been given the attention it deserves throughout the Brexit debate is the aviation sector. This vital part of the economy contributes £1 billion a week to UK GDP and £9 billion in taxation. The UK is the third largest aviation sector in the world, which is largely a result of the European single aviation market and the Open Skies Agreement between the US and the EU. By leaving the EU and the EEA, the UK walks away from these hugely important agreements that account for a clear majority of UK aviation traffic. Regional airports are vital for connectivity within Scotland, but the Tories' reckless gamble with EU membership has caused serious uncertainty for these airports, which could cause a serious detrimental impact on the Scottish economy.
Well said.
In contrast, the SNP Scottish Government are working hard to ensure Scotland's aviation sector is a success despite Brexit, committing to have APD by the end of 2021. So not for the first time, we know what the Scottish Government plan to do with the powers within its remit, but what of the UK Government? Can the Minister, in his summing up, tell us if the UK plan to remain part of the European aviation single market? If not, can he guarantee that transitional arrangements will be agreed that ensure that UK airlines and airports are not put at a competitive disadvantage with their European counterparts? Can he further assure us that the UK will remain part of the Open Skies Agreement with the United States? The 5,200 people in Renfrewshire in and around Glasgow Airport and the 1 million people across the UK whose jobs rely on a thriving aviation sector are watching and expect an answer. Madam Deputy Speaker, the Prime Minister needs to act now and give UK businesses and EU citizens living in the UK a cast-iron guarantee that their status and rights will be protected. If she doesn't, she leaves us no choice but to offer a different path to those living and working in Scotland. For voting yes, yes to being an outward-facing member of the International Family of Nations, yes for our children's future, yes for Scotland, yes to independence.
Roberta Blackman-Woods. Madam Deputy Speaker. I agree with the honourable gentleman from North East Bedfordshire who said this was a debate he hoped would never happen and a vote he hoped would never happen. I'm a strong Remainer and I campaigned hard for us to stay in the EU, and I still think that our future would be better off within it. But I do recognise the result of the British people who have voted for Brexit, but I also recognise that my Durham constituency, in line with many university cities, voted strongly to remain. Madam Deputy Speaker, I was worried about the result on the 23rd of June. The North East has only 1.6% of its population that are foreign-born, and hardly any of them live in Durham. And yet, in the campaign, immigration was the most commonly cited reason for voting leave. It rose from people because they felt that their views were not being taken into account and that their access to jobs and services were diminishing, not least because the austerity policies of the parties opposite took vital resources out of our most impoverished communities. And I think we had a real failure to address those concerns in this House. Obviously, we have to tackle xenophobia and racism, and we have to change our immigration policies. But I hope we find a way of doing that without simply withdrawing from the single market, because that will create as many problems as it solves. We also had 4 decades of negative press about Europe, and it was impossible to overturn that within a few months and make the positive case not only for the EU but for upholding human rights and active participation in global institutions that do so much to maintain peace and to create prosperity in the world. And I hope we continue to have that international outward-looking approach that we need and reject the policies of Trump and isolationism. I was very pleased that my constituency voted to remain because the impact of Brexit on the North East is huge.
we have a positive balance of trade, with 58% of our exports going to Europe. We have no idea whether that will continue if trade barriers arise. And we need to hear more from the government for our automotive industries, our universities, advanced manufacturing, and those in receipt of ESF and ERDF funds. That would help create some stability. And our young people need to hear something they voted largely to remain about how the government is going to deliver a more prosperous country. And that's why I think we need to adopt Labour's amendments and make sure that we have a vote on the final Brexit deal. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to recognise that my constituents voted Remain, but I recognise that the country voted for Brexit, and I'm going to abstain this evening.
Stephen Doughty.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Last summer, I walked through the fields of the Somme. I walked along the beaches of Normandy, and you cannot help but ask yourself, how did we get here? And history, of course, teaches us that it was a failure of institutions, of economics, of relationships, of the rise of populism and nationalism. And because of that, Madam Deputy Speaker, I was, and I still am, inspired by Europe and what it's achieved for all its faults, and many of those were rightly spoken about during the referendum. The alternative it represented during the Cold War to the Eastern European states, the alternative to the ethnic slaughter of the Balkans, and the opportunities for hope that it represented. I understand and I respect the vast majority of those who voted to leave, many in my own family, in my own constituency. But my constituency voted overwhelmingly to remain. And because of my constituents, because of my conscience, because of the facts that I see before me, I will vote against the triggering of Article 15 tonight, for the amendment, and also against the programme motion. The debate has been far too curtailed. No doubt the bill will go through, and I will also seek to amend it. The result will reflect the referendum. But I do that, Madam Deputy Speaker, not out of disrespect, but out of duty. A duty to stand up for my constituents, to stand up for the 48%, to stand up in this sovereign parliament and challenge this government and its approach. A government that has no plan, in contrast to the plan that's been set out on a cross-party basis by the First Minister of Wales, that has provided no guarantees that Wales will be not left worse off, that has provided no guarantees on unfettered access to the single market that is so crucial for businesses and jobs in my constituency. A government that's provided no assurances that powers will not be taken away from Wales, nor that our rights will not be removed, and a government that's given no reassurance to EU citizens living and working in our public services in my constituency. Madam Deputy Speaker, we are told to be optimistic. Now, I have no doubt that the British and Welsh people will find their way through, however difficult things become. We have done so many times before. But I have to be honest, I fear that people's concerns, right as they are to express them about immigration, are far from being resolved and will not be resolved by leaving the European Union. I fear that many who've left behind will continue to feel left behind with a government in place that is advocating some sort of bargain basement tax haven, race to the bottom economy, and is running across the United States, throwing themselves before President Trump. I fear the poorest will continue to suffer, and what then? Who will be blamed next? The Prime Minister said today that she is a leader, but the truth is she is a follower. She is following the siren calls of a select group on her own benches to a hard, reckless Brexit instead of trying to bring this country together. She is now following the lead of a president whose values she does not share in a desperate scramble to make up for the gambles of her predecessor. We are at a turning point, that is sure. But whatever the result of this referendum, there is not only one route forward. We have a choice about where we head in the future. There is not just one route, and we have to think very hard about where we head.
Drew Hendry.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the honourable member from Nottingham North, who's not in his place just now, spoke earlier about the future, and there are big impacts in this bill for future generations, affecting the prosperity of our children and young people, our young men and our young women. And in the Highlands, this is in particularly sharp focus. For generations, we've had young people leaving the Highlands to seek further education, to seek their future with them, until we have the Scottish Parliament, until we had the engagement of the European Union. And the University of the Highlands and Islands is now celebrating 20 years of EU cooperation that's allowed us to have that very much needed symbol in the Highlands, a physical university campus in Inverness. And Amongst other things, amongst other ways, our cooperation with Europe has helped to reverse that decline, as have EU nationals. And I was struck by the words of the Honourable Member for Hampstead and Kilburn earlier, because I agree, these people who come to our country to add are our friends, they are our neighbours, they deserve to be treated as such. But under the current direction of the UK Government, that all changes. The UK is scrabbling about for deals, any deals, no stone unturned, no matter who's underneath it. Holding hands with Trump, legitimising his symbolic exclusion, his walls and his rising xenophobia. Shaking hands with Erdogan, all of this clearly saying it's weapons before wains, dogma before doctorates. The alternative of a rock-hard Brexit is a change of course. If not for the UK, then for our universities, for people who are put in a really difficult position, like those people in Gibraltar, but of course also for the people of Scotland who voted for 62% to remain, 100% of all the council areas. There is a choice for this Parliament.
Will the Honourable Member give way?
I will give way.
Has the Honourable Member noticed a shiver running along the Labour's front bench looking for a spine to run up?
I thank my honourable friend for his contribution. I hope that the Labour front bench and the Labour members will follow the example of some of those that I've referenced tonight and actually vote against Article 50 tonight. If there are exceptions on borders with Ireland, the exceptions for Nissan, the city, it is a matter of choice. It doesn't have to be this rock-hard Brexit. People in the Highlands, people in Scotland want hope for the future. They want to see the future conditions reflecting our nation, a big-hearted, open-minded, cooperative future where all, wherever they come from, who contribute to a better society are valued, an enlightened future, not an insular little Britain, hand in hand with those who would drag us into the darkness.
Owen Smith.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, I am going to vote against triggering Article 50 tonight. And I'm going to do that as a patriot who believes in Britain and as a Democrat who believes profoundly in parliamentary democracy. And I'm going to do so, in my view, in the interests of my children and my constituents and my country and in support of my convictions. Because I do not believe that the Brexit course we are now set on will make Britain a more prosperous, fairer, more equal, tolerant country. I believe, by contrast, that it will make our politics meaner and it will make our country poorer. Despite all the optimism and jingoism we've heard from the benches opposite in the last 2 days of debate, and there have been many terrific speeches, many difficult speeches, I cannot credit the notion that the best way to make Britain a successful global trading nation is to withdraw from the most sophisticated global market the world has ever created. I cannot believe that standing here in London, in the heart of the most global, cosmopolitan trading city the world has ever seen, that we will enhance our chances of improving our economy by cutting off this city from the other great cities around Europe. So I cannot believe that our economy will improve, and I cannot believe that the constituents I represent will be well served by this. In fact, if the hard Brexit, the rock-hard Brexit that is now proposed by the Prime Minister comes to pass, then I am convinced that it will be constituents like mine in working-class communities in this country who will be hit hardest. And if it is the alternative version she is threatening Europe with, they will be hit harder still. But the biggest reason I will vote against this tonight is not the economy. We've made too much of this. It's about the values that are in jeopardy in our country and across the world. We are a liberal, plural, tolerant, European Enlightenment economy and a society. And those things, those great British values that Labour has spoken for so long, are at risk today. This Brexit vote began with immigration. The man in charge of it said it was their baseball bat that they simply needed to pick up to win the vote. It's ended with the Honourable Member for Rushcliffe saying the Tory party is now an anti-immigrant party. It's ended with the Prime Minister, hand in hand with a racist
President of the United States. Are those my values? Or are my values those of Angela Merkel, who had to ring him up to tell him he was wrong? I know where I think this country stands on that issue, and I know that unless we think again, we are going down a very, very dangerous path.
Liz Saville-Roberts.
Diolch yn fawr, Dr Like a few brief points about this bill. Of course, Wales is a net beneficiary from the EU, receiving £245 million or £79 per person more than we pay in. And in rural constituencies like mine, Dwygo Meirionnydd, this funding makes an impact way beyond what this figure implies. Now, for rural communities, the Common Agricultural Policy is the most important financial contribution the EU makes. Yet the party opposite stands ready to switch off these vital support mechanisms essential to our already struggling isolated communities, with no indication of how they will make good the damage or even whether they intend to. I'd like to turn now to spend a few sentences exploring the increasingly divisive word, much misused word, freedom. It was its antonym, control, that dominated the Leave campaign's market-tested propaganda, but it was an almost messianic pursuit of this motive of concepts, freedom, that drove us to break free from Brussels. The freedom to and the freedom from are the opposing and disputed understandings of liberty that have arguably underpinned the political divide for centuries. However, if we strip away much of the Leave campaign's divisive and reprehensible rhetoric, we find that it is their dogmatic belief in a freedom from Brussels that catalyses their distrust of the EU. In their polarised, simplistic view, now that we are free of Eurocrats, once again the sun will never set on our shores.
Can I just say to the Honourable Lady that I think it's a great discourtesy that you're not being listened to by the, some of the people in this chamber, because I'm finding her speech very good indeed.
Hear, hear.
I am most grateful for that intervention, and yes, there are many of us who have waited. We do not have many days to discuss this, and there are many of us who have waited as we were required to, in this chamber all the while. It's the least that we can do is to listen to each other's contributions. But from what are we truly free? Free from workers' rights and employment protections? Free from greater unity with our friends and neighbours? From free trade? From progress? In reality, our so-called freedom from the EU will undermine our freedom to achieve our potential. Our businesses will no longer have the freedom to export and import the goods we rely on. Our children will face greater challenges to work and live in the countries we have freedom to enjoy unfettered. To take back control, we have gained nothing but the illusion of control. My party will always work in the national interest of Wales. My colleagues and I, therefore, will be voting against this bill on the grounds that this government has failed to ensure Wales's national best interests. In terms of our economy, the role of our devolved legislation, these are disregarded in this legislation. I am confident that the people of Wales did not vote for poverty, and they did not vote for our economy to bear the brunt of Brexit.
Tommy Shepherd.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. One of the more bizarre aspects of the discussion that's taken place since the referendum has been the way in which the people who won the referendum have tried to explain what it means by reference to the arguments of those who lost the referendum. Thus, we are told that even though it wasn't on the ballot paper, the vote is a vote to leave the single European market because David Cameron suggested that it might be. Well, I did hear David Cameron suggest that, but I also heard every time he did so, the Leave campaign accuse him of hyperbole and mendacity and say that it was not true. Madam Deputy Speaker, we have a real possibility in this country now that the political right may hijack that mandate from the 23rd of June last year and use it to reconfigure our society and our economy in a way which most right-minded people in this country would find abhorrent. What stands between them and that outcome is this Parliament. And that is why it is so important that we should not give this government a blank cheque, a carte blanche to do as it will, as it tries to interpret what happens next. And that is why we should vote for the reasoned amendment tonight and say we're not going ahead and firing this starting pistol until you explain to us the consequences of making that decision. And I welcome very much the support from other parties and from many Labour members. I want in the dying moments of this debate to implore the Labour front bench to reconsider their attitude on this. Do not give the Tory government a blank cheque on this matter. That is not the historic responsibility of the opposition. It is not the democratic requirement of the opposition. Please do not do it.
Will my honourable friend give way?
Yes, I'll take.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way. As I've been sitting here, I've heard from yet another worried EU national in my constituency. Does my honourable friend agree that this government, which seems to be well behind the curve on everything at the moment, really needs to sort this out, treat our European friends and neighbours with dignity and respect, and listen to the Scottish Government?
I completely agree, and that is another fine example of why we should not get on the bus until we know what the destination is. On these benches, we are determined not to do that, but we also are determined to argue what that destination should be. My colleagues have already talked about the report that's been published by the Scottish Government on Scotland's pace in Europe post-Brexit. I would commend colleagues in this chamber to spend 15 or 20 minutes to read that document. It may surprise you. It's published by a government which believes in an independent Scotland and believes in an independent nation within the European Union, and yet that document argues for neither of those things. It is a massive compromise, an olive branch, an attempt to make goodwill and say that in this post-Brexit world, let us try and find unity and consensus, but what that means is that one size does not fit all in a country this size. It means there should be differential arrangements in Scotland as to what happens next, for two very simple reasons. One, the material consequences of Brexit are materially different in Scotland, and two, the attitude of the electorate and the people of Scotland is different. You can do that, the government can do that, and accommodate the wishes of the Scottish Government and the Scottish people, and achieve a situation where there is some sort of sense to things post-Brexit, and the views of people in Scotland are respected. Because that brings me back, and I want to finish on what other colleagues have talked about as well. This debate is not without context in Scotland. In 2014, in the Scottish referendum, we were promised two things. One, as has been mentioned, that the best way to keep our European passports would be to vote to stay in the United Kingdom. But secondly, we were promised that a vote to stay in the United Kingdom would not mean that the views of Scotland would be diluted and absorbed into our bigger neighbour to the south, but that they would be respected. We know you say Brexit means Brexit. Let us see in the months to come if respect means respect.
Order, I very rarely get to do this, so I'm going to really enjoy this. I'm going to raise the speech limit for the last few speeches to 4 minutes. Tom Brake.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Perfect timing. Madam Deputy Speaker, I hope I am wrong, but I believe that the decision the country took on the 23rd of June will be the biggest self-inflicted wound since our disastrous intervention in Iraq. And this is a wound that is festering and will leave the UK permanently economically weaker even once it is healed. And when Members of Parliament believe a course of action is going to be a catastrophe, I believe Members of Parliament have a duty to harry, assail and oppose the government, not to acquiesce. I respect those who voted to leave. They had and they have genuine grievances about a lack of jobs or education prospects or concerns at changes they see in our society, indeed concerns about immigration. The Brexiteers claimed that leaving the EU would address these concerns, stop the cancellation of urgent hospital operations, paid for, presumably, by the tsunami of cash that is going to come to the NHS post-Brexit. They will improve teacher shortages in our schools and boost housing supply. It won't. It won't do any of these things. In fact, it will make them worse. And the Leave campaign's most prominent pledge to reduce immigration substantially, I doubt even that will be achieved. Why would it be? After all, the Prime Minister has spent many years seeking to reduce the level of non-EU immigration, and nothing changed there. But what leaving the EU will do with certainty is to diminish us as a nation, reduce our influence and international standing. And that has already happened. Brexit has forced our Prime Minister, a born-again hardline Brexiteer, to line up with Trump, indeed to walk hand in hand with him. While European leaders and Canada condemned his Muslim ban, our Prime Minister's initial response was to say, "Not my business." And worse than that, she immediately offered, with indecent haste, him a state visit, far quicker than any other US president. Now, I'm sure this had absolutely nothing to do with the Prime Minister's desperation to secure a trade deal, any deal with the protectionist Trump. In The Art of the Deal, Trump says, "The worst of times often create the best opportunities to make good deals." To translate that for members opposite, the worst of times for the UK create the best opportunity for a good deal for the US. And the jobs at risk. 6 months after the vote, still no analysis of how many jobs will be lost after we come out of the single market. I won't give way. The Liberal Democrat position, Madam Deputy Speaker, is very clear. The people voted for departure, not destination. Now the government must give them a chance to vote on the destination. And with that guarantee, if it is forthcoming tonight, I would vote with the government.
Kirsty Blackman. Madam Deputy Speaker, and a special thanks for this extra minute. I really appreciate it. Madam Deputy Speaker, what we're voting on tonight, it says on the order paper that we're just voting on the Article 50 bill, but actually what we're voting on is consigning the UK to a red, white and blue Brexit. Madam Deputy Speaker, anyone who thinks that they can, by reasonable argument, influence this Tory government to do reasonable things is deluded. It hasn't happened yet. It's not going to happen in the future. Anyone who is voting in favour of triggering Article 50 tonight is consigning us to the red, white and blue Brexit, to a future shaped by the Conservative Party. And I could not in good conscience do that, and I cannot believe that other members on this side of the chamber could in good conscience do that. We are looking at a future. We are looking 20 years into the future, when my children will be young adults. We're looking at a future where young people will not be able to easily travel to the EU countries. They will not be able to marry people from EU countries for fear that they will not be allowed to live in the same country. They will not be able to afford the same living standards that we have. There's going to be an erosion of the standards of, for example, food quality that we have, because we are going to have to compromise on our standards in order to have trade deals with countries like America. We're going to have a loss of farming in the UK, a loss of farming in communities like Wales and Scotland that rely heavily on that have a huge amount of EU common agricultural policy money coming in, and also that rely on the high standards and the lack of ability for countries to import cheap foreign produce. We are going to lose that. We're going to, in 20 years' time, when my kids are young adults, we're still going to be negotiating trade deals. We do not have the capacity within this government, we do not have the skills within the civil service to negotiate all of the trade deals that we need to negotiate in a short period of time. They take a long time to come through. The economy will be scuppered, Madam Deputy Speaker. We will see high levels of inflation. We will see people struggling for living standards. The Resolutions Foundation put out a paper today that said in 2021, the lowest earning quarter of households will have their income reduced by 5 to 15%. The highest earning quarter of households will have their income raised by 4%. This is a Tory Brexit, and that's only 5 years in the future. 20 years in the future, things will be even worse. We will have productivity further tanked than it is currently. Productivity in the UK is rubbish, and there is a clear link between open markets, between links with other countries and increases in productivity. Therefore, my children will have to work more hours than I've had to work in order to earn the same wages.
Will the member give way?
Yeah.
I wonder, Madam Deputy Speaker, if my honourable friend agrees with me that Brexit is in fact an economic catastrophe waiting to happen.
I absolutely agree with my colleague, and I think that there are too many members in this House that haven't done their homework on this. There are too many members in this House that see the positives for the elite few, that see those positives and don't see the return to the 80s, the decimation of the Thatcher years that we saw. They do not see that future, and that's what's coming, Madam Deputy Speaker. That's where we're heading. If we look at the plans from the Tory government, if we look at this plan to have a low taxes, some sort of tax haven, no country that's a tax haven is a country that spends as much on public services as we do. They are all ones that spend a very small amount on public services. Are the Tories suggesting that this is the way that we should go? What's going to happen to our NHS if that's the way that we go? The other thing about this, and the Great Repeal Bill will show this is a government power grab. We have been protected from the worst excesses of these right-wing governments by the European Union. They have protected our workers' rights. They have protected our equalities rights. They have protected our climate change laws, for example. Now, the Tory government and the unelected lords are going to be able to dictate to this country all of the laws. And they're not even going to get the benefits they said we would get. They said that we would be suddenly exempt from state aid. Well, you were not. That's not what happens. The WTO has rules in relation to state aid. So does any links with European trading partners. The worst thing of all, Madam Deputy Speaker, the very worst thing about this is that in 20 years' time, when my children are young adults, we will be a less tolerant, a more xenophobic society, because instead of tackling the discrimination and prejudice, this House has pandered to it.
Tasmina Ahmed Sheikh.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. A referendum that Scotland didn't want, a government that Scotland didn't vote for, and a result that doesn't reflect the wishes of the people of Scotland. And this government, whose stated policy was to keep us in the single market, is taking us towards the Brexit door at breakneck speed. And can I say, Madam Deputy Speaker, the benches opposite have been waxing lyrical over the past couple of days about this wonderful opportunity we've had to debate this issue since yesterday. Can I remind them that they had to be taken to court to be given us this opportunity to have this debate? Can I remind them they spent an awful lot of money trying to stop this debate happening in the first place? And can I also remind them that they had to be forced into coming up with a white paper? Suffice to say, the government isn't handling Brexit very well at all. Just like the disastrous policy to pursue the ideologically driven austerity at all costs, this government is pursuing Brexit at all costs. Now, we were told, as you've heard from many honourable members from this side, how Scotland should vote to keep Scotland in the EU. The people of Scotland haven't forgotten the promises that have been made, and the other side are going to have to come up with some answers. Now, when David Cameron gave his first keynote speech of the campaign 2 years ago, he talked of the UK having one of the most stable currencies in the world, and that this stability was hugely attractive for investors. He spoke about us having real clout in Europe. If David Cameron was right, we've gone from a country at the centre of Europe to one at the periphery. And from demonstrating solidarity with our great allies in France and Germany and beyond, to begging for scraps from the table from President Trump. A distasteful downward spiral, if ever there was one, Madam Deputy Speaker. And it's not simply that we're seeking to walk away from the table, but many members opposite seem intent on burning our bridges on the way out. They seem to have forgotten the language they have used throughout this entire debate about the EU nationals who they think are a drain on this country, yet want to do deals with their governments. For goodness sake, what kind of negotiations are you going to enter into on that basis? So tonight, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'll be joining my excellent colleagues and some of those on the Labour benches to vote against this bill. And I'll do so because that's what the majority of my constituents want, because Scotland was promised continued EU membership if we remained in the UK. And because this government is attempting to leave the EU in a haphazard and absolutely reckless way without regard to the constitutional, social or economic consequences. And we're not prepared to let them take Scotland over that cliff with them.
Sorry, Rebecca Powell.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And first of all, may I offer you my congratulations on juggling what has been an excessively busy day in this place.
What are you after?
I am proud to follow so many passionate and eloquent speakers on both sides, although I do not necessarily agree with them all. As my constituents from Taunton Deane in glorious Somerset, home to that famous road, the A358, and the Wellington Monument, and Somerset cricket, as they know, I did personally campaign to remain. But the majority of my constituents voted to leave by 52 to 48. And since then, I've been very clear that I will stand by the views of the people and I will work to make the very, very best of this brave new opportunity. Of course I will give way to my honourable friend.
I thank her for giving way. Does she agree with me that it is important that we respect the vote that took place in May and that she's in June, that she's correctly doing that?
I thank my honourable friend for that intervention, and the point I'm making is that I do respect this, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I think it's very important that we illustrate that we are abiding by the wishes of the people. We would be poor parliamentarians indeed, if we did not stick to what we promised. To this end, I shall be supporting this historic bill, which will set in train the triggering of Article 50 and our subsequent withdrawal from the EU. I want to express my respect, though, for all those people who did vote Remain, and I do appreciate their concerns, and I want to acknowledge that and to convince them that I will be doing my very best, as will colleagues in this House, to have a good outcome. Some very fine words have been spoken in this place, not least from my honourable friend from North East Somerset, waxing lyrical on returning to the happy constitutional system that was known in this country until 1972. And it is now time to put our shoulders to the wheel and to make this work. I have heard with interest the Secretary of State for exiting the EU, singling out one or two specific industries for fair treatment, particularly the finance industry and the motor industry. And I would urge the same fairness is given to the all-important agricultural and environment sectors. With 25% of all businesses in the UK being in the farming, food and drink sectors, this is vital.
Would my honourable friend give way?
Of course I would give way.
I'm very grateful to my honourable friend for giving way. Does she agree with me that just as making sure that agriculture is central to our negotiations, food standards as part of that are absolutely critical as well?
I thank my honourable friend for giving way, and there's a whole raft of standards that are really critical as we leave Europe, and that we should embrace and we should harness those standards that are already set, and we should indeed tailor them to improve them for our own nation and to make them much more suitable for the way that we want to operate. These industries of agriculture and food are especially important in the Southwest. Southwest farm-related businesses turn over £2.7 billion, more than any other area in the country, and agriculture in the Southwest employs 80,000 people. So in reformulating our life after the EU, I really urge that we consider very carefully how we're going to move forward in leaving the CAP. There are opportunities to build a better framework to develop an agricultural industry that is inextricably linked to the environment in a sustainable way that, after all, we all depend on for our air, for our water and for our food. And to build this into an industrial strategy, closely linking it with our 25-year food and farming plans, indeed making it work, Madam Deputy Speaker, for the economy and also for our rural social fabric, so that we have a world that works better for everybody. And I urge the Secretary of State to harness the shared environmental legislation that we already have from the EU, and that we take it on board and we adapt it to make it work better for ourselves, that we keep to our climate change commitments. And I'm delighted that the Prime Minister has already spoken out on this issue, that we maintain, as my honourable friend from Horncastle mentioned, our high standards of food security, our high standards of welfare, our nuclear standards, and that indeed we consider how we're going to deal with our seasonal workers so that our industries can still move forward. With understanding, with cooperation, with consideration and demonstrating that we are listening to the people, not just in Taunton Deane but across the nation, I am optimistic that we can build a better future for generations to come, and to this end I shall be voting with the government to trigger Article 50.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Ours is a representative democracy. In fact, I'd go so far to say ours is a great representative democracy. But the reason this place will and should support this Article 50 bill is that prior to the referendum, we made a contract with the British people that this place would abide by the result. And I think I would ask all members who are thinking of voting against this second reading to give that due concern. It was a commitment by the government, and many in the opposition benches also agreed to that. And so I very much look forward to supporting Article 50 tonight, and I then look forward to my right honourable friend, the Prime Minister, negotiating over up to a 2-year period, and in the end getting as good a deal as possible. But if this place says it's not a good deal, then WTO rules hold no fear for many of us on these benches. No deal is better than a bad deal. But can I, Madam Deputy Speaker, just focus on a couple of inconvenient truths during the course of this debate? To the Labour benches, I would suggest that all the talk of parliamentary democracy and scrutiny is fine, but for those that were here in 2008, I don't remember too much scrutiny when we, or the government, the then government of the day, passed through the House the Lisbon Treaty. It was done very quickly. In fact, the Prime Minister of the day, I don't think, was even present in the debate. So for all the talk of parliamentary scrutiny, we sacrificed large chunks of our sovereignty that day, and it's a great shame that Labour now are suggesting that they are the guardians of parliamentary democracy when it was pretty thin on the ground at the time when it came to the Lisbon Treaty. I give way.
I'm most grateful to the honourable gentleman in giving way, and I pay tribute to all the work he had done on the campaign. When he talks about democracy, some say this election result was too close. But does he agree with me that if members of Parliament in this place had won their parliamentary seats by one vote, not a single one of them would turn that down? They would come here and they'll take their seats. Like this, they should accept this result because the public have now decided, and we should enact that.
I very much agree with my friend. I think it's very clear. Well, first past post system, it's very clear you abide by the result. But can I also... By all means.
On the point of abiding by the result, will the honourable gentleman, who's been a strong lever, recognise the challenges that sometimes colleagues on the other side of the chamber will have in walking through the lobby with us today, and appreciate the efforts that they've taken to honour the wishes of their constituents?
Yes. Absolutely, I completely agree. This is not going to be an easy decision for Labour, but at the end of the day, a contract was made, and that should be respected. But can I very gently point to the finger at the SNP, because for all their talk about wishing to remain within the EU, the bottom line is that had they won their independence referendum, they would have left the EU. The EU made that very clear. And what is more, there was no automatic right of re-entry, and they would have had to have taken on the euro in that process. So for all the talk about being a good European, if it had been left to them, the UK, Scotland would have left the EU. But can I, Madam Deputy Speaker, just point, in the time that is allowed, just a few more inconvenient truths. I have heard it's said many times on the benches opposite about how we are going to become a more intolerant country. Immigration has been raised by several speakers with regards to us leaving the EU. I would suggest to them, actually, that by leaving the EU, we will no longer discriminate against the rest of the world, which the present immigration policy does. And they may not like it, the SNP in particular, but it is a fact that we cannot stop anybody coming in from Europe, but we do stop the rest of the world coming in to the UK, because no country in the Western world has an unlimited or a non-existent immigration policy. So for all the talk on the opposition benches, by leaving the EU, whatever the criteria we choose to guide our immigration policy, it will be fair to the whole world, not just to a particular region. No region will be discriminated against. And that is the point. Whatever the criteria, there will be fairness, and you will not be discriminated against depending on where you come from. But there is a further inconvenient truth, Madam Deputy Speaker, that has hardly been touched on in this debate. People suggest, honourable members suggest, that we are suddenly going to become an economic backwater by leaving the EU. I can assure the House that if we look at growth rates across the Western world, the EU remains in the global economic slow lane, with shamefully high youth unemployment rates to match. And there is a world out there growing much faster than the EU, and we need to embrace that future. So I very much look forward to us winning this vote tonight. I would ask the Prime Minister to do what she can then to negotiate as good a deal as she can, but not to be afraid to fall back on WTO rules if there is a bad deal on the table, because there is a very bright future ahead of us.
Jenny Chapman.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This has been an important debate, with MPs from every region and nation, from towns and cities, from rural, coastal, industrial and agricultural communities having their say. So many contributions of quality, it would be impossible to mention them all. And this is how Parliament is meant to work. Members sent here to speak for their constituents and settle, if not always agree, a way forward. Usually, Madam Deputy Speaker, we MPs listen to the arguments, we take account of the impact of a decision on our constituents, and we apply the values of our party and our hearts, and then vote accordingly. As the member for Ilford North said in his outstanding speech, this decision is different. This decision follows a referendum, and 52% voted to leave the European Union. A close vote, but a clear decision. We accept the outcome of the referendum, and therefore we must consent to allow the process of leaving the European Union to begin. And we will hold this government to account every step of the way. Our challenge to this government, through our amendments, is to enable this House to have proper scrutiny, to publish regular reports, to allow British MPs the same oversight as members of the European Parliament, and to ensure that secure the position of EU nationals, I will in a minute, to secure the position of EU nationals living in this country as a matter of urgency, but most important of all, to allow this House a meaningful vote on our withdrawal agreement at the proper time. And I give way to the honourable gentleman.
Given the many points that have been made right across these benches on the need for this bill to be amended, will the Honourable Lady and her frontbench friends be voting against the restrictive programme motion?
I want this bill to proceed. I want this bill to proceed. Our amendments that we will be discussing next week, they are all reasonable requests. And I would appeal to those members opposite. Many of them have spoken in support of a parliamentary vote. I would appeal to all of those members opposite who've spoken in that way and who share our desire to see a constructive and open process to consider voting in support of our amendments next week. We are an outward-looking, internationalist, pro-European party that will never, ever change. And let our determination to collaborate with, to stand alongside and to work together with our European partners never be in doubt. And these are British values. And I know that the vote to leave the European Union, as well as a changing mood in other countries, has deepened the sense that these values we hold most dear are under threat. Tolerance, openness, cooperation, solidarity. It is true that the rise of the far right in Europe and the rise of populism in the US have left many of us who believe in those values with an overwhelming sense that the political tide is against us. That xenophobia, fear and isolationism are drowning out our values of inclusion, hope and tolerance. And it is more important than ever to stand firm beside those values. Bigotry, fanaticism and narrow-mindedness should have no place in our politics. There are very few members of this House who do not feel any trepidation whatsoever about the future. To deny the complexity, the risks to our manufacturing and service sectors, the disruption and uncertainty that doubtless lie ahead is to hide from the truth. A truth that, if confronted honestly, can be dealt with and it can be overcome. It is precisely because this process is so complex that all of us need to contribute to resolving the issues we now confront. And pretending that these challenges do not exist is negligent. And the Labour Party will not neglect its duty to challenge the government when we think they are getting Brexit wrong. And I say to the Prime Minister, the best Brexit will never come via a cliff edge, however much some of her backbenchers might wish it. This must be a deal worthy of the consent of this House. And if she and her negotiators fail to achieve a deal worthy of our country, they will not achieve our consent. The Prime Minister must deliver the deal she claims that she can. Impediment-free trade, she said. Tariff-free trade. A form of customs union membership allowing British business all the benefits they currently enjoy. A deal that delivers British workers, British industry and protects our safety and security. Now that's a good starting point. But for the Labour Party, that aspiration is not enough. The Britain that the Labour Party wants to build is confident of its place in the world. We want a Britain where, though outside the EU, we can protect British jobs by securing a deep trade deal with the EU. And remember, whatever deals we reach with other nations in the future, an agreement with our closest neighbours will always be the most important deal we do, where we protect British citizens by maintaining cooperation on justice and security. We protect British jobs by securing a good transitional deal. And the Labour Party will use every means possible to bring about the best Brexit for Britain. We will fight for a future where business and industry thrive, especially as the member for Batley and Spen, for Durham, the member for Sedgefield and the member for Wirral South said, especially in our proud regions. We are the country of Brunel, of Rosalind Franklin, Alan Turing, Michael Faraday and Tim Peake. Our engineers and our scientists, our academics and creatives, they need to flourish in this workshop of the world. And Labour will work to ensure that after Brexit, our future as an ingenious, innovative, imaginative and inspiring nation grows and is never diminished. The British people voted to take back control over their lives, and the Labour Party understands the anger expressed through the vote to leave. Low pay, lack of opportunity, insecure work, uncertain futures, a feeling of being remote from decision-making in Brussels. To all who voted for those reasons, I say we hear you. Labour will stand up throughout the Brexit negotiations for those who may have voted to leave, but who didn't vote to be poorer. We will stand up too for those who voted to remain. 48% of voters cannot be marginalised or ignored. Many, although they accept the outcome of the referendum, do not see a prosperous future. The political battle now, much as the honourable gentleman would love to rerun the political battle we have just enjoyed, the political battle now centres on the terms on which we leave and the country we aspire to become. Labour is ready to take on those who offer empty reassurance based on nothing but their own dogmatic conviction. Brexit must work for all our communities, especially the most disadvantaged. And my party will step up and make sure the government fulfills its duty. As a former President of the United States, Franklin D. Roosevelt said to the Democrats, "Ours must be a party of liberal thought, of planned action, of enlightened international outlook, and of the greatest good to the greatest number of our citizens. And this is how we must proceed. Not for the 52%, not for the 48%, but for 100% of the people of Britain."
Madam Deputy Speaker, may I start by paying tribute to all the right honourable and honourable members who have contributed to what my honourable friend, the member for Sleaford and North Hykeham, in an excellent maiden speech, rightly called an historic debate. Members of both sides of the House, supporters of both Leave and Remain, have spoken with passion and sincerity, and there have been some outstanding contributions. And several times over the last 2 days, we have seen this House at its very best. A wide range of issues has been raised during the course of this debate, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I will seek to address these in the time available to me, but I hope that honourable members will forgive me if I don't address every single point made by every single speaker. But let me be clear. What we are considering is the most straightforward possible bill, a bill which is necessary to implement the referendum result and respect the judgment of the Supreme Court. It is positively not a vehicle for determining the terms of the broader negotiations that will follow. This bill follows one of the largest democratic exercises in this country's history. As pointed out by many honourable members, an issue that has been central to political debate in this country for decades, was finally put to the people of the United Kingdom, and the people made their decision. We have heard repeatedly from honourable members on both sides of this debate and on both sides of the House that they fully respect and accept the referendum's outcome. And today is an opportunity for all of us to demonstrate that respect by supporting this small but important bill. In the time I have available, I won't. I hope you'll forgive me. Madam Deputy Speaker, a number of themes emerged during the course of the debate on which I would like to touch. First of all, the referendum itself. Parliament voted overwhelmingly to put this historic question to the people, and we must trust the people's decision. There must be no attempt to remain inside the EU, no attempt to rejoin it through the back door, and no second referendum, as a few honourable members have urged. This country has voted to leave the European Union, and it is the duty of the government and of this House to make sure that we do precisely that. In the time available, I can't. Secondly, I would like to touch on the issue of engagement with the devolved administrations, which has figured strongly in this debate. Before and throughout the referendum campaign, it was clear that the outcome would apply to the whole of the United Kingdom, and that is what we are committed to deliver. We are committed to securing the best deal for the whole of the United Kingdom in the interests of all of its constituent nations and regions. My right honourable friend, the Prime Minister, has made clear her determination to uphold and strengthen the Union. And we will continue to engage with the devolved administrations throughout the established joint ministerial committees. We understand that there are unique and diverse interests across the UK. In particular, I don't know why the honourable gentleman does not understand I am not taking his intervention. In particular, Mr. Speaker, we are wholly committed to the Belfast Agreement and to its successors. We will work with the Irish Government to maintain the common travel area on the island of Ireland and not return to the borders of the past. We have received, and we are grateful for, the submissions from the Scottish and Welsh governments which are being considered. But that said, the Supreme Court was clear in its judgment that triggering Article 50 is a reserved matter for this Parliament and that the devolved legislatures do not have a veto. But we have been clear that we will work very carefully to ensure, as powers are repatriated from Brussels back to Britain, the right powers are returned to Westminster and the right powers are passed to the devolved administrations of Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland. Mr. Speaker, many honourable members raised the issue of the status of EU citizens living and working in the United Kingdom. Let us be clear. This government values and appreciates the role that they play in our economy and in our communities. And we are determined to provide as much certainty as we can, as soon as we can. My right honourable friend has been clear that guaranteeing UK citizens' rights in the EU and EU citizens' rights in the UK is one of our immediate objectives in the upcoming negotiations. Indeed, we stand ready to reach such a deal right now if the other countries of the European Union agree. To the EU citizens who are living, studying and working in the UK, I say this: you will still be welcome in this country, as we trust our citizens will continue to be welcome in yours. Moving on, Mr. Speaker, to the forthcoming negotiations, I want to repeat that whilst we are leaving the EU, we are not turning our back on Europe.
Order rather than a point of frustration. Point of order, Mr. Clive-Efford.
What is the point in the government coming here, reading out a pre-written statement to the House and not listening to interventions from honourable members who have legitimate questions to ask of the government benches?
These debates will run for a long time to come, but that is not a matter for the Chair. Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to repeat that whilst we are leaving the EU, we are not turning our backs on Europe. We will be seeking a broad new partnership with the EU outside the single market, including a bold and ambitious free trade agreement. We will maintain strong relationships with our European partners as we work together on issues such as security, justice and migration.
The honourable gentleman is really an excitable Zebedee. It has been made abundantly clear to him that the Minister is not giving way. Minister.
We've made clear commitments to protect workers' rights, and we will ensure that they keep pace with the changing labour market. And let me be as clear as it is possible to be, all the workers' rights that are enjoyed under EU legislation will be preserved by the Great Repeal Bill and will be brought across into UK law. And let me say this also, we have no plans to withdraw from the ECHR. Let me deal with the question of Euratom, Mr. Speaker. Euratom and the EU share a common institutional framework, including the European Court of Justice, a role for the Commission and decision-making of the Council, making them uniquely legally joined. Triggering Article 50, therefore, also entails giving notice to leave Euratom. The nuclear industry is of key strategic importance to the UK, and we have been clear that this does not affect our intention to maintain close and effective arrangements relating to civil nuclear cooperation, safeguards and safety with Europe and the rest of the world. And now, Mr. Speaker, let me move on to the role of Parliament. My right honourable friend, the Prime Minister, set out our plan for the United Kingdom's withdrawal in her speech at Lancaster House. And she has confirmed that Parliament will have its say on the final deal we achieve with the European Union by putting that deal to a vote of both houses. There has already been extensive scrutiny in both houses, and we will be publishing our white paper tomorrow before committee stage. The white paper, however, is entirely separate from this bill, which is simply about giving government the power to trigger the process of exit from the EU in accordance with the instructions we have received from the people of this country. There's also been much debate, Mr. Speaker, over the last 2 days about the many opportunities that leaving the EU affords the UK. As my right honourable friend, the Prime Minister, has said, we will be an outward-facing, bold and global country seeking ambitious trade deals, forging new friendships and consolidating existing partnerships, and we will remain a tolerant and open country. The triggering of Article 50, Mr. Speaker, will start the process of our withdrawal from the European Union, during which this House will have plenty of opportunities to debate and play a crucial role in scrutinising the Great Repeal Bill and related bills to come. My right honourable friend has set out a detailed plan for building a new partnership between an independent United Kingdom and the European Union in the years to come. And let me say how much I agree with the honourable lady. Let me say how much I agree with the honourable lady. The people have made their decision. And now we must strive for an outcome that, as she says, works not just for the 52% or for the 48%, but for the 100%. All of us in this House, Mr. Speaker, must work together in the national interest. But let me repeat, tonight we are not voting on the outcome, nor on the wider issues, but simply to start the process. It is absolutely essential that Parliament now move quickly with a timetable that this House has already voted for in December to trigger Article 50 by the end of March. In short, Mr. Speaker, this is a straightforward bill that delivers on the promise made to the people of the United Kingdom to honour the outcome of the referendum. We must trust the people, and I commend this bill to the House.
The question is that the amendment be made. As many as are there, say aye. Of the contrary, no. Division! Clear the lobby. So who's the two of you? Good evening. The question is that the amendment be made. As many as other opinions say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Tellers for the ayes, Mrs. Marion Fellows and Mr. Owen Thompson. Tellers for the noes, Mr. Gavin Williamson and Ms. Jackie Doyle Price. Order! Order!
The ayes to the right, 498. The noes to the left, 114.
The ayes to the right, 498. The noes to the left, 114. So the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Unlock. Programme motion to be moved formally. Thank you. The question is as on the order paper. As many as other opinions say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No.